was an our fault. I promise you that now. That was not our fault.
Nah, it is 100%. If you ever see a
okay.
commentator, just direct the hate to the first person on the screen. It tends to work out.
That's exactly how it works. You are right. I stand corrected. Pistol round for Paravision. Interestingly enough, despite it being Paravision's pick, it's Metasport that choose to start. Oh wait, no, they're starting on the CT side. The top is the wrong way around. I was like, what? They're starting.
No, all good. All good.
But no.
We'll get there, mate. We'll get there. No worries. Couple shots out of Kickert's Glock, finally picking up a kill, but it's on to Plopsky instead through short. They will sit on this Paravision because Patsy was advanced in jungle, but losing his life makes things a little bit more complicated. Belchanok still heading in through jungle. He can pick up the pieces where Patsy left off. Nice shot through the murder hole. That gets Artfrost out. However, you've still got to account for Nilo, who is lurking in ramp. Open plant means that it's a couple shots from the Berettas, which he can land, and the follow-up is even better. Nilo still kicking, plays in Adam B for the final double, and just like that, Metasport will take the pistol.
Look at that smile on Adam B's face already. A fantastic little bait and switch being ran by the Metasport side. Dual Berettas take the first contact. Nilo with a beautiful shot on Palace. And then all he does is he continues to take fights. And he's saying, look, Adam, if you swing out, all the backs are turned right now. You are going to find some free frags. And that's exactly what happens. Just delivers brilliantly. Nice little double kill. Round shut down. And more importantly, it's the Paravision side that don't get a bomb plant, which ultimately means they've got one Deagle, one P250 and 3 Glocks to work with into this second. So a real chance for a moneymaker for a couple of these SMGs.
Decent chance to do so. Oh, Adam B nailed through the firebox, or around the side of it, I should say. Belchanok, the perpetrator. Now Nilo's got to try and do this one by himself. It's a couple of the rifles that Metasport have brought into this round. Kick up with another on the P250. This is starting to look dangerous. Another headshot through mid. Nilo's completely isolated here. He could just get ran down. Sapek does find a trade in effect, but it may be too little, too late. What a shot from Belchanok. This one's fallen straight through their fingertips, Metasport, but at the same time, they didn't ever really get a hold of the round. Paravision running rampant all by themselves. 4v1 for Plopsky to try and digest.
Now it's just this Deeg up against it all. Oh, already 2 in the round for Belchanok. He's collected 2. It was the only real weapon of investment. There was a P250 as well for Kickert that's found the double. Plopsky 1v3. M4 has done significant damage to Plopsky, and now it is just about moving away and allowing these players to start pushing in to try and hunt down. Plopsky's found another, and this definitely will be a save in a first round on the board for the Paravision side, but the question is, how many more does he get? Well, the answer is none. Just as quick as you're hyping up the Metasport side for taking a brilliant pistol, they get owned in the second round.
It's really not the way you want to go out if you're Metasport. They'll force back through, but the smile from Adam B's face has been wiped inside one round. Individuals popping up and changing the dynamic of the game. Just as we were speaking about how good Metasport can be on their day, you can't overlook the quality that Paravision has. 4x, a couple M4s, both within striking range of a one-tap. Kurt's got the coffee on the desk right between his hands. Make sure he doesn't spill that on. Leaning into the monitor. That is very bold. Adam B's Deagle here this time. Can he follow in the footsteps of Paravision and find some shots himself? Certainly seems to think so. Belchanok, the man who found so much in the previous, is the first out the door in this one. And I'll tell you what, Alpha is next to follow him.
Nice from Patsy at least to hold the numbers, but it's Adam B on the Deagle. The scouts found a tag. This is bad. Paravision down to 2. Bomb continues to tick away. M4 starts to move in. Another kill found. Adam B following in the steps of Belchanok. 1v4, and he will not be able to stop it, Patsy. It's unfortunate. Bombs planted too far to the right next to the triple box rather than out towards the firebox. And well, there you have it. Metisport take to a second. 4 rifles saved in the process, 2 of which AKs. And well, the back and forth, Harry, I was saying, you know, could be a close one. I think first 3 rounds, no one's caught a streak just yet. No one shall ride the wave for a little while.
You see that's so funny as well on Art Frost's cam. Coach F1N's just in the background behind them like they're on LAN. I respect it. You want to try and emulate the environment as much as possible. Yeah, I love that. That's great.
They at boot camp. They must be, right? They look like they've all got the same
You can only assume so, yeah. How many more angles of the same room can we possibly get?
Someone get in there with a handheld, real quick.
Yeah. That was the best part about the LAN that we had. The final stage, of course, not too long ago. Just seeing all of the players in one room. It's a completely different environment. And
yeah.
in these online tournaments as well, sometimes you need a little bit of that to give you the extra 10%. Last couple of rounds have been very stop-start for both teams. Metasport, the biggest benefactor, and if they win this one, then they're in such a good position. After calling that force as well, you're worried they'd end up short-handed. Seems to have worked out so far. And a 5v5 this late, Lumi finding a kill and what could be a killing blow. In fact, huge double. Paravision need to try and get something started here, but there's nowhere to go. Lumi hasn't boxed in through connector. Art Frost does find one on Tadillo in the site. They're still yet to get the bomb planted in the open position as they would prefer to. Lumi buys so much time. They're just playing his life, and Adam B will clean up.
That's transfer from Adam. Quick to pick up the AWP as well for this CT side. And, well, you're going to hand it to Lumi. As I said, I think for a lot of people at home, probably don't know him from previous teams and stuff. As you say, he came from Lil Mix for a little bit. But, you know, outside of that, I don't think many at Metisport level would have seen this name before. And that is a brilliant hat-trick of frags to be finding there. Really nice placement as well. In terms of where he's playing, he's switching angles, found the first kill, drops to a different position, second kill, gets back into the smoking connector, and then able to find a third. It's really well worked. Sapek dropping a molly, HE to go with it. The nade damage is brilliant, pats it down to 20, head spotted, doesn't have to overextend now, and he's even got a second HE, but the B rush will commence, and this AK might just get overran.
There's a potential for it to do so. Belchanov swinging out. Plopsky doesn't have it covered. The second of the AKs, now well supported with utility. They'll go up in smoke, Paravision. Simple enough collection for Metasport to extend their advantage.
Only the one player lost as well. It's a good result for them. 4-1 lead, Paravision. They're picking Mirage with a bit of a blip, but hoping that they can cut this Metisport momentum out before it gets too dangerous.
Sure.
We saw what happened when the ball was rolling for themselves in that game against Johnny Speeds that we were talking about in that Swedish derby.
I mean, if this is your Mirage that you bring out and they can keep finding results like this, Metasport, yeah, it's the CT side, but on your lowest one map at 36% against a team which play it religiously and exceed averages in terms of how they perform, then yeah, this could make for quite a quick series, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself, especially when it started the way that it did. Just a flash in the pan for now. Looking to try and bed some more consistent success, but as soon as they find a start, it's quickly shut down. Alpha naded off in mid, Patsy opening up a brilliant flash through, and Belchanok right there with him. 4-on-1, Sapek the last left, Paravision cropping back up when they needed to.
A Sapek 1v4. If the man had a little bit of utility to his name and maybe some of these players lower on health, I would fancy his chances. But it does make sense to tuck tail and save. He's the man with the least money. Plopsky's got enough to buy up. Same story with Lumi, Adam B, Nilo, Famas, but okay, never mind. Now it becomes a problem because Plopsky is going to have to drop over, or Yeah, Plopsky's going to have to drop over a gun. I was wondering if there's a man with more money. Well, maybe. I don't know. FAMAS maybe, but yeah, not ideal that they lose out on that rifle.
Getting themselves another gun buy here. Lumi bringing out the AWP. Taking Jaquinho's spot in the roster. Someone who was always really sharp on the big green. But, you know, a bit burnt out is what people are saying, right? And look, if this can galvanize the CT side any further, then it's going to be a huge asset to them. In terms of where it's being played, it's across short. You've got the support of Plopsky here to follow up any first shot. But Alpha's been the solo operative in this area of the map so far. You do have Patsy coming from lower underpass and will start to throw the nades out and put pressure towards the A side. But it's where B is the side where Metasport have more players. That's not where the bomb looks to be postured, however.
Yeah, they are running some utility towards A. Alpha moving in over the top of the smoke. To be honest, I didn't think he'd see him. I thought the edge of it would be too strong. Plopsky, he saw the boost, but apparently he didn't. Now he will realise there's got to be a second man here in middle, and Alpha's managed to crack open the shell that Metasport were looking to hold down with. 4 on 3. It's a more digestible situation, but Lumi, no impact just yet with the AWP. You're relying on this man here, Adam B. He's got Sapek behind him for support, but going to need to try and combine to make the magic happen in this retake. Flashbang has full blinded him. Art Frost is just locked in on the angle, gets blinded up for re-peek. And there you have it, knows that the second man's there. And I think this quite quickly turns into another safer Metasport. Kick it would have sent Lumi in the ladder room. They are going to focus on maybe dropping one of those rifles and making it effective. And there you have it.
It's a very disciplined game that Alpha was playing, just following it along on the radar. He was only 15 points of HP, so cutting the rotations from underpass, just waiting to see what move Lumi was going to make. But that is the kill which changes the round. It was Alpha that found it, having so much impact in several ways. Because all of the control was lost towards mid. Plopsky tries to force the reaction from short, where, as I said, Metasport had quite a few players. But he was by himself, so there wasn't really too much more to do. 4-3 now, up against the Eco. Alpha knows it, brings the MAC-10 to the table. Should be in for quite the hunt. Holding on for just a moment. Molly at his feet. Here is Alpha, doing what he needed to. AWP was repossessed by Art Frost, so they'll have that in post here. Glocks are, in fact, out chasing against the USPs. Should be a simple enough conversion. Now, the bomb is wide. There are no guns to pick up for Plopsky, so no trouble for Paravision to tie up the score.
Fair play. I think a little bit of damage is never going to be a bad thing. Metasport, though, have just lost 3 on the bounce, and, you know, just as much as I was talking about the momentum that they could get off the back of resetting that Paravision economy, it's the exact same scenario, but roles reversed. It's Paravision that hold all the marbles right now. A real roll of the dice here in round number 9 to see who will be able to take a lead, maybe even heading into the second half.
Belchanok jumped up on top of the box. I'm not sure if that would have been heard or not by Adam B, but has taken a much more defensive position off of the potential Q. Four players in middle. For all intents and purposes, it looks like an A split, just very slow in terms of the ramp positioning. Mid is where the brunt of this is going to come through. Nilo's already dropped. Does fall onto the shoulders of Adam B, who will attempt to fight forwards, but turns his back just as soon as the push comes in, and they will batter them. Paravision, straight in the front door, kicked it down. Sapek, the last one left. He has been evicted here. No chance at getting back in whatsoever.
Finds one, but it's a consolation frag to the decimation on A, and I gotta say, I don't want to blame Adam B for that, because I can't obviously listen to the communication, but it's one of two things. Either he just doesn't basically put 2 and 2 together and realise that they could be through connector, or no one's told him in the first place that Metaport have gone passive in middle. You know, like the players have dropped out of window, dropped out of con, short players not even holding the push, and so all that's happened is Adam B thinks, okay, I've got a bit of safety here under Palace, I'm going to try and retreat and play a little more disciplined, and then he gets caught out completely. But for Paravision's sake, fantastic round, and they're very mid-roundy, very, you know, slow, defaulty. That round, it's nothing special, it's just a little bit quicker in the mid-round, they commit to a site a little earlier, and Metaport are caught in sort of limbo. You see, you talked about that opening frag, just as quick as they drop the player in middle, they send up connector, they find 3 kills, it's a 1v4 in the first, 40, 50 seconds of the round. It's a great little move from Paravision. And now for Metaport, another half buy to lick the wounds.
Oh, yeah, the bandage is being torn straight off, though. I think if licking is your preferred form of healing, it's not going to do very much work here against the tried and tested medication. Metaport might just have to sleep this one off into the next round when they actually do have better weapons. Unless Lumi can give us some kind of an all-timer from this scout. Paravision showing plenty of partiality to the A execute at this point in time. Pressuring mid and finishing A late, whether that's heavy through mid or ramp, one or the other. We've barely seen a player go Palace since that Belchanok Deagle round. Trying to overwhelm Metaport as much as possible. And grouping up to push on a round like this when they are on Deags and Scouts is probably the best possible option you can go for, because it's divide and conquer from Metaport. They're looking for isolated engagements, one-taps. You're not going to get it clean when they barrel in like that. With smokes up, little chance for any of this to find effectiveness.
Another frag. Paravision pinballing from strength to strength here, Harry. And, I talk about this individual here. Nice headshot, I guess, with the Deagle, and makes up a little bit for the point that I was going to make, in the sense that usually he's the man at the forefront of the server. I know I keep talking about that Johnny Speeds game. I think for everyone's sake, it's a good thing to measure with, right? To talk about how good this Metaport side are, this new Swedish squad that have been battering absolutely everyone. In that particular BO3, Harry, I was going to say it's Nilo that went plus 27, 45 and 18 in the BO3. Really living up to the fact that he is a man on a mission to become one of the hottest prospects in Tier 2. And in this game, he's currently double neck, 4 and 8, Hate to put it that way. Anyway, faster play here from Paravision.
Know what you mean. Paravision going for a little bit more of the same. Alpha so far away from the rest of his team. That's the one key difference to note here. Instead of the standard 4-1 split with someone through mid, someone through A, he's currently sat in apartments and yet to take many steps further. In terms of the utility, Paravision have to stop a fast flood from the CTs here should they choose to plant. There's nothing to speak of. So for that reason, they've frozen, waiting to see if there's any kind of a commitment in terms of a peak or some utility. It comes in both. In kind, Metaport out through the backside, finding Kicker, Paravision stationary still, and getting cut apart. Metaport taking their own game to them. With the bomb dropped out in the open, Artfrost Orb the only line of defense for this. Alpha's finally decided that he needs to make a move, but it may be a moment too late.
At least a round that recovers the deficit. Paravision look threatening for even maybe an 8-4 half, and Metaport finding that 5th flawlessly at that as well is all the better. 3 AKs up. And the M4 saved across into the last of the CT side by looking strong. But of course, with Paravision winning so many in a row, they can also just get those rifles out immediately. Not have to worry about finances. Even an AK chucked in spawn for Art Frost if he needs to go and collect it at a later date.
It's a really important round for Metasport there. Paravision, I get what the idea was, just not executed how they would have wanted. Metasport proactive in the mid-round, showing a little bit of what they've been lacking so far in this map. Another default, but this one spread even thinner by the CIS squad. Shots finally traded. Metasport looking to take their timing. Ploxy, first player out on Cat, into the crosshair of Patsy. What a transfer through the gap. Alpha watching over all of this with a grin on his face because he knows those are the two most important kills that they may yet find. Flash in, back to connector was nice. Adam B dodges it. Beltranok dead. Nilo advancing in a great position for this A1S to find huge value. But just the one. Kicker comes trumps. 3-on-1. Last of the half. Lumi has to try and make his mark, but isn't in the position to do so right now. As long as Kicker holds on this angle, maybe in for value, but Lumi peeks him first and does make it a little more digestible. Jump from mid-window could have him dead though, and it will. Alpha finishes it off 7-5, Paravision in front.
Good half from them. Strong performance on the T side. Of course, their turn to give it a go on the defence now. That is a very nice spray transfer, as you said, Harry. Patsy's double is the do-all, end-all round in particular. Metasport. Oh my. Hello? I feel like, you know, in movies when they try and, like, you know, when it's like concussion or something and it's like that hype, it's like whirring noise
the
and,
Guy
like, stuff
Ritchie
moves around,
sort
starts
of
blurring.
motion cam. I know what you mean.
Yeah, that felt like that then. That was weird.
Whiplash for Metasport
Yeah.
coming into the second half, because there was a point in time where they led by 4 rounds to 1, but Paravision have done a brilliant job at offsetting that, getting back into the game themselves. The T-side found momentum. Relentless A executes. The conversation we had coming into this was about having strong anchor players, and the B site looked under wraps for Metasport. However, the A plays stretching the short control a lot of times, and actually it was connector that was the most consistent point for kills. The conveyor belt to Paravision. Seen some brilliant entry work from them so far.
Yeah. Hopefully not a long tech pause here. Have we been drip fed as to why this is happening, Harry? No. Not yet.
No official answer. But as chat would know it, you've obviously unplugged something under your desk, and the world revolves around the commentators, as we know.
Yeah.
The divas.
And the Mafia
the
man is
stars.
currently scripting the entire game in the series.
Yeah. The typewriter, you know, just like choked up a little bit, needed to pour more ink in the back. Didn't quite catch the memo on how this pistol would conclude.
Thought it was double-sided, but it wasn't.
It's anyone's game at this point in time, though. Sounds a bit cliche, but it's been so back and forth. I think the one thing Metasport are lacking is momentum, because as soon as they started to find it, it was snatched away from them. Now, they're the ones with the prerogative. Pushing up Cat, nothing held back, so quick, but Kicker is still lurking around here and could make all the difference. A couple of shots to the back from Nilo, trying to attack Art Frost on the rotation, but now they know Kicker couldn't get away with anything more than just the one. The 3v1 doesn't look like a possibility at this point in time. All Nilo has to do is stay alive. He doesn't even need to peek, and constantly Artfrost will be checking him and eating into his own time bank. Libby on the window. Adam has contact. They will take the fight to him ahead of schedule and make sure that this one gets over with. Sport. That is the second pistol round for them now picked up.
And that has really put them back on the map for this series, right? We're talking about the possibility of them pinching away Mirage. 3-1 up, as you said. It was a fantastic beginning and kind of slips away from them. But now that we're at a 7-6, Metasport have picked things back up. They're going to be the team ahead of the curve in this round. Unless Paravision can pull off any more second round antics. Should be pretty smooth sailing. And well, the start suggests that exactly. Nilo, although one and done, has at least got the information that Paravision are poking towards A.
And this is the thing too, just as good as winning both pistols is for Metasport, if you can't convert the follow-up on either, that's the momentum I'm talking about, or the lack of it. Nice shot, Artfrost. Things getting dicey again. YaLLa in the hands of Belchanok could certainly cause a couple of issues. The young gunner has been on hot form so far, and now they've got numbers. The bomb will disengage, Metasport reassess the situation, but Lumi's lost his head through the window. Kicker will take that one every day of the week. Now you look to Plopsky. 26 points of health. Has the AK. But may just be out of luck in this situation. Bomb's up on the shelf as well. And he doesn't know who's holding.
Plopsky. Gotta bow them out. I spoke it into existence, Harry. I should never have said it. Talked about the round 2 shenanigans in the previous half, and it's happened once again.
Worst part is here for Plopsky, if he even wanted to go towards A, Patsy is playing such a horrible clear in the backside. Kicker MP9 happy to walk around. Plopsky in the window. He should be clearing this one out. No, right in the middle of the screen. Don't make a mess of it. Plopsky not going to lose his life here. Keeps the AK at the very least. What do Metasport want to try and do with this? What should they do with this? It looks like it's going to be a force.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want them to get too impatient with this half. I don't think a force is bad. They are on single loss, and considering Plopsky's kept his AK, you know, he didn't get any loss bonus, so it's not bad. But the problem is you're running out of good chances here, Harry, to provide a good investment and try and take a round. It's a good start from Plopsky. Need to recover the weapon, and more importantly, need to find more. And well, a flashbang from Nilo has just set that AK up once more. Adam B looking for a shot on short, but it's all information right now. This T side, acres of space in the hub of the map, and well, Paravision left the A site completely open.
Belchanok's still going, and as long as he's alive, I have hope that Paravision can turn things around. Fate is out of his hands, though. Kicker. This one lives and dies on his shoulders. No pressure, my friend. MP9 on the sofa, put to rest. It's a futon now, where he will finish the round. Belchanok, the first to arrive. Artfrost is gone. All on him. Everything that he can possibly try and do, but the work is cut out. A 7th for Metasport, as it looked like they were slipping. Found a way to dig their heels in yet again. It's the exact same way that the first half started. 1 on, 1 off. Keeping themselves 1 round away.
Just have to make it tricky for themselves, don't they? Feel like this game would be a lot more lopsided in favour of Metasport if they didn't lose the easy ones.
Vintage. These are all the exact same points that we were talking about in the pre-game as well. That they have the quality, it's just inconsistency that plagues them at times. And it's hard to say what direction you should really be going in as a roster. Do you want to commit to that project fully with no guarantee of results and hope that the faith will be repaid? Or make a quick change and hope that it can bolster you? Right now, they are enjoying a 6-game win streak. Let's not forget that. Is it just a honeymoon period? Paravision, with a good track record against Metasport, beat them in the same competition earlier this year. This one for main stage playoffs. Put stock into this round, and there's not too much time left. And Belchenok facing up the smoke solo. 4 players on the other side. It's a nasty surprise when this one fades. Drops in just past him. No tag, no sound. They still don't know. Belchenok has a chance, and a mighty fine one as well. Double kill from him. 4 on 3. Issue is, all 4 of those players are on the other side of the entry point that was just opened up.
Say at least the bomb is down, and we've got ourselves a good round to try and save some pick. Spotted.
So
Patsy's
cheeky.
got the frag. 2 on 4. Is it really going to be another loss like this for Metasport?
Well,
Body
biggest
starts
thing,
to fly on in.
no kit.
No.
They've got to speed this one up, Ryan. You can find as many kills as you like, but Nilo can still close this comfortably. Just has to make sure no one gets on the defuse in time.
No
Does Alpha
time.
have enough? No, he doesn't. Nilo did his
Fantastic.
job. It did look rocky, and Metasport ultimately did deserve to lose the round, but they will win it out on the technicality that there was no kit in play.
That is, honestly, just 2 things on that. What a fantastic 1v4 for Nilo to win out. It's a brilliant clutch. But we should never be here in the first place. I think that goes without saying. Some really nice angle management as well from Nilo, peeking piece by piece, just getting the maximum he can out. And then, I don't know, I think you just got to look at the honesty there. And Metasport, should you ever be in a 1v4 and forcing Nilo to clutch up like that? Hell no, it's against Eagles. You should be wiping the floor with these guys.
Yeah. The fact that Belchenok not only gets 2, but from close range like that, it's nuts. Saw people saying that he's the real future in the server, despite all the other names that you see, Nilo, whatever. Yet to break double digits, the only player on Metasport at this point in time. Nobody wants to point the finger, but Belchenok is the star of the show.
Moving in. Klopski, got to get the opener, but doesn't. Another 4v5. The same position, basically, for Belchenok.
Oh.
Patsy. Connector is the gold mine, and well, required Adam B to get one back, but this is another 2v4, Harry.
Paravision just keep winning fights through mid, the passageways. Nilo wanting to take the game into his own hands has been overshadowed long enough. That's 10 kills. Metasport gunning for a 10th round. That'll be the gun round when it arrives, but are they the ones which go around down or not? It's Adam who has to sell them out this time, and he can. No issues whatsoever. Alpha already gave the info up the peak from Ticket. Was well timed. Opportunistic. Metasport taking all that's given to them at this point. It's another 4-1 lead in the exact same context as it was in the opening half, but with far less consistency and far less conviction. Are they going to be able to stay in front after round number 18 has concluded? Because the AWP's back out.
Made into the smoke to see if anyone's crossing, but nothing picked up upon for the Paravision side. The flashes start to dribble out through the smoke. So much damage done.
What?
Alpha's just found a double. Nilo's half. And this round already looks over.
Where did the second come from? Barely even got a look at it. Metasport trying to force mid with 4 players. not something which we've seen from either T side so far. Boost over into connector could be fruitful, but Artfrost looks away. Doesn't give them the time of day. The repeat is met with Tracer's Alpha again, double, triple dipping in mid. Having the time of his life, peeking this one right now. Artfrost left there with the AWP to watch over it. Instead, the rifle is stationed back towards connector. Paravision have Metasport boxed into the nexus of the map. Peek from Nilo is so well timed, but the trade is there. The safety net was already sewn together. Plopsky, the last one left, not for the first time, without a chance here at all. Does get one onto Patsy, that's as far as it goes. Paravision tie things right back up.
Nine all, back and forth. How impressive has it been from both? I feel like Metasport definitely had a chance to take a bit of a lead. But here we are. Not long left for both teams to claim this first map. Then again, I will say for Metasport, at the end of the day, it's not their map pick. You know, Anubis is their selection in this BO3, so I feel like win or loss, despite it very much being a possibility that you can close this map out, at least you know, no matter the result here, you've got a map that you are very decent at coming up next. You know, you haven't got to worry in map 2 as much as you are in map 1.
Just feels all too similar, Ryan. Paravision getting back into this second half, allowing Metasport to have their way with things. Saying that, it was through no easy path that they found those 3 rounds in a row. So many close situations. 4v2s. Relentless forcing from Paravision to try and achieve it. Tactical timeout used. The pick of the CTs could steadily be heading their way. A mixed investment from Metasport here. Looks like they're just gearing towards another fast push. We know how that went in mid. And it's Alpha on the A site that could be the one to stop them again.
Oh, Patsy, got to be careful. It's through the corner of the box. Doesn't
Here he
take
is.
too much damage for it, but they're pushing in. Alpha, a double, a hat-trick of frags. Once 4, USP will be denied by Patsy's rifle. But Paravision scoop up the lead. 10-9, double digits for them.
Alpha having a great individual game and playing such a strong position right now where he can be that quick A rotate from connector. You saw the pathing. It was Patsy which took the initial dink to the face. But with the guns that Metasport had, couldn't convert that into a kill outright. Now onto Glocks. This is where Paravision really want to put the distance between the two. In terms of what Metasport want to try and do here, see if they can find an opening, maybe get a bomb plant, something to just add some extra util to the belt, line things out. It's a shot in the dark. Paravision have taken this one by the horns, but we can't say we didn't see it coming.
I say Metasport need to fire out something spectacular in the next, and already as you touched on, the money isn't going to be in the best place in the world. One thing for them, I think, most noticeably, Harry, is the fact that we've yet to see an AWP, if I'm not mistaken, from Lumi in this second half.
Yeah, he's not really been leaning into it as heavily as Chiquinho would have, for example. Do you know what I mean?
No.
When you
Yeah.
have to directly compare him to the player that he's replacing. With this Metasport team being much changed, this round's a right wash. No reason to give it any more stock than it deserves. 11 Paravision now. A couple more opportunities for Metasport to keep them in this. They'll have guns here. Loss bonus will be maxed at 3,400 should they lose. The big thing as well is when you come into a round with, like that with Glocks where you've not even forced a half buy, you can't cause any kind of damage, not even thinking about the economy of Paravision because they're so far out of the woods by now. Just for your own personal confidence, to give yourself something to go off, there's really not much to work with. Coming into this round, bottomed out.
Paravision aggressing in middle. That
Huge
is,
kill.
I'll come back to that. I'll touch on that in just a second. Nice frag from Patsy. Let's get the 4v4. Art Frost confident he can do it with the AWP, but a HE will finish the job. Advantage in the favour of Paravision. Minute and 13 to go. Beltranok nose pressed to the top of middle. Just waiting at the corner, hoping that Metasport are going to try and re-clear it.
Yeah, Metasport's mid-game has been nowhere near as elusive as Paravision. They knew where Plopsky was. They plopped an aid on his head. Simple as. Book shut. Now a 4-on-3. Metasport growing in number towards the B side. Kick out here, the veteran. Needs a sequence that could close the map and may just have the job done for him. So many teammates arriving. Artfrost cuts in the queue, wants a piece of the action, a slice of the pie. Kick out here to take the rest for himself with the AK, only good for one. Patsy finishes the job. A brilliant team effort from Paravision. All of the pieces in the right place. The read was there. The A reclear so strong. Metasport running on fumes in the late portion of this map as Paravision string together yet another round in a streak of 4.
Art Frost just having a gulp of the Starbucks this morning as well. Say this morning, it's 12 for us, so it must be what, like 2
I mean,
PM
you
at
should
least
see,
for him?
you should see how big the cup is that Sepek's got right there. It's big as him.
12-9. It is map point Paravision.
Time for Metasport to wake up and smell the coffee.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but 3 in a row and it starts on this buy. I do not fancy their chances. Patsy waits. The executioner. Sapek will trade out. All Patsy misfired. No frag for him. M4 of Alpha left to try and pick up the pieces. Art Frost sits shallow to the flash. A second for Art Frost. And it all collapses in favour of Paravision. And while Metasport for 90% of the game could go toe-to-toe with Paravision on their pick and Mirage.
The way which they approached it, I think it's fair to say Paravision winning out the mid-duels on both the T side and CT side. Connector was so hotly contested, but one-way traffic, in my eyes at least. 13-9, a respectable scoreline for both, I think, coming out of the end of that one. Into Anubis, it could be our decider here if Metasport aren't able to give us a better showing.
Yeah, definitely. And as you say, you know, it's now time to sort of touch base with the reality of all of this. I think you've got to realise that, well, now we're a map down. Sure, you can do something on your pick, and I don't think there's any denying that Metasport are a capable enough team of taking on this Paravision side on their selection. Of course, Anubis up next. But yeah, I'm not so confident after that it's going to be as easy as maybe we once thought.
Yeah, look, Paravision targeted the veto with one of Metasport's weakest maps, their weakest map, I should say, and the one which they've been most consistent on, speaking for Paravision here. So, there was only really one way on paper that this should have been destined to go. Metasport like to create issues. They're on that 6-game streak, like we said before, so absolutely no reason they can't continue to build that momentum. The rating that they have on HLTV right now is very deceiving of the quality, the underlying quality that this team has. But Anubis should be a different ballpark. We're going to have to cross that bridge when we get to it. But for now, we're going to head to a short break. said about it before. Look, it doesn't have to be the be-all and end-all, but sometimes felt like they were just lacking a little bit of control, especially towards mid a lot of the time. So whether that could have been an asset, it's hard to say, but it certainly looks like was an opportunity missed by them going into Anubis. I'm sure that we should, see plenty more of that, to be honest, because this is another great map for, playing the AWP, as most of them are. But, jokes aside, this would be the place to do it. And if we don't get it, and there seems to be similar issues, then it's just a simple solution in my eyes, not necessarily papering over the cracks, but a means to an end.
Yeah, and to be honest, for Metasport and, well, for the viewers' sake more than anything, I'd love to see a third map between these two teams. You look at the stats on Ancient. I know I'm looking a little into the future right now, but it's very even. It was always that Paravision had a slight advantage in terms of win rates and history on Mirage. It is that Metasport have slight advantages when it comes to win rates and sort of friendliness, I guess, on the map of Anubis. And then on Ancient, both teams with very similar maps played, both teams more or less identical win rates. Like, it would be a pretty fun game to watch, in all honesty, Harry. But the hurdle between here and then is that Metasport need to get over the map 2 of Anubis. And sure, it is their pick, but it's one of those where if they don't come out of the gate swinging, we saw towards the end of that map how quickly Paravision can just take over a game, barrel rounds together, and sort of put means to end of the Metasport run on Mirage. They cannot afford to let that happen again, otherwise they'll be playing again in future.
100%. It's not something that you want to see. I think for everyone here, we're putting all eyes on Metasport. They have to face the music one point or another, or they're going to be going down into the 2-1 game, and that's where things start to get a little bit more uncomfortable, I think. Still, the names that we've got floating around in the mid-tier of contenders, scary. There are quite a few teams which sort of haven't hit the heights that they were expecting to, that could certainly still cause plenty of issues. I'm just sort of looking at it here, who we still have. I mean, one of Passion, UA and Eyeballers will be in that group. You've already got 9 who are sat there into the breach with their new team. We're talking rosters that have made it to the deep stages of playoffs. Obviously, organizationally, 9 won 2024, the sort of spring split that we had initially, different team entirely, but yeah, 2 teams which made rebuilds sort of more recently, or less recently I should say, than Metasport, that have had more practice time, that can punish you. So take the opportunities when you get them, when you're still on this streak of 6 games, because like I said, Paravision are going to be winning one which a lot of people would have thought, okay, Metasport are on a bit of a run, how much can they do to stop them here? At the same time, you look at the defeats which Paravision have had, stopping them from being on their own run. Very respectable teams, like you said. Sangal in there as well, and the other one, if I am not mistaken, was 3D Max, and we all know how good 3D Max can be on their day.
Yeah, and I think just to sort of add into that context a little bit more, for Paravision, right, you have a look at sort of placements in events, and I know technically this is a different event to the main Swiss, but I'm just going to run it as is. It's been a while, other than the CCT Europe Series 7, right? It's been a while since they've done very well in an event, right? Like, it's been quite a while since we've seen Paravision sort of top the sheets and impress, and so just in a contenders environment, of which they should be going, 3-0, 3-1, what is expected of them. I feel like for them, coming off the back of a CCT second place, being able to qualify well here in contenders, for the rest of this calendar year, Paravision will be in a spot where they'll feel a little more confident, can start to build bridges. And I mean, I think the Shanghai quali invites got announced. I'll have to for making it through, though. Let's make sure everyone knows that Metasport take to the T side first.
Not having the choice of it, of course. So
Yeah.
Paravision electing to start CT, unorthodox.
Interesting.
Carrying this one where they left off on Mirage. If pistols are anything to go by, though, Metasport winning every single one of them so far, getting off to a good start in that ambition. Belchenok catches the headshot. Nilo makes a mess of it, but will confirm what he already started. Gushed Alpha out of play. Metasport should be cleaning this one up pretty comfortably.
Nicely done from Kicker. Taps one back, but as you say, 4v3, this should just be a comfort win. There is no kits for the CT side, yet they still decide to go for it. Artfrost finds one. Dooley's drops. Last player low. Sapek says thank you. Metasport, good start.
Yeah, it's exactly the start that you want. But I will be refraining from getting excited at all about what we're seeing here, because not only is it just the pistol, which proved to be pretty fickle before for Metasport, it's also the T side. So you're expecting them to do pretty well here. Relying on them doing pretty well for their chances in this series. Important that they win that one though, so just checking the boxes one at a time. Flash in timing could be great, but the molly fans out just when it's required, and it's the MAC-10 that gets all of the damage, and more importantly, all of the cash. Plopsky up to 6.6k at the end of round number 2.
Yeah, no complaints there. Have themselves a beautiful little bonus here for Paravision. Of course, every penny spent. Plopsky, 3.5 grand. Nilo's at 3. Sapek, Lumi, 2k plus. Adam B's the poorest, and even he himself will have enough of Galil armor for you to in the next. So, a good spot to be in for Metasport, because they knew any damage they do here is irreversible to the Paravision economy, but Metasport could afford effectively the same buy again in the next.
Bit of proactivity from Paravision here. Flash into B. Footsteps heard. Nilo calling for support. It's Lumi right by his side, but Nilo can do it by himself. No issues. Sapek elsewhere, punching holes in the Paravision defense. The AWP does come out for Artfrost and holds the offensive line back a little bit longer, but they're extending elsewhere. Alpha loses his head, loses his life, and loses the A site in the process. This should be Metasport getting a third.
Seconds left. It's a scary one. Metasport have found themselves a vacant A site, and well, momentum is going to be the real kicker to this half of play now, Harry. Paravision that can't do much. Artfrost Sorp, sure, finds one, but is the only one in this round. Kick it with nothing. Belchenok, Patsy yet to frag. Alpha's only at 1. So it's nice to see that, you know, Metasport have found a way to neuter this defense quite early on.
Paravision bringing ideas to the table in terms of the limit testing that they want to do. Misshot Artfrost, that'll cost him his life, and could be his teammates as well. Kicker, really nice readjustment. Safe pair of hands to keep that AWP into the next. Adam's low, he doesn't want to chase. But financially, Metasport are sound here. They've built up so much bankroll early. In the best possible position coming out of 3 rounds that you could ask for, Ryan. This is a completely different Metasport to the one which we saw have many intervals at the start of their Mirage. On both sides, both campaigns.
Yeah.
The question I'll ask to you is, do you think that's more map specific, comfort specific? Or do they just need a little bit of time to gel into this series?
I think give him a little bit, you know? You can't call a map off this just alone. Can't even call a series after only seeing a map, you know? It was a close one as well. All in all, I think Paravision needs to start putting pen to paper soon, but you do give him a little bit of breathing room just to be like, you know what? It's fine if you lose the first gun buy, but let's think about the future here. You know, how many more of those can you take until this half becomes irrecoverable?
Yeah. This is the thing too. You look at the wins that they've had: 2 BO1s and then 4 BO3s. Only dropped 1 map across those 6 played. That was against Into the Breach. In that game, it was also Mirage, the opener. Into the Breach winning that one. The 2 maps which Metasport came back on, I'll let you guess. Both begin with A. One ends in Unchen and the other in Anubis. They've been here before. They know how to deal with this kind of situation. Already got themselves the opener. How much more does Artfrost want from his AWP?
Well, maybe now they're not just about thinking of keeping them, it's about spending them in this retake. Molly goes out, it was going to block off the main push, that's where most of the CT resources are. CT player itself of Alpha gets caught off, and well, that is it.
Surprised Artfrost is still hanging around, Ryan. Thought he would be the first one out the door with the rest of his team, because they've managed to pick up rifles, so they're going to be saving. Should be far enough away here. And he is. No damage taken. No damage done. But for Metasport, that's 4 rounds now. Similar position to the last 2 openers that we've seen. But Paravision have nothing to show for yet, so they're still very much on the back foot. Couple of small wins that they took in round number 4. Need to become something bigger now. This is the most important round of the half so far, in my opinion. I mean, every single one will be, but they get to a certain point of no return. We are by no means at that point yet. It's a long half and ultimately an unfavoured one, so you take those wins when you can. This upgrade of an AK to Belchernot could be exactly the catalyst they need.
B blocked off, but only for a few moments. We've spent 30 odd seconds of this round, and you can see already Metasport leaning quite heavily towards B. I think they've gone A one too many times for their liking, but it's mid where first blood is drawn, and it's Alpha that's walked solo into him.
Crazy part is too, you've got Artfrost holding this. You're trying to clear a deep corner for a little bit of info in mid round, but it's dry. No util, full contact. 4 on 4 now. Paravision should be outnumbered on B. Have managed to garner a little bit more space for themselves from CT, but Lumi is already so far advanced. Belchernot's gone. That's the AK missing. The A1S will get a little bit. Artfrost AWP, a little bit more. A hat-trick, in fact.
Wow.
3 kills from the AWP. Leaves it all said and done on the B site. No bomb plant either. Metasport kicked down the door and then didn't know what to do.
Insane. That is a fantastic turnaround, and I guess that pays dividends to keeping the AWP for so long, Harry. We saw Artfrost round by round just being like, I'm saving, I'm saving, I'm saving. And then he strikes brilliantly in a very important round as well. One that didn't look too great. Paravision lost a lot of space in middle. Had to lean on someone to step up, and who better than Artfrost, the man that conducted business well on Mirage. Looks to be one-upping himself here in the second.
Metasport go looking towards middle again. All the way through security at this point in time. Kicker has to hold the line. He can. Frost is here, there, and everywhere. AWP still upstanding. Straight to the dome piece of Plopsky. And quick onto Sapek to shut down the main play. Paravision bolstering back into this half with 2 very big rounds. And it's Frost again.
It's fantastic, isn't it? It is just... It's a delight to watch. Good AWPers, man. Like, it really, really is. Frost is just putting on a masterclass here. Obviously, you can see just at the bottom there below his picture, he's currently 10-3 in of itself. You know, in the first 6 rounds of a game, that is impressive. And you even turn to the likes of Mirage, quick check of the scoreboard there, and you'll see, you know, 18-11. He put in massive impact with the AWP there. He's doing the exact same here, and if that's going to be continually the case, I think Metasport needs someone else to rely on, a leaning of the shoulder, effectively, of their own. You know, we mentioned YaLLa an awful lot in the pre-show. I'd like to see him step up in this second map.
100%. Metasport have gone from having it all to absolutely nothing. 2 Deegs as well on a round like this, when you had players maxing out 7k. Flash into middle, didn't even need it. Plopsky wasn't blind, but Lumi is gone. Right with him. 3 boxed up and sent back to their deliverer. Paravision starting to post results of their own now. That is 3 in a row. Metasport going back to old ways. It's tough to watch. I think especially after how good they looked starting this one out. Doesn't feel like anything lasts much longer than the round. Do you know what I mean? Again, it is a momentum-based thing. It's hard to really look at it any other way because they find so much success and all of a sudden it's tossed.
Well, good start for Adam B. Plopsky was the man to take face in middle. Not to mention that there was a kill before that as well. 5-on-3 for Paravision. Oh, a missed molly. Plopsky would have heard that, and that's why they're trying to teeter in towards A-bomb, alongside 2 more moving through the mid of the map. There's 2 coming from main, but to be fair, Paravision have gambled correctly.
Oh, they have. Players are here. That is where they could be put to rest, though. Frost, the last one, and as soon as that first AWP peak fails to connect on the way back through, you thought it was done. Still won't go out without a fight, though. Nilo does close it. 5th for Metasport. Took them a few rounds to do so. Still, they are the ones which lead, looking to build on that advantage. Paravision can go through a couple more buys before we get to the point where it looks like they are going to be the dominant force from this first half, because that's still up for debate.
Definitely. Metasport should be winning this half. We know what the T side of Anubis is like, Harry. Everyone at this point has seen it, especially in 2. How strong it can be, but the question is by how much. And well, a good start yet again. M4A1S looking to cut out some more bodies, but it's the kicker M4 towards water that needs to do more work. And well, Frost is there to trade, and somehow it's collapsed into a 2v2.
Flash through dark, bomb left. 1-on-2 for Lumi. Now this is a big chance for him to try and make things look good. Coming into a role, a demanding role with a name that had been there for the duration. The building blocks on Metasport. There's one of the first gone on Paravision. Shot lands to Alpha. Steps running away. Here's this. Turns around and lands the shot onto Frost as well. That's brilliant from Lumi. Standard stuff, but hitting the shots that he needed. There we have it.
Yeah, I guess for Lumi, he was quite the silent figure in map 1, right? He went 12-18, the second bottom of the scoreboard. Nice to see that he turns up the heat in a round that could sculpt the rest of this half from 4-0 to 4-3, but Metisport seem to be able to stretch their legs a little bit here more on the T side. Not long left in this first half. Paravision, a finite amount of investments between here and half time, and I think they themselves know probably want a few more than just 3.
Moments like that can make all of the difference. Metisport having a torrid time so far. Slowly but surely getting themselves there. Flashback through to make matters worse. Belchenok had a twist to the tail. 2 kills on the back foot again. 3 on 5. And all 3 of those players can only account for themselves in main. There is nowhere to go and mid is compromised.
Yeah, locked out of everywhere more or less. Paravision have scooped up all the control outside A. They're boxed in on B. It is a 2v5. Oh, that was deceiving. That's Artfrost's picture, but it was on Kicker. And then I thought somehow he was playing with no arms on the desk. Alpha's found another 4-on-1. Sapek has got work to do. And, well, I'm on a mission. Not long left. That is just insanely careless from Belchenok.
Is what it is, right? Paravision, round all the same. Who cares? Get yourself in the conversation. 4 rounds. 1 more, and I think you're already pretty happy with how this CT side has gone. And I tell you what, it only takes 1 quick look at the screen to know that that may be coming around sooner rather than later. Metisport not able to fully crack the site. This is the thing. Paravision have been calling these rotates. They've had bodies on the line. Metisport are needing to choose their openings a little bit more. Sapek's changed glasses. Don't know if you saw that. It's gone from the mug to the clear variety. Too much coffee, perhaps. The jitters. Now we need to get back on the life juice, the pure H2O. Calm themselves down a little bit. Metisport very antsy in this round, though. It is Glocks into the M4. Not a bad trade at all, in fact. That's brilliant work. Lumi adds another. It's a 2-on-2.
Patsy's in a good position to strike here if Metisport had committed towards B. But it's smart making of decisions that can lead to these rounds being won. And a big swing in Metisport's favour now is that, well, they've got 2 players left alive. Lumi, I know he's the AWPer of the team, but I think it'd make more sense for them to switch weapons right now. Adam B being low, you just, especially with players with no Kevlar, Glass Cannon is probably better on the low HP. Nonetheless, 38 seconds. This freeze has put the spanner in the works. Paravision don't know where Metisport are ending. But it's going to have to be Patsy that's engaged towards B.
There is way more obscurity around the B side of the map right now in terms of where Metisport could have entered the site. You've got Quicker, as its name says, quick on the uptake through Temple. It's going to be in position nice and early. Patsy as well, coming out of dark, but it's 1v1s which we're being given here on both sides, and actually Adam B is the more isolated of the 2. Patsy back turned, smoke dropped onto the bomb, trying to figure out what's going on. Jump straight in for the defuse. Kill picked up on his teammate. HE is everything, and they've actually won the round. I don't know how on earth that has happened.
I was going to say the HE was not thrown in time. It was never going to work for Adam B. He didn't have to throw that HE. He needed to just spam. He waited way too long to pull it out and hold right click. And that has what just cost them.
That's crazy. It just didn't look like there was enough time to get the defense line in, but the kit is so quick.
Yeah.
And the way that they lose that, incredibly frustrating. You've got to remember, Metisport didn't come in with much, but the fact that it's another round loss when you threw your hat in the ring gave us a real reason to believe. Taking stock of Paravision, they're in such good shape right now.
least an advantage for Metaport in this round. I feel like the Swedes would feel robbed if they don't win this half. Best they can do is 7-5. I think it's very similar stories to Mirage, where, sure, even if that is the case and they do manage to make that a reality, it could have been so much worse.
Belchernok
could
has
have made this so much more one-sided.
a lot on his plate. It's just too much to digest. He gets chewed up and spat out by Metasport. A 7th round for them, sparing some kicker heroics, which could very well be cut short by a tapping Sapek. 7-5, they will keep the advantage, but it's narrow, Ryan. I think the big difference on that final round is that Paravision had excelled on the CT side when they were able to keep a little bit of extra control, whether that was flashing into dark for an advanced peak, keeping the numbers up in the backside, the anchor. As soon as you see Artfrost, I believe it would have been, go down there, it's really, really difficult to do too much more. Slight tech issue before we hop into the second half, but if Paravision were going to find a first pistol of this series, it could very well be the last we play.
Now we play the patience game for this tech pause. Life of online Counter-Strike, I guess. Same thing happened in the first map, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. That's the thing, though. Metasport, in winning the pistol, sort of gave themselves a little bit of a lead. Paravision just so quick to match it. Not really allowing there to be too much headroom for the Swedes right now. They'll be looking to win this one, but as I said before, if Paravision were to win a pistol, this would be it. Nelo just about able to get 1 damage from his teammate. That's a double up from Paravision. It's only Lumi left, and he's got to be careful here. He is the man with the kit. You lose it so far away from the action and the smoke. 5 HP with all of the tools. The Worksman needs to show some caution, or this very quickly becomes problematic.
A couple of low HP players on this Paravision side, but this is the Paravision we know and love. It's classic CIS Counter-Strike, way too calculated, very slow, because they know Metasport are going to go wandering somewhere, someplace, and it's Patsy that gets delivered the freebie in water. Now they're just going to head towards A, smoke towards the glass position. And, you know, I hate calling rounds before they are done, but in the 4v2, I think everyone knows that there is little to no chance that this round will fall in Metasport's favour, especially when they are moving the opposite direction from where the bomb is planted.
Smoke, Kit. You really want to chance it in the next? Who knows? I think it's worth it right now. The writing was on the wall. I said it. Paravision keeping Metasport close for comfort. This pistol round was the most important, really. Their own map selection. Keeping themselves in the game. To just take a step back and talk about Anubis as a map for both of these teams historically. Paravision played it a lot in the playoff stage of Compass earlier this year. The one map in particular that I am thinking of, I'm just trying to remember who it was against. Sort of leave me for a second to figure that one out.
Yeah,
it was against another. It was against another one of the CIS teams, and I think that was when they finally started to fall short. I think it was BetBoom actually, like towards the main event.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because of course we saw them twice. And that's when things were a bit more dicey for them. But Metasport, I mean, this has been a good map for them in the past. At the same time, it's one of those ones where when they were on that great run that we talked about before, you were super heavily reliant on your anchors stepping up and a few moments of brilliance. That sort of over-reliance on certain step-ups rather than anything else. That's my take on it, at least.
Well, the gap is down to 1, Harry. And while we have been yapping on, there is a round in play. Paravision looking to circle in towards this B site. Metasport not with great weaponry, but I was going to say close quarter combat is where those pistols could exceed, unfortunately for them. Beltranok and Kicker all too aware. For the remaining 3, this should just be a straight save.
Yeah. It's starting to get ugly, Ryan. Force buy from Metasport as well around the extra util, the residual that they had in the previous. And if there's anyone that knows it, hunting down these ecos, it would be Alpha. Does go, right there with him. There's no time left to try and have a go at this one. They are simply containing Paravision from where they stand, but there may well be no one left to tell this story. Frost hanging around in main. Detonation will trunk the HP. Metasport smelling blood in the water, in for the kill. Patsy's such a long rotation to get in a position to actually help his teammate. Art Frost lives a little longer. 7 each, that's the equaliser.
You say it's the equaliser, but the implications of that, Harry, is that it's worth a little more. Metasport, to be fair, with better guns than they came into the round with. For all intents and purposes, this is an eco. No HE. But it should be an 8 for Paravision.
Oh, it really should. Paravision have been playing this game the whole time, though. And in terms of what they're doing well, they have a very set way of playing the game. Fake that you're defaulting, play it slow at the start, and then just execute with 4 players through the choke. You've got Alpha in a really strong lurk right now to cut the rotations. Mac 10 maybe not the best of guns to do it with, but against what you're facing here on Metasport, more than enough. They will continue to chip away here, the Swedes, but Paravision are standing their ground for now. Everyone hitting the shots that they need to. There is the Mac 10. Sapek dispensers of it. Alpha's time is cut short as the round drags on. Plenty of them low. The healthiest you've got is Art Frost on 38. Should be getting themselves out of dodge, and Plopsky doesn't want to challenge this anyway because he's holding precious cargo. That AK is the best chance that Metasport will have at winning the next round.
Looks scary at one point, but Metasport can't quite consume the Paravision investment in its entirety. A lot of damage and 1 kill, but unfortunately, in a game like Counter-Strike, that is all bark, no bite. As we head into round 16, another one of those where you look at it and you're like, man, this is a big swing round for both teams, right? This is a chance for Metasport to get back into the game, or it's a classic Paravision move. We saw it late in Mirage, where enough momentum and they will just roll over this Metasport side.
Yeah. I was spreading misinformation, actually. The Anubis that Paravision lost, that was against 3D Max in the playoff stage. Oh my god, what a shot from Lumi. Plucks Kicker right out of play. It's a map that they've always been pretty strong contenders on, but Metasport are happy to steal this one away for themselves. Molly will spread to Sapek, but he's in good company right now in backside. Nilo is low, but the health pool on the Metasport side is exactly that, healthy. Paravision will run down the clock for the last minute or so. Should be calling it quits. Should be the operative word, of course. Artfrost won't get away with this AWP. Adam B has him. He is dead to rights. An 8th for Paravision is immediately met with an 8th from Metasport. Maybe we counted them out a little too soon.
Okay, nice shot from Alpha. You say? Got to give it a chance, but same can be said for Alpha. If he had the bomb on his back, this round would be very, very different. Finally cut out of the round by Nilo, but yeah, nice couple of kills from Alpha, keeping the economy in check. But unfortunately for Paravision, with the amount that they've lost, this buy, sure, you see 2 AKs and an AWP being brought in. There's going to be 2 players with very little weaponry at the bottom of it. Never mind that. Patsy's just said, yo, screw utility, guys. Let's just play the rifles. And that's exactly what's happened here.
Yeah. Gun game after all. Kicker can afford to be the human util machine. The vendor. Ooh, what is that? Just running straight across. Artfrost, Patsy, all finding value. And the guns certainly seem to be working out. Nothing wrong with the call. If Adam B isn't careful here, there are 4 players, 5 even, waiting on the other side. Sapek's already gone clearing B. This is where Metasport should be setting up for their A defense. In terms of what they have, though, it's very passive control. Giving over a lot of room, focusing on Sapek being, was about to say the flanking player, but he's routed through mid instead. So now they know exactly where Paravision are. There's no split. It is an execute into 3 players. Adam B taking damage. Util which they had is starting to pour out. Artfrost still 2 flashes to get them in. Not blinded up. Nilo's in the corner. Manages to find the first. The rest are there with it. Pistol doing work. Again, Belchanok. How does he do it? I just don't know. Sepek is the one which needs the double now, though, more than anything else, to keep Metasport in this one. Paravision have them honest. And in the corner, there's nowhere to go. Alpha ready for the chase. So many missed shots. As Sapek sits in the hot seat, he's getting burnt alive. The wide peak is met with a bullet to the brain. Alpha adding the 9th to Paravision's tally.
Yeah, look, Alpha's the man that got the final kill, Harry, but I think there is, even though the man is currently 2nd bottom of the scoreboard for Paravision, there is no denying that Belchanok's the Eagle is just dominant.
It's
again,
different,
as
man.
you say, that is what, the 4th round now, where he's found at least 2 with the Deeg, or a pistol, I should say. It's incredible. It really is. And Paravision now, you can see the round history. 5 rounds played in this second half. They've won 4 of them. And now I think they realise, well, hold on a second, you know, Metasport 3-round loss bonus. They won't have enough directly to go for a full buy. They might just eco here. Let's use 30 seconds, talk about our game plan. You know, what do we want to do to make sure we don't give Metasport another chance? Just lock this one in 2-0.
We're all thinking it. Mixed investment. This is the thing too. You can take risks on the CT side, but never in the way that the T side can. In terms of just being able to afford the cheaper rifle, no util, run in, and find the kind of results that they did. Take those fights. Yeah, you've got Deagles, but you're missing Belchanok, so how much are you going to find? I don't know. One flash on Plopsky, but that's towards A. So not really too much that can be done in terms of initiating this duel. In saying that, Sepek managing to find Patsy there.
Yeah.
And Alpha is on the mid-hold, so there's no one else canals. That's all the dark control. Kicker will have the flank on 2 players. Brilliant lineup. And the bomb is not committed either, so it can rotate. This is where the CTs choose to take their fight. A gun upgrade from Belchenok's body. 3 versus 2 when the dust settles.
Yeah, bomb's already made its way over to A. It's ran right through the heart of the map. And I've got to say...
So vigilant.
Yeah, it's really well played in the mid-round from Paravision, but Patsy going for that peak is silly in the kindest way possible. I think you've got to look at it as is and realise, well, sure, you've got Kickert sat at the back of water. His job isn't to push in with you. He's holding water. He's holding the A push. And you've just ran in solo dark, died, and given up a free weapon. I think you've got to look at that a little more seriously than what is. Of course, sure, Paravision, it's all, you know, smiles and happiness because they've won the round, but you've got to nitpick a little bit here, Harry, and certainly would not want to be fighting the most rounds from a 4v5.
No. Well, these are small tweaks to Paravision's game which can further optimise what we already know to be true. Double digits confirms it. The first team of the 2 to break it. There was a point in time where Metasport could be set for a similar scoreline in the first half, if we're being real, because they look like it. But Artfrost's AWP came online at the right time, delivered a big moment. Lumi had one of his own, to give credit to the youngster. Now Metasport getting through their tactical timeouts. This is the first that we've seen from them, Ryan, which is crazy to say because I think something which was absent on Mirage was real momentum blockers. Ways for them to reassess the situation where they wanted to keep playing and get back into it, but you really have to strike a fine balance between giving your opponents more opportunities and improving on your own read if you feel comfortable that you've got the right lay of the land, because it's been a couple of these key jewels which have ultimately made all of the difference.
Eight. Talk about crunch time, Harry. This is it for Metasport. Got to realise that this game lies in the balance, specifically in this round. Lose this, and Metasport have to fight more or less for OT rather than a win. And considering it was their pick, I think we expected a little bit of a higher quality. Shot from Lumi misses, and that's bad. He's going to get overran. All sorts of util flying his way. The man will not make it out alive. Not just 1, but 2 for Kicker. Belchenok's come charging through middle. He's found another. And just like that, 2v3. Sapek just about claims the mid push. But when the dominoes fall, it is both teams left with only 2 players alive.
Yeah, but Metasport retaking only through camera here. Nowhere else really for them to go. Patsy has the off angle, watching this brilliantly. Nilo goes down. Kicker yet to be revealed. The timing is his to take. The ball is in Paravision's court. They are a couple of rounds away now from that main Swiss stage again.
Eight now.
The util game in the previous round there was really important as well. Not just the absence of mid control from Metasport. It felt like Lumi had the right idea. Put the molly up just as the smoke was clearing. Hold A main a little bit longer. But couldn't find the shots when they needed it. It's just completely overwhelmed through the midsection. I don't know if it's a lapse in communication or just being unable to have enough firepower, stopping power there. And look, they have invested so many bodies towards this right-hand side as a result.
Molly lobbed in, Kicker. Just having a bit of a spam. I've got to say, the amount of bodies between Paravision and the A site is insane.
This is something that they should be aware of, though, especially after the last round where there were so many gaps. YaLLa knew about at least one of these players, heard the hissing of his own molly earlier. Now they take the fight. Anubis with just the one. And here is that mid-control again. Plopsky getting a solo kill. Only Adam is left. A brilliant Mirage from him, but on Anubis, it gets no better for Metasport. Paravision poised for 12, sparing a Sapek masterclass in the clutch. And he can't even find the gun to get it going.
He's got an AWP.
It's an AWP.
I was going to say, is this now where you realise, well, if that was an AK, maybe you do go pushing a smoke and trying to find an opening frag, but with an AWP, you have to wait for it. So now does this just turn into a save? He's kitless in this retake. He's got a molly and a smoke, to be fair. And if he drops the molly...
It's not a 10-second timer.
No, that's not the place that I wanted to see that Molotov go. I was going to say, if it goes main, drops the smoke on the bomb, you know, it's only Patsy that can really fight for it, because Beltranok's so low, he can't take a tick to it. And, well, it being spended in heaven and finding nothing means that, yes, indeed, the save is the call. And it is map, series, qualification, point Paravision.
Very slim win condition there, but that's the route that you had to take. Cojones out the wheelbarrow, smoke on the bomb, molly in the main choke. Yeah. Get on that defuse and hope that 10 seconds is enough. But this is the point that we've got to for Metasport now. That's what you're hoping for. They did a pretty decent job to grind it down to the situation, as it were. Sapek in that situation. That main fight has been a real struggle point for them in the last couple of rounds, and you've seen the different ideas they've tried to bring to the table in terms of what the adaptation looks like. It's another timeout now to try and give it to them, but only one round on the CT side. Paravision electing to start on the CT themselves. That decision has paid off.
Four in a row to go for Metasport. Cannot make a mistake, cannot falter. And if they don't, they cannot make the main Swiss today.
The thing too is, this is the golden opportunity. There are a couple of more teams in there, young and hungry, that will want it just as much as the next team. As I said before, 2-1 as it stands. Yeah. 9, 1 win, Sinners, ITB. The first and last of those names. Again, projects not without their changes, but with more time than Metasport. And a couple more quality, I would potentially argue. On their day, Metasport, one of the best in Tier 2 that we have, but it's not been the brightest in the office for them. Things do start to get better, but in saying that, the last one left on B is Plopsky, and he's hanging on by a thread. Their grasp on this game will continue to loosen. Paravision on the site now. Bomb not yet planted, but the utility in place to allow them safe passage. Adam and Lumi.
Oh. Delayed even longer with the second molly. Kicker's got a HE as well. He knows that could do damage. Alpha's posted up in B main. He knows he's just going to wait for the bomb defusal. He lets the dark players do all the talking first. Flashbang's delaying even further. Metasport got to make a move.
Adam B has the smoke and the flash. New faces and old side by side to keep Metasport in this one. And they're starting to do so. In fact, it is a valiant effort, but may not be enough. Lumi has landed the shot in terms of time, plenty of it. Metasport can carry on for another. Their efforts will not be in vain, and it's Lumi which will add another clutch to his expanding collection.
I mean, fantastic work, but you've got to wonder, 3v2, how are Paravision not closing that round out? Main player gets dropped very easily. I don't know if Alpha's peeking or what happened there. I was more focused on the dark side and the dark hold. I don't know. That is a shame to see, because now, as I was saying for Metasport, when, you know, the clock struck 11, they didn't have much wiggle room financially, and that's the same for Paravision here. It does work out neatly for them. Buy-in 22, Eco 23, buy-in 24. But ideally, you don't want to get there. You don't want it to come down to a knife's edge. Close out with a little more comfort. And while Lumi, timing not on his side. Molly dropped, but it will go for only one, and it's beyond the grave for Adam B. 4v3, strength in numbers. Paravision will take to the A site and look to take this game.
We felt it coming for quite some time. It was not a foregone conclusion, but Metasport unable to change their own destiny. Flash in, this is the cue for Belchanok. He has been
performance, especially on Anubis. I think for Metasport, honestly, there is a world in which they trade maps there. I think a couple of mistakes on Mirage, lost against a few pistol rounds. I think the second round they lost twice in that series. Both games could have been a lot closer. We're talking OTs, we're talking pinching away Mirage. It could have been 2-0 Metasport in all honesty, and I think they'll know that as well. They equally deserve to have had a shot at winning that series. But yeah, it's Paravision that pull off a fantastic 2-0 scoreline. Ancient not needed, this series done in two, and it is Paravision, as you say, with a foot through the door and have made their way through to the main Swiss here in the YaLLa Campus Circuit. Summer 2025 welcomes its first guest to the main Swiss, and for Metasport, well, they'll get another try again soon.
Yeah, both of these teams were invited to that stage last time around, or I believe Metasport were one of the unbeaten teams in contenders. They're not able to match it here. Paravision invited. They get back in the mix with the new roster. Things looking really great for them. And look, I'm excited to hear from Belchanok, who we should have coming up in an interview very soon as well, because I thought he looked brilliant. Genuinely one of the most exciting talents I think that we've got in this circuit at this point in time, depending on, you know, who else pops into the fray. But for now, being the first of those teams to go unbeaten in our contenders stage Swiss, was really liking the CS that he was playing for us. Had so many high impact moments in rounds where it felt like Paravision were going to give up the round, and look, a couple of those, and yeah, it's a completely different story. They trade the maps, like you said. This could, I don't want to go so far as to say it could have been a Metasport 2-0, because I think Paravision handled a lot of situations with grace, where otherwise perhaps other teams would have rolled over and been beat. But in patches, they looked almost perfect, untouchable at times. So really looking forward to seeing more of them and what Belchanok can sort of add to that.
Yeah, and not to mention, I guess for the narrative is that the Paravision side makes main Swiss after taking the Metasport streak away from them. They were on a 6-match win streak heading into this, 4 BO3s and 2 BO1s. It is now put to an end. And you know, win streaks don't exactly do anything in terms of rankings or points or anything like that. It just looks nice next to the name. But for Metasport now, I think realizing what's in front of them, got to attack this contender stage one more time. At least they'll you know, have another shot against supposedly an easier team. You know, it's going to be easier playing a 2-1 team rather than a 2-0 team. It's the like of 9-1 win Sinners and ITB, as you said already there. One of Eyeballers and Passion will join them at the end of the day. But for the Paravision side, excuse me, which we'll catch an interview, as you said, with just in second. As you say, I don't think you can fault them. I don't think you can say directly it should have been 2-0. I think there's a world in which if Metasport turn up the heat just a little bit, you know, and don't make that critical mistake, I think happened twice on Mirage, where they lose to pistols, SMGs, whatever the combination is. You know, it's allowed every now and again, but when scorelines are that close, Harry, that is the difference maker between winning and losing. And I think Metasport will be kicking themselves that they didn't win at least one of those two.
100%. And we get a look at the scoreboard here as well before we move over to our interview. A 2-0 for Paravision. Loving life right now. Metasport, a rare loss in recent times. That is the end of their six series win streak, I guess you could say, right? They played 2 BO1s, 4 BO3s, and they fall in their 5th and final on that run. In terms of standout performers here, Belchanok, of course, had his moments. He's the one we were talking about a lot, being one of the newer additions here, but I mean Alpha as well, topping the charts, 37 and 29. Adam B had a decent performance, to be honest. You know, he played very well on the Metasport side of things. All of them fairly close in terms of it, less than 10 kills between the top and the bottom, but just not quite able to find the result across both maps.
Yeah, as you say, tough pill to swallow. I think for Paravision's sake now, of course, as I said, their focus is on the rest of this year. By the looks of things, I did have a check. I don't think they did make the Shanghai close quali. So for them, it's going to be a lot of open circuit grinding, you know, thinking about the future. This team, this iteration of it at least, is looking a lot better than the last Harry. And just, I guess, as an upward trajectory thought, is that, you know, heading into 2025, when you've got the likes of Art Frost pulling off sort of the performance that he just had, Belchernot chiming in as well. Alpha had a brilliant map 1 of Mirage and continued to show that in map 2. I think for me, this is a very scary side. And you know, Kickert really upped the game in map 2 as well. Patsy, I think, fell off a cliff a little bit, a couple of individual mistakes, but you can't expect everyone to sit happily in the green every single BO3. And I think when we were talking about Metis Port in the beginning of this matchup and saying, you know, this is a side that you've got 5 players to rely on, it felt like that narrative actually better fit the Paravision side. It felt like Metis Port today, you know, you look at Adam B +2, and then Metis Port for the rest of them, Nilo -6, Plopsky -5, Lumi -8, Sapek -10. Didn't really feel like there was much give for that Metis Port sort of team that we talked about in the pre-show.
Unfortunately, there won't be an interview. Belchernot onto bigger and better things, apparently. Right? He has literally one-tapped us there. It's not going to be happening. We're going to have to... it's just like the one time I've actually said we've had an interview as well, and then we end up not getting it. So we'll have to wait until the second series, perhaps. Who knows who we'll be speaking to. Is it going to be someone from Passion UA, or is it going to be someone from Eyeballers? That's a question that we ask. Our second series of the day, and our second team to make it to the main Swiss stage will be confirmed in a couple of hours. A break coming up for you first, though, before we return, so don't go anywhere.
what's going on. I think for me, it kind of feels set up very similarly to that of the other Swedes in Metisport in the previous series, Harry. And it's like, look, they are a team that didn't get here by fluke. They are a team before beating DMS, and that was only on Monday.
Food for thought. Passion UA on the CT side, a chance to put their foot down. JW already beats the smoke trap. There is another laying in wait. These CTs are hungry to try and take fights. You've still got, by the side of Jambo, Fear in support. JW has made the opener on B now, and there is room for the Eyeballers players to stretch their legs on this top side of the map. Still S-Chiller to try and guard the cross, but he's the next one to go. JW carrying on, as usual, the highest rated player on the Eyeballers team amidst all the youngsters and the firepower that they possess. He is the one that leads the charge, that leads them into this pistol. Passion just got to give it up.
Yeah, it's a shame. This is the Inferno we know and love. A lot of saving, a lot of calculated sort of chances. You try and work things out, and you know, is it worth going for? It's one of those maps quite hard to breach back in, whatever. You know how Inferno plays out if you're here on the stream. And,
yeah.
Well, there you
like I
have
said
it.
before,
It
not
is-
the same Inferno which JW was used to back then, but he's the only one that has any real involvement in terms of kills in this round. A 2-for-1 trade, but you're happy to take it. More than anything, I think it's just the changes to economy that have affected the map itself and how you want to try and play it.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking of, Passion putting that money exactly where their mouth is. The call has been made. 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and a FAMAS to try and make something happen. It's the phase mid-smoke again. There are players behind it. Already is the cross for Zero fix, but JW shuts it down. Jambo trades. That's all for now.
Through the smoke goes Jambo. It's a force buy, of course, from Passion. A couple of save weapons. I think they were just trying to pinch away the pennies of this Eyeballer's investment, and so far a 1-for-1 is fine. Jacasmo going aggressive here. Now, this could pay dividends if it's Poi that doesn't react and just gets shot square in the head. Pepsor's moving into apartments as well, thinking about it at least. It's very unsure right now. Eyeballers know that anyone pushing alone could be treading on very thin ice against these pistols.
Definitely. That will only become more and more the case as they move in towards B. Peek from Jambo. Slight slip in the discipline. It is punished by Heap and Pepsor. Now calling for the rotation. Not Pepsor, in fact, that guy's been in apartments for half the round. But they do make their way over onto A now. It's a site which has got to be given over by Passion. That's the second round for Eyeballers.
Looked promising in the 4v4, didn't it? Thought that maybe the pieces were going to fall into place, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Happens. And welcome to Inferno. It's the second round in a row where we have to just time waste, effectively.
Yeah. While we have the time, I think it's important to speak about Passion, comparing them to Eyeballers, and that being a passion project, no pun intended, but this is also a labour of love, one from Premier League footballers in Zinchenko, an Ukrainian organisation, which is sort of few and far between, other than Na'Vi, of course, carving out a name for themselves right since the very beginning of Counter-Strike, some 25 years ago now. Especially with current affairs, I think, you know, it's not too often that you see these Ukrainian teams backed by an organization, and the faith that he's put into them, building the scene back up, brick by brick. So many youngsters with potential that we've seen, like Wrinkle, for example, go on to different teams, not be part of that, you know, Ukrainian fully national roster. But these guys are proving that they can do the business right in the upper echelons of Tier 2, and that's exactly, you know, what you want to see. It makes you happy to see the progress that they've made since we started watching. You know, the one change, Fear coming in, and a constant upwards trajectory, peaking where they are right now at 39th in the world. And that is a nice shot from the 5-7 of Zerafix. So a quick smash and grab that nets an AK for the defense, but they are thinning out the numbers here, Eyeballers, and taking the space off the back of it. JW was the probe, but now he is lost. Another trade in apartments, back again, 3-on-3. It's unrelenting here, Ryan.
Can't afford the same mistake than the previous. Especially Golden being 30 points of health and Pepsi only being at 70. This is dangerous for Heap. They meet in the smoke. Heap knows quicker. And he will spam through to find Fear. This 5-7 of Jack Asmo now needs to go huge. Double dink. He's just nailed 2 players to the ground. 1 more to go. Pepsor versus 2, and he just about finds it. Bomb will go down. Is there a spam to be met through the smoke? No, Jambo. Hold his nerve. Keeps his cool. Oh, but Pepsor's in the open. And Jambo will close out. Passion UA on the board in a very unlikely turn of events.
It's a huge clutch from Jambo to register the first round for Passion. They have liftoff now. 2 HP is all that's left to his name. Lots of trades. The majority of the fights take place on A. This is unreal from Jacasmo there to find 2. Keeps his teammates in it. Gives the job over to Jambo, and he's a safe pair of hands. It was through a sort of mixed investment, which meant that there was money on the way. And the CT side are looking a whole lot better now coming into this one.
It's a bit trickier for Eyeball. As you can see, the buy is still pretty strong. Poi on a Tech 9 though, and with no money beneath them. Eyeballers know the importance of this round. Keep them afloat financially. Good molly. Gonna block off the effective push. Jambo Zorp can stay posted, electing to move back a little bit though, and rightfully understanding, well, actually our AWP is better spent just locking down the site rather than trying the heroics.
JW AWP of his own though, and could very easily box in Jambo here as the aggression starts to come out on long from Eyeballers. Looking for the flash, Zerafix never arrives. JW scopes in instead and finds success. Poi at the double, upgrades to Tech 9. Eyeballers rolling with the punches and putting passion to the canvas. Bomb plant, 3rd round, extending their lead in the opener of this tie.
Round's done. Welcome to Inferno. I guess I'm going to say that every time we save now. It's just classic. Yep. And look, from a viewership POV, must admit, it is very boring, but tactically it does make sense.
Sure.
You know, Fear's got 3,200, Jack Asmo hasn't got enough to rebuy.
And
Fear could drop over 1, they can try and get a buy going.
To speak about the round that we've just seen as well, something that I did want to mention is JW stylistically on this Eyeballers team, still very much the same way that he used to be for those who have watched him play before. Sometimes he will just take matters into his own hands if they need a kickstart. He's going to take a peek on the AWP, whether that's on the T side, CT side. You see it from him a lot. And it's very smart tactical play as well to just be on that line, and then more often than not, it'll be him calling for the long play, because the opening pick comes from the AWP. It's Passion walking into it a little bit blindsided by the situation more than anything else. Still with a purchase of their own. Residual from the previous. JW on the angle, but now knows that Jambo could be here. Takes the shoulder. Opening pick.
It's a better start for Eyeballers again. Just walking away, this time man advantage. Minute left, Eyeballers now just playing a very calculative style of CS. No need to overstep. Bomb still in spawn, we've got a minute. We're just going to take a bit of control, a bit of space. Wait until someone calls, you know. It's time for us to make a decision.
So, what? That's a no-scope. Where's he? What?
No. He had his hand off of his mouse because he was itching his face, and then the flashbang came in. He's panicked so hard he swung, and then he's just managed to double entry into the site. Thank you very much. That is a hilarious turn of events for Heap.
No, I got confused by the kill feed. For some reason, I thought he's just no-scoped him there. No, he was blind. You're right. Not too often you see it actually happen. It's probably the reason why. Yeah, JW's on a tear right now, man. He is he's having a brilliant go at things. And this is something that you'll see from Eyeballers a lot as well. They do just full commit B, but a little naive from me earlier to have said it was Pepsor, one of the B push players, because 9 times out of 10, the round that we saw just before is the only exception to that. You're going to see him sat in apartments because he is just playing these lurk timings every single round. Caught out a little bit here by Eschiller, who's been able to get in play and stops himself from losing the FAMAS here as well. Eyeball is doing a brilliant job. It's not even like they're taking brackets control, for example. They're just getting up close on A, fighting the initial choke, the fights which are being given to them, then finishing on B.
Fantastic start for Eyeballers. We were saying, you know, this is a team that definitely can turn up the heat, and you feel like in a BO3 setting, it's one of those that you need to see Eyeballers win their picking. And if 5 rounds is a showcase to what we expect to see in this BO3, then certainly the Swedes are going to go toe-to-toe with the team that is ranked number 39 in the world.
Yeah.
Let's chill up, starting things strong, peeking in apartments, no trade. Pepsor's in, but for some reason, Poi is just sat completely passive and has just sold Pepsor out completely. Down a river, that man goes.
Five on 4. Passion again are going to be calling this rotation to stack the B site late round, and it's a good read, one which they've made a couple of times now. It's just Eyeballers have been able to fight their way from trouble. Do have the boost, but the smoke is there, prepared for it, and oh, that's not what you want to see. Jacasmo's died to the smoke! Are you kidding me? That's a much rarer kill icon. He was 1 HP, and the smoke was enough to finish the job. I can't believe it, man. That's how they find the entry? And then what? The rest are just going to fall one by one as Eyeballers build their empire. Round number 5. That's bonkers.
That's insane. Honestly, I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen that.
You see, this is where I think I'm crazy. First, I'm thinking that the blind is a no-scope. Now you've got me here thinking that he's just spammed him through the smoke, and it's like, wait, hang on a minute. He has just tossed it at him and he's died. Like, Jeez. That's the point we've reached.
Terrorists win.
Smoke kill lab. What a day. What a day.
We're only a quarter of the way into map 1, mate. There's plenty more to come.
I know. 5-1. Good start for the Eyeballers. Their pick of Inferno. Pinballing from strength to strength for Passion UA. It's been a pretty bleak CT side. And look, I don't want to cherry pick too much here, but I could swear that every single gun buy that Passion UA have brought forward, someone's bought too much in the previous round and has to take a deduction in weaponry. I mean, look at this. It's Zerofix this round that's on a FAMAS. I think, what, it was the boiler push from Fear that had to take a FAMAS in the last round. I mean,
to be
it's
fair,
working.
he keeps upgrading it, but I wouldn't mind him just staying on the FAMAS if it's that good. No gaps in this buy anymore now. Well, 3 players without a helmet, and Golden does have the A1S. Jambo's AWP is on B this time. Rather than peeking down mid, he's stationed on the site, locked in, ready for the duel. Barrel gives the game up. JW is the one that falls this time. Without his entry work, which has been sublime up until this point, whether it's smoke or sniper in his hands. 5 versus 3 for Eyeballers to digest, and with only 30 seconds, and Pepsor's apartment's control, which should be so expected at this point in time.
Try and have a look, wander out, see what he can find. There's limited time here. He's got the smoke out towards long. Push coming in from short. That's been thwarted by a Molotov. Apparently Golden's just found a way around the end of it. Chiller's going to die in the molly. Zerofix now has to hold it solo. Can only find one. USP, he's out of ammunition in the back of the site. It's a 2v2. This cannot be the blunderous move. Got barreled through the smoke. 3v5, 2v4. And it is all on Jambo to win the round. The man that started it is going to have to be the man that closes it. And he's already found himself another. Make it a 3k to close. Otherwise, Eyeballers are up to 6. Heat locked in. Holding one position. Doesn't particularly want to move all too much. I think he just saw the arm. Jambo. Quick switches. Heat pull swing on it. He's dropped his camera. He doesn't care though. It's Eyeballers 6. Passion UA 1. They've just won a 3v5 into a 2v4.
Drop the cam, but between him and Pepsor, they pick up the pieces. Tactical pause for Passion. Is only going to make this one sting for a little bit longer. Can't believe it. 10 seconds. Bomb plant came in. Sure, Jambo gives a chance. It's an unneeded peek from Pepsor to give some information back. But cultivates the clutch either way. And you have to expect Pepsor there. I said it before. Eyeballers' game plan, if there's any A control late round, it's going to come through him. The molly was well placed to stop the short play. But somehow they crumble. Even from the 2v2 to deny the plant. It's a risk that you take. And one that you're happy to make, but doesn't pay off this time. That's a 6th. This one looking stronger and stronger for the Swedish T side.
It's tough to watch for Passion because I think as much as I can compliment Eyeballers in how well they've been playing, and as much as I can say that they've pretty much capitalised on every opportunity they've been given, for Passion UA, you just expect more, you expect better out of them.
Yeah, they've been so close to it as well. How many rounds has Zerofix found that opener in apartments? Got them the early control, and that's what comes back to bite them. That's where the round ends. Eyeballers again playing the default. Pepsor, don't even have to say where he is, you already know. Zerofix anti with the contact taken by S-Chiller. If Pepsor peeks into this dry, could maybe be a problem. He might even look for the spam on the boost here either. Seraphix over the top. Golden aware of it. Oh, they're even going to pick up the rest as well. Golden gutting the A site. Fear's the last one left on the other side of the short smoke, but eyeballers will know this. They're hesitant to approach it, but when they do, everything lands. Just Jambo's AWP left. You're already expecting the save. I just don't think you know it's going to be this gun. Maybe they do, actually. Don't know if he's already fired off a shot, probably. Didn't see too much of what was going on B. It was all A, and it was all over in an instant.
And just for context, I was talking about it in the last series. It was Paravision that have been qualified to the Europe RMR Close Qualifier Group A. Their opponents, of course, in Metisport did not. And then in this series, it is the eyeballer side that did not, but Passion UA are qualified for the RMR Close Quali B. And, you know, that's not to say that we're discounting eyeballers here in any way, because they are a team that can go toe-to-toe with tier 2 teams. I think you just got to understand, though, that Passion UA, in terms of timelines, if you've been invited to a Europe closed RMR quali, you know, and the level of teams there, Johnny Speeds, Nemiga, OG, Cloud9, Permitter, Big, Zero Tenacity, you've got some unbelievable tier 2 teams at even, you know, like 1.5 level. Despite this being eyeballers pick, you should not expect the scoreline to be 7-1.
It's crazy. I think at the same time, eyeballers are one of those names that can cause upsets, if we even want to call this an upset right now, because this is their map pick, and to be honest, by the time we get to Ancient, it could be a completely different story. Passion have a strong pool. This was one listed as a work in progress by yourself. Brackets control taken. Eyeballers going through the motions here, and Seraphix is simply plotted along the course. Poi the one that puts him down. Long control established. What is the reaction? Bob is solo here towards Brackets. JW's lost it, scoped in. Should know about where Pepsaw is. That one doesn't come as a surprise. Jambo restoring order for a 3-on-3. Behind the smoke, with the bomb on the floor. They should be picking this one up and moving through. What a shot from Jambo! How on earth has he managed that?
Bomb plant for eyeballers, 2v3, Golden's really low. They need Heat to step up here. That was the prime opportunity for Golden to go swinging out. Jambo's able to shut things down though before it gets too scary. And finally, Passion UA double up. But it does come at some cost. It is 7-2, still 5 rounds to the good here, the eyeballers side.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's a brilliant individual round from Jambo to save the day for Passion. Because in his absence, Authority hasn't really stood. There's no one there to fill the gap. 2 rounds which the Ukrainians have won so far have been through him. That 1v1 on B. And the round win that you've just seen. That was a dud. Round number 10 will be played in just a moment. Ooh. Is there an issue here with the money though? Because Jambo should have a gun and...
Yeah, it'll get restored.
admin should be on it. You can hear the ticks in the chat.
Usually means someone's doing their job.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
I'll give you a little bit of... I guess it's kind of funny.
Go on, here we go.
So I was on a different broadcast to Compass, and we had a tech pause that was
How dare you?
estimated to last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because there was a power outage for one of the players. And in that time, so obviously, if you didn't know, like a lot of us casters, observers, admins, things like that, like we all know each other. We all get along quite well, and the admin that was working that event in the specific day is a very good friend of mine. And it ended up being that through the admin, we were talking to the players, just having a little chat, you know, life's good, whatever. Half to stop them from winning it. It's just about damage control at this point, limiting the amount that they can win.
That's exactly it. Passion win 2 or 3 more rounds. Of course, 3 being the maximum that they're possibly able to. You feel like the second half has a completely different tone to it. Moving on to Ancient as a guarantee in this series. It is anybody's best guess right now, I think.
Yeah.
It's so hard to judge a book by its cover or a series by this first map. Eyeballers, the brand of Counter-Strike which they bring out. You want to see the best of them. An underdog story. Passion's so used to that, though. Their story is permanently that of the underdog. Been climbing their way from the roots of the scene. I mean, you want to talk about tech delays and stuff. Zinchenko, again, professional football player, has subbed in for them multiple times when players have been missing due to, you know, local outages and stuff, which is common in the scene.
And you know what? He holds his own.
He credit to him, man. I don't know what like rank he is, whether that's like Premier matchmaking or like Face It or whatever.
Yeah, true.
Don't think he's going to be expecting an FPL invite anytime soon. But look, here we go. Leave it to the professionals and they'll do the job. Passion handling this round very well. Eyeballers slowly peeking in either side of the A site and just immediately shut down as all of this is happening. Fear's taken the B space. The bomb is dropped. The round is over.
JW saves the big green. Everyone else gets to rebuy. They've got stacks of cash here, Eyeballers, so they'll keep pressing on. As I said, it's all about damage limitation. As you said, you know, if it's Passion that can claim the rest, even slightly less, then, you know, from a 7-1 scoreline, this game looks incredibly more likely, even if it is an 8-4. 7-5 would be more than ideal, though, as we head into number 11, our penultimate of the half. 4 pound for both sides. It's a good start for Heap. In fact, it could have been great. Nearly catching the spam onto Fear, but some more place utility forcing the fight and winning out the engagement. So it is even 4v4.
From this position, Eyeballers just looking to scale into A. No App's presence this time around. It forces Chiller to make a decision. Does he want to hang around towards balcony or drop into pit? He's on the off angle now. Should have the flash in support, but it comes through too late. Poi is there immediate on the entry. 2 back from Zerafix. Hanging in the balance. Flash from his teammate in on the smoke, but Pepsaw will grind it down to a halt. Walking pace. Fear on the way back through. JW holding short, and from this angle he will not miss. Fear having the right idea, but through the wall there was no chance at making that clutch a possibility. The only player so far that's been able to win out rounds for them consistently seems to be Jambo, and once he was gone there wasn't too much left. Zerafix doing his best, but Passion fall yet again, and that's Eyeballers up to an 8th.
At least the money good enough to fit one more investment in before it all implodes. It is the last of the half as well, so not too much to worry about. Good start. Okay, well that is crazy from Golden, but JW did draw first blood elsewhere.
Yeah, as he has been fairly consistently into apartments. Now Pepsaw post the eviction notice for 1, but Zerafix will stand his ground. Nobody on Eyeball is in a position to challenge this. Heap does make his reprisal through mid, and the fire has nipped away, scorched the feet of the sentinel of this A site. Fear rotating inwards. Nade should land right on JW's head, but it's not enough to remove him. Gunpowder will not take him any further. Fear goes. Apartments is closed. Jacasmo on the entry as Passion get back through that moto smoke. This time may not be enough time left on the clock to win it out. Has no idea where Heap is playing from. He simply stays spoiler. Resolute in the round result. 9 for Eyeballers. And in fact, it will get worse for Passion at the end of this half.
Very solid performance. Starting to feel a little out of shape now, this Passion CT side. As you say, it was all about this 1v1. He did enough to burn time off the clock, and well, water off the back for Eyeballers. They are now only a handful away from closing the show, at least in map 1. And for Passion UA, well, they are in dire need of a pistol win here, Harry, to even stay afloat. Otherwise they will just get consumed by the water beneath them and required to go on to reverse sweep.
That's the thing too. I don't want to read into it that heavily, as we know this next couple of maps for Passion are very strong ones, and the longer this series goes on, the more it seems to favour them. When Eyeballers come out the gate with a half like that, 9-3 T-side Inferno, albeit their pick, it's a lot of confidence to bring into the next one. Round gap of 6 can very quickly close, but as you say, it is hinging on the pistol. Fear's brought up utility. Other than that, we've got 3 players with Kevlar, stock pistols, Eyeballers, couple of Berettas, a flash in there for Poi. Interested to see what this setup looks like, because I think you can take the early fight, but you're not going to be able to, you know, hang around in banana for too long or anything like that.
Bit of damage done to Jacasmo on the cross. And a good start for Pepsaw on those Julies. Eyeballers advantage already. And it's a shame because while that one push towards A would have been heroic had the fight gone the other way round, the other pieces are towards B. And this crossfire, Poi baits.
Yeah.
The switch will come in with the dualies. The second set in Golden's hands. And, well, this could be game over. CT player has been detected. Golden has just swung out. 1, 2, not quite the third. And Poi gets taken down as well. It is a 3v2, but only 48 HP combined.
Eyeballers with a clean start. USPs, Julies, back through the smoke. That's Erifix shelved. Jacasmo, the only player that remains of this push. He's the next to go dead and buried. Not unless the barrel's backside can give him any extra lease on life. Pepsor cuts it short. We move to double digits for Eyeballers.
Business well taken care of, as you say, for Eyeballers closing that one out. Sure, bomb plant, bit of money for Passion UA, but money does not solve the alarming problem that you are 7 rounds in the hole on the Eyeballers pick. You know, in a traditional BO3, a lot of people would say, well, you know, if you're a good enough team, you can take your own map pick, and
yeah,
you should look comfortable doing so, and it doesn't really matter what your opponent's pick is. If you can take it, then all the better. I think in some cases, when the scoreline looks this biased in favour of Eyeballers, I think you've got to wonder, you know, is this a scoreline that's going to cut deep enough to affect the future of this BO3, not just Inferno?
Yeah, not like this. Huge thing about the previous round as well was, you know, in Pepsor taking the aggressive apartments control, then Passion just have to call in their execute immediate because they're worried about the other extremity. On this round, similar scenes on B. No kill, of course, to back it up. But they've got the numbers deep in the A site. Passion have been contacting forwards. Jambo's now spotted. That's where the rifles will start to peak. That's the advantage which Eyeballers have. The arsenal is padded. And the players seem to have been getting the results. Sure, JW lost in the process, but Pepsor immediate on the trade. Galil will try, but fail ultimately. That's the story for Passion so far in this map. 11-3. The bite back is just not tough enough to beat the Swedish stronghold.
Two more to go. Scary, scary stuff now. Dangerous territory, as I said, to mentally put you out of a BO3. You can see that Passion UA rolling the dice. Well, I mean, what other choice do you have, right? You go for the force here. No point E coming if you're going to have to try and come back from 12-3. Those odds are just nigh on impossible, unless if your name's FaZe.
Yeah.
It's going to be
You
tricky, man.
need a liquid level choke for Eyeballers to give this one up anyway.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Who is going to be the player to step up? Eyeballers with a 4-man gamble towards middle here as well, by the way. Only one towards B.
And the onus is on Passion to do something as well, because the money backed up into this round means we've got to see something. You can't just sit back and spawn and save these weapons again. They've got to execute at some point. Right now, Eyeballers not giving up any space on the A side. They haven't budged. The crossfire is still there. Golden's going to try and corral them into this area of the map, but as soon as that happens, Heap's repositioning late. It falls onto Poi and Pepsor to stop them in their tracks, but the guillotine is loaded and it drops to behead them. Jambo managing to put one between the eyes himself, but 10 seconds and there's just nowhere to go. The bomb getting out of balcony is an impossibility. Jambo will try and pave the way, but there's no one there with him. He is by himself. Fear's already given up. It's done. That's 12. genuinely didn't look like they wanted anything to do with that one.
It's tough, man. It really is tough. A disappointing watch for the Passion UA Inferno. I did say, you know, things are allegedly getting better. I mentioned the fact that Eyeballers, of their last 5 BO3s on this map, of their last 5 times they played Inferno, they've lost 4. And for Passion here on Inferno, I know the track record looks bad overall. Of the last 5, they've won 3. They look like, odd stats-wise, look like polar opposites. And I suppose that's what we're getting here, but it's just the wrong way round. Good start for Jambo, at least, in this one. Heap's head taken off his shoulders, but immediately met with resistance as the molly is dropped in counter.
Yeah, Eyeballers player down. Golden still offering so much presence towards this area of the map. Just by being there, the information, relayering the smoke. Passion don't know whether it's 1 or 2 players behind it for now. And that seems to be the area that they're posturing for with this late execute. S-Chiller's disengaged from apps. Flash thrown back through, but this is such a deep clear when you go towards B. Golden has to find a couple. They are thinking about it. Jambo's going to walk in, but he's the first player to hit the deck. Golden does get his double. That'll make for the 3-on-3. Now look at the health advantage for Eyeballers.
Bomb down.
Activation of a quick double flank as well. They're immediately here, Ryan. Straight onto the scene. Making the absolute most of the gift that Golden gave them. S-Chiller the final player to fall. 13-3. It's one thing to win your map pick in the qualification series, and there's another.
The stage is pulling off blinders. Of course, it's Passion's pick next of Ancient, but you start to wonder and start to consider, well, what does that even mean at this point? Because a 10-round gap is absurdly insane in favour of the Eyeballers side. But if there is ever a team, despite a 13-3 loss, that can turn their fortunes around on a map like Ancient, it would be them. And the real question is if we're going to see that happen, or if, well, reality's just settled in and Passion UA can't fully recover from the obliteration they just took on Inferno.
Yeah, you've got to forget it and move on to the next very quickly, because it's not a position that you want to find yourself in. And I think the way that you said it was most poignant to me, that, okay, it's one thing to take the loss, but how much deeper does this cut? Do you take it personally, or are you able to find that reset coming into your own map? And not just your own map, but if you can win Ancient, then onto Mirage, where you know that they can put up results, right? The pool extends further than just Inferno. This one is something to be keeping tabs on for later down the line. They've let it fly in the veto, and it's not worked out for them. It was not exactly a risk. It was one of a few options, the worst of those set of options now in retrospect against Eyeballers. With the tenure that they have here, again, the history, it goes back, as I said, this is a fantastic map for them, and they showed up today. Plenty more action coming up, though. We'll have a break when we return, so don't go anywhere. confidence.
Look, I don't want to call the shots too early here because, as I said, sort of to wrap things up in the previous when we were on Inferno, I said, look, it's a disappointing result, but if there is a team to make a comeback, you know, on some strong maps of their own, like Passion, then it just would be them, right? Honest view and honest food for thought, though, is that a 10-round deficit, you know, that isn't just a graze, that is a deep scar that will leave for this series mentally, right? For Passion UA, I think you've got to look at some of these individuals as well. Jambo, fair enough, decent performance. Jacasmo, I mean, look, 16 rounds, 10 kills, it's not great. And then 8, 5, and 3 on Fear. You know, I think you've got to underline those points there in particular and realise that, well, sure, you know, I think Eyeballers pick, you got outclassed, but even on your selection, you know, I guarantee you if Zerofix drops 8 in a map and Schiller drops 5 and Fear drops 3, they're going to lose that as well. It's not just about the map selection or, you know, Eyeballers' comfortability. This is about individuals performing. And if Passion UA do not live up to the expectation of performing well here, then they are going to get dumpstered in this second map as well.
Yeah, we've seen Passion come back and win Series 2-1 before. For those who watched their match against Eklot in this exact same competition, it was a similar tone in which we saw it, a reverse sweep. They lost map number 1 of Anubis, came back to win on Vertigo and Dust 2. Issue is, Vertigo nor Dust 2 are in the map pool for this series, so it's Ancient and Mirage that you've got to go and do and replicate that feat. Also, opening loss 39, a lot more digestible. Other team that they did it against, Astralis Talent, but again, not a heavy loss in that opening map. This is the finer detail and the nuance that we're adding to this one here. 13-3 is cut and dry, far away from any other result that you would perhaps have been seeing where Eyeballers take this and sort of we look to map 2 with a different kind of cadence. But the match is live, we're ready to dive
BO3, and that is, on Ancient specifically, they have won 8 of their last 10 maps. And it is very scary to see some of the teams they've beaten. Endpoint, Sangal, Nexus, Copenhagen Wolves, Ninjas in Pyjamas, 13-2, Nemiga, Ruby. Some serious names that they folded on this map. So, keep your eyes peeled. That's all I'll leave it at.
Yeah. Pistol round could then be a huge tone setter. Will be, I expect. Passion on the T side. Eyeballers with an opportunity to make early momentum. So much damage if the kill doesn't come in. Jacasmo's off himself. He'll meet his maker and it's a look in the mirror. Last one left would be S-Chiller. It ends so quickly, Ryan. Not like this.
I want to say the reason why that goes so south and so well for Eyeballers is the fact that those Julies in Donuts stay alive for way too long. The moment that Passion UA make contact and basically make the noise, they need to just keep holding W, they need to charge those Julies down, and they need to claim space, because those seconds buys enough time for the site players to swing main, get a couple of frags, whittle down that attack to just the few that it was, and you see that Eyeballers were able to pick things apart. It's a poor start for Passion. Full Glock more or less in this round. It's just Jacasmo with a deagle, and it's an M4 of JW that needs to find something spectacular and offers himself up. I don't even know if he had head armor there.
Looked a little overconfident. Pepsaw needs to bring out the mop and bucket to see if he can clean this one. Fear's got the A1S. Repossessed, it's a problem. The pace slows down. The footsteps of Fear will be heard, but it's a reposition out of the donut. Eyeballers putting on the pressure, but they walk straight into the meat grinder instead. Round on the board for Passion. That's an immediate response and exactly what was asked of them. Just look at Zerofix. A relief more than anything else. That's the feeling.
Yeah, and to be honest, again, it's like one of those that you look at and it's like, well, you've got to give it to Passion UA because one Deagle, 4 Glock should never have won. But I need to just watch it back quickly and see if JW actually had any head armor. Because if he didn't, that's what cost him the round. Because he gets dinked by a Glock, he goes down instantly. You know, he gives over a weapon, and the rest is history. And that M4 is the same one that's just chewed up and spat out 2 players in middle. And, well, the massacres continue as Fear picks up a hat-trick.
This round's going to be done and over with very quickly. Passion leaving no traces of eyeballers behind with everyone healthy. Nice shot, Deeg. Heap getting one. Trying to pile on a little bit more economical pressure because Passion in buying into this one still not fully there. Bomb will help. And if the detonation wins them the round, then it goes a step further. Even more win bonus. Wanting to eliminate this final CT. Next of a few nice shots from Heap. Make that a couple. Now what she's been able to find on the fadeaway.
Look, I will say this round is very much lost, but look at the HP of some of these players. You know, if that D clips Fear, one shot, Jack Asimo, if he's close enough range, that thing can hit in one as well. It was only YaLLa that had some serious HP to him. There's some serious damage there that could have been caused. Instead, crisis averted. It's eyeballers that find themselves now on the eco. Nothing more than just the USPs, as you can see. There is always one that wants to buy the Deeg and spend a bit of extra cash, and that's going to be Heap in this one. But for eyeballers, you know, for all intents and purposes, a bit of a throwaway to do a bit of damage.
Not the position they would have wanted to find themselves in after that pistol. Slight overconfidence, but Passion still very much deserving of the respect, and it's exactly what we were saying. Coming into this map, we need to see a new version of the team. Four players on short. Smoke goes back up. Boys down. Round is over. Yeah, that's it. Simple cleanup. Eyeballers would have needed to have found some ridiculous shots out of those USPs for us to give it any more credibility than realistically it was due. JW with what looks to be the only involvement in this round. YaLLa should not be fighting. He is a million miles away. This Mac 10 has nothing to show for. Third round on the board. 1 foot in front of the other. That's the game that's being played.
I think that's the way that Passion UA needed to take it as well, right? We were saying that a 13-3 scoreline digs deep for the team that loses and is one of those that can really throw you off your game. So, as you say, sort of like chicken steps effectively. 1 foot in front of the other. Very slow, very methodical. Get yourself through round by round. I think that's how Passion UA want to deliver their T-side antics. It's YaLLa that finds the open up. Yet again, it's through the hub of the map that Passion UA finds success. Admittedly, last time it was against pistols, but this round, just as much impact. It's Poi out, JW eats lead with the HE, and all of a sudden, 5v4, but this round already looks half written off for eyeballers.
Eyeballers doing so much on the previous. Look, identity-wise, completely different on the second map. Vicariously playing a dangerous game through individuals. Reclear in mid is a little more well supported, and Zerafix already low. Easily taken offline. Fast reaction from the defenders. Inroads made to the B site from the offensive force of the T side. There are M4s here ready to go. Fierce, so far ahead of the play. Runs straight up short. Takes the fight. Does get put off by Golden eventually. 3 on 3 and still every chance that eyeballers can win this. But they are kitless. And they've got to bring a little bit more pace. They know mid was cleared. Still thinking about the possibility of a flank. Player to come out through cave. Jambo shot down. Last one left. YaLLa. Pepsor doesn't pull the trigger. He waits and holds his nerve to clutch out what will make for a second eyeballers round.
That's sad that he moves through the smoke. I mean, no choice if you are blocked off visually. have to make the gamble. Pepzor, as you say, just plays patient, nose tucked in front of it, and waits for the headpiece to appear through. And it is Eyeballers on the upturn. Passion UA with another investment that will trump that of Eyeballers. 3 SMGs. I expect to see something very quick from them in this round. Something about just hoovering up control on one of these sites.
Could even be JW here as well. He's towards top mid, locked out behind the smoke instead. Was trying to create some pressure early where those mid fights have been so free. Instead, his responsibility now is this A push, because B has been contained by the MP9s through 2 players. The bullet goes, kill picked up, follow up there. These SMGs can now run rampant in the open air. Eyeballers giving no wiggle room to Passion, right up there to meet them with a following round.
Did say those SMGs needed to get in the grills of the Passion UA side. They do exactly that. Quickest round yet, I have a feeling. That's including Inferno. In round 7, well, heading into it, it's tie game. Both teams financially more or less ready to declare bankruptcy. Eyeballers, despite having a bit of loss bonus, will have to declare an eco in the next. It's a flashbang that's good, but not good enough. Poise just helped Mouse 1, but Jack Casmo claps back for 2. SMG goes swinging cave. It's a dogfight towards middle, but the odds do tip in favour of Eyeballers at the end of it all, and it is Fear against 3. Gonna have to step up massively. MP9 spotted, the AK now detected on bottom ramp. It gets close. He knows where Golden is as well, and the bomb's dropped outside B. This is winnable for Fear. Scoops the C4. JW. Oh, if he stays here, he's gonna hear Fear rotating. If he shifts through the water in T-spawn, he 100% will.
Fear has so much time though. No reason to give away audibles. 55 seconds.
He shifts all the way.
The full 9 yards. And now,
imagine he clears mid.
May even peek through mid, yeah, just to check JW. That would be the kill. His crosshairs trained to it. JW has no idea. This is Fear closing in on the clutch. JW has nothing to do to defend himself against that one. And when it looked like Eyeballers were confirmed to be finding the lead in this second map, Passion are right there to match it.
I've got to wonder when JW has an AWP, why he goes to quite literally the closest angle on the map. In my honest view, he knows the bomb's outside B, fair enough, but surely your safer bet is to retake through spawn, or, you know, try and catch a timing and hold B, or like try and out-gamble what Fear's doing. He should never have been put in that position to begin with, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like for me, the fact that he has to switch between 2 angles and he plays a game of chance rather than a game of retakes is one that eventually costs it. 4-3, Passion UA just about in front. But make no mistake, even though they won that round, the buys aren't too dissimilar. Sure, there's an AWP out in the hands of Passion UA, but you got to see that alongside the AK and the big green, there's 3 Galils for the CT side. It's a smooth surface, 5 M4s across the board. The only thing that changes is the util.
Such a weird round that we just come out of. As much as I wanted to credit Golden for his work through cave to be quick on the trade and keep the man advantage, very quickly tossed it. Good tag onto YaLLa. Gives these M4s that much more stock.
See Passion UA already leaning quite heavily towards the B side of the map here. They do have a decent amount of util to take the site. The problem is holding on to it. They've got 2 smokes, 1 molly, a handful of flashbangs. One of those smokes gets used in top mid, so now they only have 1 smoke to execute a site. This could be problematic here for Passion UA. This is going to have to be leaning more on the side of a contact-heavy push.
They've read it well too, have eyeballers. Flash back in, re-clear. Golden keeps moving forwards. He's supported by JW. A flash of their own on Passion's side has leveled it out. 4 on 4, 30 seconds. Decision needing to be made. Quick pivot through Donut. Don't think Heap's close enough to hear the footsteps, but Pepsaw should have an idea now. They've made their road. Heading upstream. Pepsaw already out from Temple, just denies the plant and destroys Passion on the site. Xerafix trying to punch in the digits. The target prioritization from Poi is perfect. Catches the Donut player, and then the bomb stopped in its progress. 4th round will finally arrive.
A second pause used by Passion. I think they themselves started to realise what's in front of them is now a bit of absence in action. You're on single loss. You've got barely any money. I think the question here is just trying to work out the finances. Like, do we have enough to invest between us? You know, like, if we are to eco here, can we get a couple of AKs? The answer is no. So we can see the buy coming out. 3 Tech 9s, 1 Mac 10, and, well, Jambo yet to invest. Goes for the hero Galil, makes sense. This is now just trying to catch eyeballers off, probably with something quick here. I wouldn't be surprised if Passion UA want to pick up the pace, and to be fair, their mid success has been pretty strong. I'd like to see more of that.
Early util, eyeballs getting their lay of the land. That is a lot of damage
What are you
to
doing?
be taking from a molly which was thrown from just after freeze time. I mean, it is the set nade, and Jambo down to 36 is one of many targets which Pepsaw will be pointing his MP9 at. 2 kills, fair enough result. Poise A1S to clean up. Passion, this round's a non-starter from them. Really not able to get anything done despite the purchase. Left with barely $1 to their name, and Eyeball is given the opportunity now to start building on some kind of a lead here on their opponent's selection. A map to the good, and only 1 away from that main Swiss stage.
Chance for eyeballers to really stretch their legs in this first half as well. Sure, won't be as convincing as map 1 scoreline. But every opportunity that they can deliver another gut punch to this Passion UA side and thwart their efforts on, historically, one of the, if not the best map in the
Oh, it's just so quick. It is so quick. Rounds like this where sometimes you want to give yourself a little bit of an edge by not allowing eyeballers to snowball anything from it, just confidence-wise. They're just getting closer and closer. 6 now. 7 rounds for the CT side. A fair result, I think, if they get there. Win this, though, and you're primed for 8. I think it's one or another at this point in time. It's realistically what you're looking at. Passion not really knowing where to tread, because eyeballers have been juggling these setups so often, and on this round of all rounds, it's a double push through A main, which only Chiller is watching out for, but could very quickly get caught off guard by. And he does. There's Pepsaw. This is a nice read. Xerafix knows it's a double push A.
Oh.
Misshot Donut.
Wait. Did JW see the shadow there?
It's taking
I'm not
the
too
red
sure.
room control.
It looks like he's posted on the doors angle, so I think he has gone undetected. In the meantime, Jacasmo finding Golden, but apparently JW And when we talk about him being a veteran of the game, but he just knows everything apparently, gets annihilated by Chakasmo. It is a 3v3, and some space gained towards the B site. Players spotted on long. Would have been nice to have seen him do a little bit more. Poison going to check the left-hand side of Cave, and with that 2v3, Heap and Pepsor going to have to come up in spades here, and it just doesn't look likely.
Chakasmo has almost single-handedly won them that round. So many duels which he's able to get great timings on. You can see Passion on a boot camp, not something that we mentioned. At least a few of their players in the same room. Keeping the vibes up, paramount in this kind of position. Eyeballers one more crack at breaking the ice. And what would be an even scoreline on the halftime. I don't think 6 rounds should suffice for the CT side, but one of the more balanced ones in the pool. At least in my eyes. JW's AWP on the shelf. 2 players on A, setting up for Eyeballers. Smoke comes in, and they just turn away from it. Not today. Their own smoke, in fact, for the boost. 5 players strong, grouped up, walking into mid, onto Golden's position.
Golden realising that you can only stay out in middle, exposed to everywhere for a finite amount of time. And being the last at the half, and with how slow it's being played, I think they know that Passion... Well, look, if they were running a default, you'd have known about it by now, because they would have at least showed some presence in middle. Hence why they are double stacked in Donut, and they're playing the 2B3A. It's JW on the big green that could go massive. All the util starts pouring on in.
Like this from Eyeballers. The setup is good. Passion created the pressure. They expand upon it. And the A execute lands. An important blow. Fear so nearly caught out by the spray there, but S-Chiller instead the one that capitalizes. Dialed into the situation. Heap trapped in the temple. Nowhere to go, hands tied. Fear will close out the half with a 6th round for Passion. All square in this second map. And to the second half we look to whether Passion can keep the comeback coming, or whether Eyeballers have more to say.
This around means everything, right? Could lead to a good spell at the start of this second half, create the gap and the distance. I tell you what, we do love a technical pause at the half-time whistle, you know. Love it. It's what, the 3rd one now?
Something about swapping halves
4?
that just makes me want to top of the map, then there's only so far it can stretch. Immediate force coming through, though. They are pushing the advantage here. Don't want to sell themselves short. Nice from Pepsor. That gets things started just the way you would have wanted. Where's that next smoke landed? That's all the way in spawn on A. Is that for like a main fight, or am I just tripping out? What's going on?
No, this is so you can block off the shelf push. This is thrown by eyeballers, so it stops the shelf push to attack B. But now, of course, Passion are just going to see this, and, well, the penny's dropped. We know they're heading in towards B. This force buy's already gone a little bit wayward. It's an important frag for Golden to get. JW gets dropped, Casmo enabled, and, well, it was a 2v3. Passion UA able to just clean house between Casmo and Zerofix.
Yeah, nicely done. Are we talking about the same smoke here, though? I'm not entirely sure.
What, the one over cave?
No. I'm talking, there was a CT-sided smoke
Right.
past bottom mid, left side of the box, just before A main that landed. Don't know if that's like a miss bottom mid lineup or what.
Must
Right
be.
where Pepsor has just walked from.
Yeah, definitely missed one, mate. Definitely missed. No.
I don't know, man. I do not
smoke
know what's
right
going
there.
on in this round. That one's landed. That's a normal smoke. And look, yeah, the one on the map right now, bottom mid, that's not the one I was critiquing. That's just your standard, right? Get
I mean,
another
where
one in there
like
for good measure.
the 5 dot is, usually a smoke gets thrown there when you want to take cave.
Yeah, no, I meant where Pepsor was just stood, where he's just walked past. Very intriguing. But hey, look, man, why not reinvent the playbook? If you want to try a crazy smoke, go for it. Don't know if this is the time or place. Passion. Their 9th round is an expected arrival. Pepsor with a solo pickup. Couple more players facing Serafix. Oh, he's just not going to miss there, though. Cleans up the whole damn pack. That's a 9th.
Eyeballers realising it is troubled times. They've got to work out what's going wrong and a quick fix to it. Because it is a scoreline that is manageable for this T side, but they've just got to start writing this story themselves. And well, that's a good start of doing so. Pepsor getting 2 after his teammate drops and left in the 3v3. This is bad for JW. He's dead.
You just don't know.
Yeah, this is silly. That is even sillier. That's an infuriating one to watch from the eyeballer side of things. JW needs to find himself in a position where he's not so exposed from a push like that. And then if JW is going to stay there, Poi can't afford to just wait behind the smoke, because that's what's just going to cost 2 lives instead of 1. He realises it and he tries to go back through hoping for a trade, but not given to him. This, well, wouldn't it be nice?
Just gotten away from Zerofix as well, who was coming through mid. Has a smoke. Can shut down one of these angles and get that plant in, but I don't feel that he wants to rush it here. He knew about one of the players. Whether Zerofix was a late rotate or not, just doesn't have the information. But now, ramp is an angle that you should expect. Is he going to go for the full wraparound here? I mean, it won't be planted for him. Kit on both players. They have a smoke as well. Matter of time before Passion just get straight on this and reel the line the whole way through. They've opted for cave instead, and it's actually just a tap. Second tap. Heat peeking through. Fear clutching it out, but that was way closer than it should have been. Double digits broken into for the first time by Passion in this series, though. Over the hump in map number 2 and doing what they have to do to make sure that we go to that decider.
Oh dear. Not ideal. As I said, that was YaLLa's ticket back into this game. Now, we've got another bye, the gap up to 4, and you know if you lose this, it is more or less game over here in map 2. And Mirage will be imminent. As for the CT side, well, I don't think there's anything that they really need to talk about in that tactical pause, Harry. It's just, well, keep doing the same, because right now we are demolishing this YaLLa's team on the CT side. 4 for 4.
It's looking really good. Bulls haven't really been able to create too many problems. A couple of moments in isolation. Pepsaw doing great work in finding entries, but they've not been able to convert these advantages, Ryan. Passion very quickly getting back into the rounds, and they don't waste any time on this occasion. It's Jacasmo under the microscope. He's gone. Pepsaw looking for a fight, but this time can't win it. Xerofix one back, and look, immediately, as soon as you want to try and get excited about what YaLLa are doing, they just shed numbers. Xerofix peeking for another. Passion this time the one's confident to peek them. Removing players one at a time. It's turned into an all-out skirmish. Poised the next to give it a go. If they can find Xerofix here through spawn, then that's the A site open, and now it is. Theirs for the taking, whether they know it or not. And I think the issue is, they don't.
Definitely not, but the bomb needs to make its way onto a site. There's not...
Passion are also thinking that this could be B through spawn. Like, they don't know. Waiting for Poi to clear this out by himself, which I'm not a huge fan of if there were any players here. This one is taking a lot longer than it should to reach the expected conclusion of a bomb plant. YaLLa haven't got that much extra space than you really would have thought from the position they were in, but we have arrived in the 2v2 post eventually. It's planted towards spawn.
Flash over. Should be waiting.
Skips
it was a baited shot. Poi just gets caught out. The flash baits him in. JW 1v2. Smoke drops on top of the bomb. A tap of it. No stick in. He'll drop the diffuser. JW with brilliance. But it's being diffused and it's on the other side of the box. He can't stop the diffuse.
No.
And JW, the look of frustration. As Chiller just sticks the landing. Passion UA take 11. It's heartbreaking for JW. It really is.
And the difference between 10-7 and 11-6 feels like that much more, especially when you're in YaLLa's position and you've been yet to make a dent in this CT side. The economy, slight hit. It's not the best money that Passion has still left on. They've only got to win 2 rounds to close out their pick now. Xerofix on the mid-fight, which he has been handling with a sense of grace, making it look far too easy. HE lands, Golden's low, evades it for now, but how much longer can the Swedes possibly hang in for? Passion are holding a knife to their throats. That flash is blinding anybody, but oh, Pepsaw still flashes of brilliance himself. And again, with Jambo in the dentist chair, he can pluck out another 4-on-3. Passion keeping YaLLa's honest here, but it's come down to just Estula now and needs a 1v3 to stop the 7th, which I don't think he'll attempt.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense, does it? Definitely going to be game over. At least in this round, as Chiller, as I said, wants to move forward with his rifle for Poi, Heap, Golden. Well, they're going to get to keep their rifles, and it feels like YaLLa have finally struck gold on this T side, but we'll see in just a moment, Harry. It's taken them an incredibly long time to do so.
Yeah, look, there's still possibility here for Eyeballers. I think that failed JW clutch attempt is the kick in the teeth, though, which they've got to put behind them now and find ways to pen more consistent success, because that last round looked good. Able to get their openings. It's just this immediate bite back that you're expecting from Passion. As soon as you find an opening pick, they're testing another area of the map. They're pushing an extremity. They're finding some kind of way to take a duel to you, and often it is one player by themselves. I'm not often seeing Eyeballers, 2 players strong, peeking angles together unless they're executing, and that's the biggest issue in my eyes.
Push up towards A, and I'll tell you what, it's quick and quite effective. Forced off the angle. The rifle low, 5-7 spotted in the donut position. I mean, the site space is taken. The question is what they can do with it. We've known Eyeballers have flopped a few times in the post plants. This one should be unlosable.
YaLLa, the only player with a kit, he's low. Needs to pass that on in his last will and testament, but Temple taken, and that's where it's landed. Into the fire. Eyeballers up to 8. And this defender's side, while they have the lead, it can prove to be quite brittle. You're not going to get all too many buys. You're looking at 2, 3 more gun rounds that Passion will be able to front before they've got to declare bankruptcy. And by that point, I don't even want to know what the state of the game is. Eyeballers, it's not comfortable by any means at this point in time, but I don't think you can sit here and write off this map in its current state.
Yeah, as you say, the CT side economy can be very volatile. You see, obviously, Fear, Dracasmo keeping their guns. The other 3, it's a hard eco. And you can't buy a penny over what you've been given, because it's going to harm the investment that you make in round 21. And you don't want that gap to get any closer off the back of your own mistakes or your own miscalculations. Just as important, that is fantastic from Heap. He's so good. 2 dead cave, he'll be screaming to his team, look, if one of you come back from mid, grab the bomb. We can just get stuck into this B site. He has actually left the rifle to be picked up by YaLLa. It's the T side that should know this. The question is, do they expect him to have fell back, moved back around and tucked himself back in?
Another straightforward situation. Poi playing away from the rest. YaLLa has recovered the solo AK which came into the round. Passion want to try and play through this a little bit more if they can. Keep the numbers alive, keep themselves going. This is a 9th for Eyeballers. And look, then you're talking a difference of 2 rounds. The fact that Passion only need 2 to close out the map is the only reason that it's a little bit more time sensitive. But otherwise, Eyeballers is going to make for a 3rd in a row. And as much as we credited them on resetting Passion coming into this map, the game is played in stages. You've got to reset again now at this point in time. Find a key adaptation, some kind of a gap, a way to punish Eyeballers, because before it was confidence, taking the peaks, fighting them in middle. Xerofix was doing a brilliant job at that, but they're not giving away the same kind of picks that they were this T side anymore. They're grouping up, they're playing a lot more of a team game, they're committing to their executes with 3 or 4 players, and in these executes, they just have looked a lot better. Also helps when you're not missing your smokes, but The less said about that, the better.
Some little problems with this Passion UA buy. 1 MP9, of course, is the thing that sticks out most.
Missed
Limited
movement
util as well. And you are right. Playing not quite working out. I don't agree with that at all. You can't be fighting middle when your team that's fighting for shelf isn't even ready. The whole point of this is that you basically double prong attack this. Golden's just ran in on his own. Oh, it's so poorly executed by Eyeballers. Mid player pushes solo without the help of shelf. Cave player pushes without the help of the ramp player as well, and he just runs in while his teammate's throwing a flash. Then the second mid player just pushes in all by himself.
Yeah.
It's a 2v5, just like that.
This is the round for 11-11 as well.
Yeah.
Not to add anything extra onto it, but makes a lot of difference. Eyeballers will continue to have money as long as they're in this. Not going to have too many players left for this now. It's a JW 1 versus 5. Even by his standards, this is an impossibility. Passion do take themselves up to map point to bring us to the decider of Mirage, and then it feels like a very different game entirely. They've done a brilliant job at keeping this competitive into the second after falling by 10 rounds on Inferno. And the thing about that round that we've just seen, Ryan, and like you were saying, is it's one thing to feel like you need to go and make that play, but when everyone is of the same volition, doing it on different timings, trying to recover what's already been lost, you're just poking more and more holes in your own chances. No full economy reset. Eyeballers every single round from here on out is just as difficult as the last. And with Jambo finding the opener, we're getting closer to Mirage.
For the sake of Eyeballers, if they don't want to see Mirage, it's going to have to be 3 in a row, and then to trump Passion UA and OT, S-Chiller.
Look at this.
It's a big gamble, I'll tell you that much. And they switch positions.
Smoke goes up. This is a great chance for Poi to clear this space. Trade positions. Neither of them know. You've got a backstab now from S-Chiller. Poi's going to be calling for the A-site play.
Oh, if he goes
This
down
could be
quick enough,
huge.
they might have the A site.
They're going to hit the steps. Yeah, they'll get the plant, but reposition through mid. How much does it even matter? Zerafix has shut it down. That's going to be game. Not unless Poi can bring out a clutch. His impact in rounds, net negative at times. You hate to point fingers, but he's got to be the man of the moment now. And then
Of Mirage that we were talking about, and you know, to put things on a more even standpoint now, in terms of recent result, I think upward trajectory for Passion. They're going to be feeling pretty confident about this, and well, for Eyeballers, you know, just as the map would suggest, they've won 3 of their last 5. They've played an awful lot of it though, 24 maps played. And they've only won 11, and we'll see if they can make that the golden 12 to get into playoffs, Harry, or sorry, into main Swiss. It's not for playoffs, it's contenders, so into main Swiss. And well, Passion UA offered the same opportunity. We'll be seeing if they can do exactly that after the break. Don't go anywhere.
starting to feel a lot more like the main stage than it was before, or even playoffs further beyond that. You said it earlier, it was a Freudian slip. You know, of course, we are qualifying teams to the main stage, but it's repeat names that we've seen. Passion doing so much work to get where they are. Eyeballers as well, falling short on this map ultimately. And taking a quick look at the scoreboard, there really wasn't much but between these teams, right? They were very close to one another in the kill department. It was just a couple of key jewels which made all the difference.
Yeah, it's exactly that, right? You have a look at the breakdown in terms of kills, and it's like, well, actually, top heavy, we go toe for toe, but towards the bottom end, it just needed a bit more punch from the Eyeballers side. You know, Golden, JW both at 9 kills. I get Jambo's at 8, but you quickly look at the Passion UA side, and Jambo's the only one that sticks out for the wrong reasons, right? So, I don't know, the Ukrainian side looking pretty strong here in this second map, and well, as for the Decider and Mirage, as I said, I think it's going to be quite the battle, quite the slugfest, to be honest with you. Eyeballers, sure, worse win rates, but have played some pretty decent tier 2 teams on this map, and have gone the distance against some. And then, well, for Passion UA, obviously I talked about their track record in this map as well, and some of the teams that they've beaten. And, you know, this time a couple of weeks ago, they were on a 6-map win streak on this, having won 9 of their last 10. So, I don't know. I think for me, Passion are hit and miss on Mirage as of recent. The results look a little more in the red. However, I will say, you know, that doesn't mean everything, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike. We know that it can just be off days and good days. That's the beauty of the game.
This is the same thing though, right? You look at Inferno, for example, which is really interesting for me. On HLTV, we knew that Eyeballers, this is a good map for them, even though they've got a really weak win percentage for whatever reason. Whereas Passion, one slightly problematic, Ancient really good, and now you go to Mirage and we're trying to figure out who's going to be better off. Eyeballers have an okay win percentage here, but this is another Passion stronghold. So in terms of them, again, as we put them behind yourself and just take this one in with a breath of fresh air. Both teams 2-0 as it stands, but only one can move into the main Swiss with a perfect record. Passion on the T side to kick things off here, and already the util is let fly as they rip their way into a guarded A site. 3 players here,
wow,
and 3 players plastered to the wall immediately by Eyeballers.
Yeah, Jambo trying to come in from Palace, but that P250 is going to be useless. Bombs coughed up in the middle of the open. Can't really afford to give away fights, but we still are here for Eyeballers. Just got to execute the guy towards ramp, and then all attention on Palace. Fantastic little double there at the end from Boyd to make it a 3 in the round. And Eyeballers with the first.
Yeah, definitely not the start that Passion would have wanted to try and build on what was a slow conclusion to Ancient. Full set of clocks in, no plant, nothing to really go off whatsoever. Something interesting to mention, actually, of course, is in the warm-up that we had in game, as you can sort of see from the log, Jambo has the Scar equipped amongst other guns, which I find quite funny.
We've seen it a couple of times.
The auto sniper has even, you know, taken up a slot in modern day CS. Doubt that we have that one come out at any point though. If we do, then game's gone. Game is gone.
I was going to say, there's no bringing out in round 4 or round 3, is there? So.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Something else to mention. Knife round was won by Eyeballers, so of course this was their selection to begin on the CT side. And Passion doing a decent job at taking a couple of these guns off the board. It's a whitewash in the closing stages though. Eyeballers find absolutely everything. 3 M4s to their bonus round now.
Two for two. Not a bad start. Of course, it's the full buy for Passion that's going to be trying to unravel this early start. 5 AKs, admittedly. The utility is not up to scratch for this T side. Only a couple of players holding some. And, well, a good start for JW. Fires through the headpiece of Jambo. And, well, with that 5v4, no trade, no nothing, Eyeballers just sit back on the defensive.
Bomb dropped in spawn. Passion not moving anywhere just yet. Seeing if they can get a pick. And you'll get a peek at the very least. A chance to cash in. 4 players from Eyeballers burst out into mid. And it is the same story again. Kills in the feed. Bomb trying to scramble its way open to the vacant A site. Molly has Pepsor caught, forced to drop back into connector, but twice as strong here, Eyeballers. Peak of Passions has left them out in the open, hung to dry. Golden collects the final kill. With the bonus on the board, Eyeballers growing in strength, and just as much as we had the back and forth on each team's selection, this one was up for debate, and Eyeballers putting their best foot forward here already.
There you go. 3 for 3, bomb plant, bit of extra cash for Passion. They'll be able to buy some upgraded pistols here and then, of course, bring out all the bells and whistles once more. Be interested to see how quickly we're going to see an AWP posted from the CT side. You know, if it's going to be something that's taken up instantly and snatched up heading into round 5, or if it's something that maybe we're not so reliant on. And my word, a full buy here from Passion. I don't hate it because the guns they've got are pretty good, but look at the utility. There's going to be a massive struggle no matter where they go. They've got 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and a molly to last them the entirety of this round.
It's certainly spread very thin. Boy, he's taking the fight on the other side of the smoke. Eyeball is finding so much life from these mid-duels right now. And Passion defaulting very heavily. I think they wanted to initially split it, but now they're going back off the control that they have been offered. That comes through. J&J, Jambo Jacasmo combining. That is the 4-on-2. It's for the Ukrainians this time around. Flying the blue and yellow flag of the East rather than the North.
This is why I said I didn't hate the buy, because you know you can get a serious amount of power generated from those AKs and you can just charge down a site. I was a little concerned with the utility, you know. If Eyeballers had held on to a fair bit of theirs, would they be, you know, would they be able to just drop mollies and smokes and nades and just chip away at this Passion defense on the site? But no, they run right through. JW, Heap, Poi, all gone without a single frag. It was... Oh, sorry, Poi got 1, but that was it. It was just the single, right? Golden Pepsor didn't see an enemy, don't get to shoot, nothing. They just saved those 2 premium AKs into the next. And, well, look at the money for this Eyeballer side. I know I was talking about Passion's financial problem. Golden can drop one across. JW can buy one. One of Poi and Heap are going to have to take an SMG or a Deagle or a 5.7. It's just not pretty. Not pretty at all. And even then, Passion to take a time out of their own after recent success. A very tactical lead to the start of Mirage.
Yeah, it is. Paul's coming through as well. I don't know, do Passion have coaching staff on bootcamp with them? Kind of hard to say. I think this is the thing as well. A lot of organizations that are still building their way up will be like, yeah, coach, you can just stay online. We'll keep the players in the same room.
I say that. They have Kane, who, of course, is,
yeah,
you know, again, a legendary name of the game for those that don't know who Kane are. Coached at Flipside, Gambit, Na'Vi, the Incas, Zen, and then obviously here. Well, as a player as well, you might be wondering, well, what did he do? He's a veteran, a ye oldie of the game.
Yeah, won a major before.
Yeah.
You can just look at it here. Hello. That's the kind of experience that you want, right? And
Yeah,
even
I
just
mean-
and names such as Flipside, if you
Put it-
know, you know. Like
Put it this way.
those are that's the bedrock of the Ukrainian scene.
He has been an active professional Counter-Strike player since 2001.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I was just about to say, wasn't this a round in progress?
Greatest Houdini act of all
Well,
time for
you know who else
eyeballers.
is on bootcamp? Eyeballers. And the Passion UA operative with their wire clippers has just arrived at the facility to turn the internet on.
Yeah.
No. We won't be encouraging that kind of behaviour or those rumours, because knowing Twitch chat...
They'll be taken seriously.
I have cancelled all my bets. This is
Yeah.
BS. I can't
We know
believe it.
Don't worry.
They really sent a guy with scissors. Oh, man. You know, I used to be a bit of a troll back in the day. I mean, still am, but like when I was a kid, I had an alt account on CS. I actually used to have a bind that disconnected me from the game. And I used to pretend that my mum was gonna like cut the Wi-Fi or whatever. I'd just be like, no,
Speaking-
and then just press the button and DC. Like I was a terrible ranked teammate. I feel
Yeah,
for anyone who was in Silver Elo at the time.
Yeah. I
Obviously, not my real MMR.
Yeah. Sure. No. My friend, shout out to Carlo. So we always play. We play a pug or two together every now and again, and he has the same as you guys, a disconnect bind, right? And I was like, why do you even have like a disconnect bind? He's like, oh, it's fun. This happened in CS all the time back in the day. All the
Yeah,
time. People used to
yeah.
throw mollies on the ground on second round, or like, you know, if you see a molly and you have 5 Glocks, you just run into the molly because you only give $300 a kill away. What I will say is eventually that rule was banned, and you've got to play with some integrity. But look, as everyone
like risk
rightly pointed
versus
out,
reward, isn't it?
Exactly.
You
Yeah,
have
exactly
to
that.
balance it.
yeah,
I don't think eyeballers will be hotkeying their way out of the round that we've just seen, because it is, in fact, going to be replayed.
yeah, fair enough. Warp out for JW. Those 2 saved AKs, as I said, there's going to be one defect in the buy, and that is an MP9 instead of an M4. But for the T side, you know, I was questioning, you know, how quick do we see JW on the big green? It surprises me that we're yet to see Passion UA bring out one of their own, but apparently it doesn't matter. SGilla starts things off strong, and not to mention, as he keeps progressing through middle, it's more damage done, and eyeballers have to play a passive game.
I don't know how Pepsauce managed to stay alive there, just ducking into the floor to save his own neck. Bomb picked up. Passion with a chance to accelerate towards the B site, but they have slowed things down a little bit, and now best to reconsider their options. Zerafix picked off in apartments. JW still floating around. Feet spotted. Nice peek Jambo. Boosted up by a teammate. You see Golden get his hands on the big green. Passion ready to scale into their execute. Matched for pace, the crouch around the corner. It did mean that YaLLa was not spotted and has already covered a lot of ground here, unbeknownst to Golden, as he scoped in, focused on the sightline, put down that SPI open.
Oh, and there you go.
Brilliant from Fear.
One into another. It's just Heap 1v3.
Bomb has been planted.
It makes sense to save, but you are now out of funding for eyeballers.
Terrorists win.
And even then, he doesn't even get away with his rifle. Fair play to them. Passion UA back on a confident spell as they went back-to-back rounds.
Yes, we want to see more of from Passion. Entertaining eyeballers fights in the middle. Finding the correct response, whether that's, you know, playing anti, waiting for a flash to come through, something to initiate, then taking the timing. Or just better tradability in terms of the positions. While eyeballers may have disconnected the round prior and been left with no guns, do not scratch your eyes. This time, they did actually lose it. Is Point going on his phone? Are you kidding me? Oh, that better be bloody important. What is that? That's crazy.
Bro.
Okay. Sure. Well, not exactly how I would have done it, or maybe that's just like my ranked POV as soon as you go down. Still a round to be played here. JW certainly thinks so. 2 kills from his USP, but that's all to take home.
That is
Passion UA crushing eyeballers like candy on the site.
Terrorists win.
There you go. Finishes it off with Jacasmo's nade.
Harry, again, just to put someone on full blast here, that is so disrespectful.
That's
Just,
crazy.
you're literally playing in a tournament, right? That, admittedly, it's the early stages of, but you look at the main event and look at, like, it's 25k, obviously, prize pool here, plus top spot gets, you know, the opportunity to play at a LAN, and I think that's already been announced, if I'm not mistaken. So, like, you've got all of this awesome stuff going on, and Brett's just scrolling the
it's
TikTok
like-
while he's just
I
like,
think-
come on, man.
I don't know how
That's
much
so
more
raw.
of this we're going to end up seeing, though, because, I mean, sure, it's the gun round here, the mid-trades, it'll go quiet unless Passion want to keep fighting A, which they look to be. Get back to what I was going to say in just a moment. Right now, he put through the ringer, out of the flames, does go up in smoke, but still at least takes one away with him. 3 on 2, Golden has to survive or the round will be done. Away to play in Pep Zorkan, out behind the smoke with no idea of the situation. Passion all the info towards CT. Swedes can hang their heads in shame. This will not be their round. To go back on what I was going to very quickly say, yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like people just weren't using their phones as much when CS started, but like as esports are going on more, maybe it's just getting more common to be like doing that.
Now, listen,
Again, I
I'd get it.
agree with it.
I'd get it if, like, you know, you didn't have a printer in the prac room and you had to, like, bring up the strap book on your phone or
Maybe,
something and have a read through.
maybe.
But he was actively typing or, like, scrolling or something. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. But that is crazy. Honestly, that is the first time I've ever seen that.
His keyboard wasn't working, so he connected it to his phone.
Plugged it in like a USB.
Yeah, no, it was strategic as well. He typed in the classic in all chat, we're going A, and then in team chat, rush B. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Benefit of the doubt.
Can't believe.
I think the possibility of that happening is so incredibly low.
And surely you just pause the round rather
Yeah,
than
yeah.
I don't know,
Because we've been
Yeah.
offered an eco here to just continue
to waffle
ranting
over
and
it.
raving on about it.
I was gonna say I don't know about you, Harry. I've been in this industry for 4 years now. That is the first time I've ever seen that ever.
Really?
Really, like someone just whipping out their phone.
I did see before a player even worse. Not only take out their phone on the player cam, they brought out the the official stream for the game, which was quite funny, or like a screenshot of it or something. I can't remember. It was frowned upon at the time. same player in a team which ended up having one of their guys sort of done for cheating in a previous title and then having swapped over. Just decided that when the game did move onwards that they would just stop competing for whatever reason, unbeknownst to sort of everyone else. But yeah, all of that left in the past. One that I commentated as well, actually, was quite funny. A player clutched up a round, dad bursted in, wondering what was going on. Had to show him the door. This is why we love the player cams. This is what it's all about. But that's the round done. Now we're into the full investment for both. 8 in, 5 in a row. Passion have the lead.
Round 9. You are right, Passion in front by a couple rounds as well. Boost towards middle. You see Jambo posted with the big green. Did mention, you know, the sniper battle on Mirage is one that is very impactful. I mean, you see Jambo currently 3 and 4. JW, I think this is second or third time he's wielding it, and well, he's currently standing 8 and 6. See if eyeballers with these rifles can feel rejuvenated. But a slower one, yet again delivered by Passion Rage. Very, very methodical, making eyeballers think, well, actually, there's a bit of pressure in middle. We're going to just dump some util, try and force them back, but it's actually B that is the concern right now.
There's Golden there. No one else really in a position to help out other than Pepsor on shore. Thankfully, Poi is gonna remove that one. Crossfire comes up. Smoke will plume before JW's AWP gets visual. But this is such a strong crossfire now. 2 players tucked, just waiting for the jump down. Plucked from the sky. Zerapix and Jacasmo fall into their graves. But Eschula wants to give a more honourable burial. He won't let his teammates' sacrifice go in vain. 2 on 3. Low, and his life paid out the cost. Jambo the next. An ace to save Passion's streak and won't be able to do it. So back within 1 now for eyeballers.
Neatly done. I will give it to them. Still work to be done at the end of the day. You know, we're not even through our first half yet, but it's about a game of catch-up. Really well defended, just disallowing any real space to be taken. And, well, round number 10. Passion UA back out on those rifles once more. I see less and less that they're opting for an AWP for this T-side. Just realising, okay, well, Jambo's not really done much with it in that round. We gave him the chance. Let's just stick to the rifles and see if we can do something quicker. Because I think if there was 5 AKs towards B rather than 4 and an AWP, maybe that round goes differently. I don't quite know.
JW's window this time around as well, so takes a little longer for him to react towards B. You've got Poi playing short instead. Or rather, without the support of Pepsor this time. B is the execute again. It's gonna end the exact same way, it looks like. Not unless this one changes, and really it won't. Golden is there, everyone accounts for themselves. Eyeballers shutting things down. Battening the hatches. Jambo left with his AK. This is an upgrade if given to eyeballers. Removes the AWP at the very least, makes it a taller task to recover. Still so much work to be done. They'd kill onto Golden. Poi is low. He is also a very difficult clear from this truck position. As soon as Pepsor gets into short, the round should be done. There's no way to turn it back from that point. The point of no return. And Poi makes sure that Jambo will not return to the B site. 5-all.
2 rounds to go in this first half, and well, very little wiggle room to take the lead. Jambo this time bringing out the AWP when everyone else has decided to just flat out eco. Nothing I hate more than a buy like this, by the way. Nothing. Because if Jambo is a little more careful with his economy... Okay, never mind, they're buying. I take it back. I was going to say, if you ever do that, by the way, and you want to like sort of penny count a little bit, if he buys an AK instead, he will have enough to buy an AK in the next round. But buying an AWP here means, effectively, you know, no money for both. But it's fine. Life's good. It's going to be a full buy.
Pocket watching SMH.
Yeah,
This
well,
guy.
you got to pocket watch a little bit, didn't you?
I know. It's different in this game, of course.
Yeah, I don't...
Rather than a game of life, no street cred.
Yeah.
Who is this guy? Of course, heralding from the... I actually don't even know.
Southeast
The
of England.
roughest parts of Queen's Park. Ranger Ryan.
Yeah, okay.
Loftus Road, I should say.
Yeah.
There you go.
I am Mr. Loftus himself.
Yeah.
No. I didn't get to watch that game yesterday. I was working. It's a shame.
Did you miss out on much?
No, it was a game against Cambridge United, I think. We won 2-1.
League or
Carabao.
Cup? It was the Cup, wasn't it? Yeah.
Anyone else a football fan in the chat?
Looking forward to this weekend? Football fans in chat? Dunno.
I feel like that's quite synonymous, you know. Like a lot of people.
No,
that
it actually is. Yeah.
I play CS with, or I know like play CS, are also like big fans of football.
It's the
Gamba. No, I'm joking.
the fan culture. I was just about to say, yeah. I mean, sometimes Twitch chat does feel like sort of Gamblers Anonymous at times.
Yeah.
So I know.
As long as you're respectful about it, you know.
Exactly.
18
But no, like the
plus,
fan
18
culture,
season,
I think for CS and football, there's a big overlap, right? Of course.
I think so. It's kind of like it's hard to explain, but they're sort of generalized the same as like, oh, it's a spectator sport, you know. Football you can't really watch online, and
Like
a lot of CS is
darts,
online,
maybe.
but yeah, exactly. Where it's like, well, you will go and enjoy the game that's in front of you, whether it's football, darts, you know, like even cricket, I'd say, even though that's, you know, pretty slow.
Okay.
You know, and your esports, it's like, you know, we've both been to events. Hopefully, some people at home have also had the privilege of going, and it's like, well, you go there, you have a couple of drinks, you have a good time. You know, it's all just a good laugh. It's a good day out, really. I don't know. Maybe it's just the culture, the spectator side of things, I should say. I don't know. It'd be interesting, like the surveys of like how many people in esport, like that watch esports, also watch traditional sport. Twitch chat is our first sample, so let us know.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, hopefully, this technical issue will be resolved, and you know. Put a tactical pause first before the tech came in. So there has been some deliberating, I should say, over what exactly they want to bring to this, because these next couple of rounds are half defining. Both teams a little short on cash. This is your big gun round.
It's true, and it's your last stab at it. Heap's gone already. Never ideal to start it off with a poor beginning. AW left to try and hold out on Palace. Teammate smokes off the angle, just flies blind through, hoping for the best, and now it's about time. The AWP just tries to reposition. That mid-smoke will fade soon, so maybe with the 2 players in connector, they'll try and re-clear. Golden's thrown a smoke out to help. But Passion UA, I mean, it's around like every other when they found that advantage. It's like they just play it incredibly slow, don't really all too much other than try and find a way to close out the show. And well, 3v3, it's never ideal that they lose more than they gain, and with JW finding Jacasmo, the odds certainly do not improve.
Eyeballers just finding it a little too easy taking these mid-fights. Xerophics has had big impact in rounds previous, and that continues to present day. 2-on-1 for Golden to try and digest. 30 seconds and the bomb not yet picked up. Information on at least one of these players. It's gone dry for the second, and the map drops eerily quiet. If they want to go B, it has to be across cat. I should hear the footsteps, and the util comes out as well. Molly mid, flash over the top, will go into his field of view. Can't quite catch the coattails either. This situation has restored, and the percentages for Passion increasing by the second.
Need to be dropped in. Golden, I mean, half thinking about giving it a go, but I think he realises, you know, this action is irreversible. Basically, if you commit to the cause, you will have a chance at winning the round, but if you do also die, then you are left with nothing in the next, and that will be the case. He can rebuy the M4, but one of his teammates, you know, the likes of JW, who's going to be on a D, for Poi, who's FAMAS or MP9, that M4 could have gone a serious distance.
Yeah.
Golden, in fact, wow, that is selfless. Bro,
What a
is
guy.
glass
Hey, been there,
cannoned
done
orc
that. Let
and
him
dropped it
have
to
it,
JW.
man.
Respect. That is
Just-
talk about faith in one of your
Yeah.
in your leaders.
I was going to
right?
say, at the same time, if you're buying an AWP and it's going to anyone other than JW, you've got to be smoking something seriously strong on this team.
I'm pretty sure the old Eyeballers team used to like cycle AWPers. Like
Yeah.
they had more than one person willing to pick up
Strange
the AWP.
stuff, man. Here we are, though. Passion living life in the late round again. It was a 3v2 in the previous. It's going to have to be the exact same here. Pepsal's found one, but Jambo right back at it. He is the only man left on the Passion side to give them the scoreline of 7-5. Open plant, plenty of angles. Eyeballers not getting in to re-clear this immediately. JW, the head taken. The crown slipping just a little bit. Jambo wants it all for himself. Young, hungry, and ready to fight. Here is Golden Steagle. Can it look any better than the player who just went before him? Missed shots, wants it last, and gets it. Golden will haul the rest of his team there. The one kill which he finds is the most important of them all. 6 each. Eyeballers level at the half.
The fact that the Deagle spam is what wins them the round is just frankly absurd.
It's like, it's hardly confident, is it? It's just peeking, letting loose shots, but enough good karma on his behalf has come back to pay dividends in this situation.
That's disgusting.
It's crazy.
How does he find it? I don't know. But either way, we are in a stalemate at the half-time. By the way, found out why there's a pause at the start of every at the halfway point. Apparently, there's always going to be a 30-second pause now at half-time.
I see.
I don't know what that's for.
It's kind of like they do in tier 1, you know, just
Yeah, so a lot of like ESL Blast will do 3-minute half-time breaks, and that's just to run ads and allow players just a second to relax, or, you know, if there's any technical problems, then that half-time break is allocated to fix things. But
you heard right, Twitch mods, press the button.
yeah,
Pay your rent for the month. Go ahead.
yeah.
I've seen it before, like community streams, people running ads during like tactical timeouts, which is just crazy. But yeah, anything to pay the bills, I suppose.
I was gonna say, man, yeah.
Fortunately, that you know, we have sponsors here. That's not something that we're thinking about, or at least you'd hope. Either way,
I don't know now. Someone might have ran the ads.
first
Someone
pick
push a button.
fit. Here we go into the A site. Jambo the next. Flash is wide, but the shot's right on the mark. Poi a player who has shown a lot of promise in patches. Eyeball, is this a run boost into spawn? Pepsor flying round the corner, but they all line up. Passion ploughing forwards on the way back through. The nade takes S-Chiller offline. But Boy is still alive. At least he was. Golden, 3 clutches in as many rounds. But he cannot win this time. And it's the Ukrainians who get on the board first in the second and final half of the series.
That's an incredibly, incredibly disappointing turnout for the round. Could have been so much better. Aiming for gold there, and as you said, they went for the run boost, and sure, the player does fly off the dome piece of another, but he just jumped straight into the ground. I think the run boost might have failed, or didn't get enough speed, didn't press the space bar in time. Whatever it was, as you say, they all just kind of fell into place for this CT side to take on, and well, Eyeball is sure with a bomb plant, but I think it makes more sense to take an eco here than it is to invest.
Passion on this map, funnily enough, stronger on their T side statistically than the CT side, but Mirage has a slight lean for the boys in blue. Looking for something in isolation here. We saw it earlier with Belchanok. His Deagle. I'd go out on a limb and say best that we have in contenders. Okay, maybe that's not too crazy of a statement, but depending on the invites, main Swiss has to be up there if it's anything like what we've seen today. Maybe you put Golden right by him. He's got a P250 here, though. But rushing with these weapons is never ideal. Final 30 seconds and already Fear is pushing the back line.
We'll pull the pin on the execute. Of course, as you say, it's a wall of smokes to make it look like we're infiltrating, but it's just pistols here that are going to try and defend. And well, good start. A quick flank though from the M4. S-Chiller and Fear on the backstab will find 2. Make that 3. All in the hands of Heat. They know exactly where he is already. Now it's just about sticking the landing, get rid of who's going. Deagle will find 1 beforehand though, so an extra expense as an M4 is lost in play. But Passion UA ultimately up to 6.
Yeah, good stuff. Passion do what they need to get through this game. They have been the whole time. That first map really tested them. Mentally, more than anything else. Ancient, always been a strong suit, but even that was not a done deal until the final whistle blew. Here we are. Gun round for 9. And with it likely double digits as well. Jambo straight into the smoke. Zerofix right by his side, firing bullets over each other's shoulders. The A site is the concession which you make, but Passion have been good on these fast floods. They don't want to overcommit here. That is the one point that you have to highlight. Jambo makes it look damn good. They are cut down to size. 3 players in the end. But they will not care one bit. It's a 3rd round and the bonus on the board.
Eyeballers back to the pistols. Take another half. Got rifles coming out in the next. It's already an AWP and plenty of AKs in the hands of this CT side. Nade pretty well placed. Fear, the flashbang pushing him off of the connector angle, but he's got teammates in support. The short player can't get too aggressive, but neither can Fear himself, and he will get round down for his troubles. At least the short push now engaged. Nice shot from Zerofix, just rips the head clean off of Pepsor. and it is Heap against 3.
He's been doing this all game, though, and even on Ancient, when they were just starting to cough up smoke, show signs of life, get back into things, he was the catalyst. And now, with 10 rounds, this is your final task before map point, series point, and qualification to the main Swiss. JW Zorp returns like Darth Vader and his red lightsaber. Most kills on Eyeballers right now, highest rating for them over the last 3 months, but it's Golden which opens up first. When they have relied upon him, he's been the trusty workhorse that's carried the rest of Eyeballers through. It's just 1 kill for now, though.
Try and take over though, Eyeballers in this one. Early advantage, stuck in middle. Bomb needs to be picked up as well. It's the job of Golden. He gets re-smoked in top connector, so his lurk delayed, but it's Poi through the ladder room that gets a second. Now Passion UA bunkered up with 3. Just have to gamble and hope for the best. And I mean, Fear's position is going to be so integral, but a peek towards sight. Bit too overzealous in the 3v5.
This would have been doable, but Fear's taking a sweet time getting into position. Eyeballers ultimately execute on their own terms and conditions, which means that for Passion, resisting is futile. The 7th will slip the net, and the first of the T-half for Eyeballers. Playing on their stronger side now. It's like to mention, Poi finding 2 picks here. Just feels like such a good player, a promising young talent. At the same time, you know, like, still, like, if he just makes a few less bad decisions on the whole, he's so close to being the complete player, in my opinion. Which, you know, is a lot to say about a youngster, but, you know, we saw it on Ancient, a couple of like bad timings that he was taking. Fear actually wants this defuse kit. It's got to be careful. JW doesn't hear the steps and peek him. He won't. Like getting distracted. The one time we caught him on his phone. Like teachers watching over students and seeing who the next to get straight A's is going to be, but certainly has the ability for it. Just how far do you take that? There are so many players that have the ability and don't make the most of their skill set.
See if the investment from Passion can yield more results. Heap looks pretty disappointed, didn't get that opening kill and took some damage for it. Boy dropping a smoke towards the window position. So yet again, Eyeballers in the early to mid round. Harry just trying to threat the idea of a mid take and force Passion away from it. Yet again, Poi in that ladder room. It's just the normal now for this Eyeballer side. Just try and take as much space as you can towards middle. We saw Heap in front in the last round.
There's been reads on both sides though, because Eyeballers have gone for the same setup, but this time they want to finish A. Passion UA have infested the site with players. They're getting gutted one by one. 5-7 takes 2. Chiller makes his point known and his position as well. JW's caught low and will finish the job off himself. Bomb plant on top of it. Makes for an 8th. Jambo Zorp doesn't want to go anywhere near this. He'll take down Poi. But the chance is up. The game isn't yet. Eyeballers playing chase and doing a damn good job now that they've got a couple.
Can't believe you hit JW with the dink as well. That round is so So close. If that 5-7, I know it's a big ask to find a third kill with the cheapest weapon on the team. Should never be relied upon to begin with, but if he does find it, this round is all theirs. JW even goes up in smoke to the bomb. Eyeballers will take an 8th, but it's to a great cost. Sure, Passion on an eco, but 4 players losing your lives, not ideal.
Hefty toll paid. Couple of rifles in there, one of them being the AWP. All eyes on the map to see what Passion have cooked up for us, because I think both teams made a really interesting change on the previous round for Eyeballers to build on the conditioning that they had, and Passion read a step ahead of that. The mental game being played between the two IGLs right now is really entertaining to watch. Now what the setup ends up being, both of these better weapons towards mid. Jambo bottom of con with the smoke in front of him, and Fear playing as part of a double stack. He's got a meat shield in front of him. It's going to be S-Chill as USP paired, and JW as this second AWP in the server is top mid. Okay, the pistol peeks him. Can he get out of trouble? Because Passion want to force this duel. If you come at the king, you best not miss. Fear finally lands the shot. Passion still with everything that they came into this round outside of the default pistols. In a 4 versus 2 though, your chances are few and far between, especially once Fear goes up in an explosion like that.
Jambo left to save yet again. Another one of those slow ends. Looking to try and hold on to the big green. Bit more damage. But eventually will get cut out. CT side, got work to be done. The gap is now down to 1. And just as we thought, Harry, you know, with the nature of map 1 and map 2, the map 3 will be a close bout between these two. We're getting exactly that.
There we are. Much like the first series, Paravision sealing their spot in the main Swiss were able to harbour momentum effectively. Didn't really get that between the first couple of maps. Eyeballers, Passion, both with their own. On the aggregate of rounds alone, Eyeballers, the winners of this series, posting a difference of 10 between the two on our opener. But we saw the reset come through, we got to this point, and now, just incredibly close. Ground down to dust, and the biggest thing to mention is just the absence of utility across the board for Passion. Every player has at least a smoker or molly, but not too many of them in total, and no AWP for Jambo. Still, I think the top performer, Zerafix, only needs an A1S to get something done, so he's the one that you've got to be thinking about. The one that gets boosted up into ladder as Eyeballers are growing in number through the midsection.
Oh, wow.
There's JW. Just don't think you can afford to be that careless. Peeking into middle there if you're Passion. Lack of information, sure. Want to try and make something happen, but he was just so aware of it from chair. Now Eyeballers putting them all over Passion's eyes. Very quickly advancing towards A. In terms of utility, if you go to this retake, even the defuse kit, it's absent. There's one smoke and a molly, that's it. You're gambling on B, your round is done. This is 10-all.
Yeah, I mean, Passion should save here. Only lose the 1 rifle. Make sure the money lost is at an all-time minimum. They can hold on to the remaining 4, then fair play. But Eyeballers have caught right back up. starting to show that they can be a team that go toe-to-toe. And we were saying that from the beginning. You know, if eyeballers can put on a good show, they will deliver a decent BO3 against Passion UA. Now they have the chance to win it.
Yeah, they do. This is the thing, though, right? Like, eyeballers, after the first map, some people would have thought they could have taken it in 2, and it even looked like that on Ancient at times.
Terrorists win.
Mismanaged T-side, ultimately, is what let them down. Want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but just a few too many errors across the board, which Passion will punish you for, especially in a place where they feel so comfortable. On Mirage, don't think we've seen anywhere near the same level of punishment, because eyeballers are offering opportunities. Passion giving away a little bit too much themselves this time, though. Another buy comes through. Or should I say, a save around the guns which they had left over. Jambo poking holes, but has to be careful, because JW is here again with that AWP, and we all know what happened last time.
Yeah, the man has struck for first blood a fair few times now in this second half specifically. Yeah, again, eyeballers just with this casual mid-take, just wandering in, forcing this Passion UA side back, and at least now we're starting to try and clue ourselves up, aggressing elsewhere. It's the Palace peak now.
First bit of extremity control that Passion have looked to take. They'll fly their flag right over the top of Palace. Signposting some control, which has left eyeballers scratching their heads, because it's put a serious wrench in the machination they were building. It's a re-clear ramp late. The A split is still very much on here, with 40 seconds left and still 3 players towards this side of the map. It's a tall order. Jambo's got to be careful peeking con like that. Bomb is the opposite side. This is an A commit. Jambo again just shows himself to Pepsor. And these are the unforced errors that I'm talking about. When you have the control, it is given over so easily. Jacasmo does fight back through. Couple 1v1s offered to the crosshair of his A1S. Nice timing onto JW's AWP means that it is a peak which he will confirm. And the USP has managed to go one better. A clutch for Poi. If there was any chance to make your mark, it would be now, but he's not up for the fight. Passion, the lead is theirs again.
Finger back on the pulse for this CT side. Eyeballers with half a chance yet again. They get onto a site. They're able to get a plant this time. Passion UA roll the dice. They go for the retake and it plays out well. Keep getting nothing there though. You kind of feel like maybe, just maybe, round would have looked a bit different had he have got one, or at least one. Well, Poi to find us 1v3. It was going to be impossible. Fear over the top says thank you very much.
First round in 5 for Passion. But you got to start somewhere. And with the vestiges of double digits already firmly beneath them, they're in a good place right now. Could just be getting better. I'm talking main Swiss better if they play their cards right. Bomb drop deep. From the rounds that we've seen so far, again, it's mid-centric. Eyeballers, the default, backed up with a lot more presence. Passion happy to just give this one away. They don't want to overfight it. No heavy commitments. Reinforcing the jungle and window control. But other than that, B is what they're prepared for execute-wise, and they will be correct in thinking so. Heap, it's just a life lost. Eschula is right there and ready for it. This is where eyeballers may just need to adjust the goalpost, and you can already see that they are thinking about it.
Oh, fantastic. Jacasmo will fight too. Knife through the heart yet again for eyeballers at such a pivotal moment in this series. It's in the final map of all things. And it will be a clean sweep for 12. Passion UA map series quali point.
Great position now for Passion to shut this one out. Eyeballers have all they could ask for. Yeah, Pepsors on a Galil, but the util is there. A full belt for all 5. So damning when you get into the game the way they have on this second half, just to get shut down in this fashion. Jacasmo with the AK, ramp peak, nobody there. Boy by himself, flashing for another. Pepsor painted to the wall, and he'll get away. No worries, they just go to the crosshair of fear. Layering up, Passion, fighting side by side. The Ukrainians will resist to the final hour of the contenders stage. Swiss on the horizon, so close for them now. 4 on 2, look at Golden, he's trapped, stuck in the corner, nowhere to run. Heaps had clutches on his plate before, but now he is forced to pile those bodies sky high if there's any chance to save the Swedes. The site is stacked, as are the odds against him.
Even on Mirage as well, these guys can perform even to the highest of it. Fair play to them, deserved of the win. They are the second team in playoff, in main Swiss.
Yeah, that's the thing too as well. You want to open up this narrative about young teams, Passion, average age just below 20. For Eyeballers, sort of mid-20s, but you remove Golden, JW, the two of the old guard of the Swedes there. And yeah, they've also got some young names as well. And I think we saw that today in certain instances, losing their heads in some of the key moments when it looked like they could keep themselves in front, build up some kind of an advantage, especially of that second half on this final map here when they had, you know, the open air in front of them. They could see the light at the end of the tunnel, and Passion, smash and grab operation on those final few CT rounds, take it all for themselves and take their spot in main Swiss.
I do believe we have an interview with Fear now from Passion UA to join us to talk about the game. Fear, first and foremost, congratulations on it. A great win for you guys today. Unfortunately, we start with the ugly, right? We talk about map 1 of Inferno and, you know, a 13-3 loss. I was saying, you know, is this just something that maybe you need a little bit more time to prep on, or do you think it was just Eyeballers playing a good game of CS?
Hello, thanks for nice words. Yeah, we qualified to next stage. It's really good. About Inferno, we prepared this map. We understand they will pick Inferno or Mirage maybe. Edic, please, more quiet. More quiet, please. I have interview. If I don't forget, 3-9 was first half. We lose 1-5 situation on A. It's team up for us. More easily to play on T. We have a chance to take 4 or 5 on CT, and it's gonna be good. But we choke a bit, and then we join second half on T, and we just don't have good economy. We lose pistol, then we force. So yeah, it's score 33. But and also I need to give respect for a bowler. It's very hard to play versus them. It's legends players there. Yeah,
As I can see,
they feel very good this map.
100%. I mean, the reset that you guys showed coming out of Inferno into map number 2 on Ancient was fantastic. To have lost in the manner that you did and then come straight back. I can see, of course, you're with your teammates here in the same room. How exactly has that been? It's not like a fully fledged boot camp, but just sort of being in that environment. Does that help you map to map when maybe you go one down to be able to reverse sweep?
No, we feel good even after lose first map. Like I said, we understand they play very good Inferno. we understand we can bounce back. It's no problem for us. Yeah, we're living in bootcamp already, maybe 3 months together, full time here with teammates.
Fair enough. Obviously, as you said, you're full time in the boot camp, and for you guys as well, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was announced today that you made the RMR close quali B, which must feel pretty good for you guys, right? Because I think the whole narrative for Passion UA is that this is a project. Obviously, you played with Smooya on the Witchers, and before that, you had your stint in Na'Vi. But a lot of the guys in your team aren't, you know, massive names, aren't like huge figures within the Counter-Strike scene, and you guys have kind of come out of nowhere. You took a little bit of a grind in tier 3, you've moved up into tier 2, and now you're just smashing the competition. Like, how's that feeling for you, right? As like a bit of an underdog story.
I wanna say today we have big discussion with the team. Maybe like 1 hour. We just talk not about the game. We play last day qualification versus Betera. We lost, and we have good. I think that was good and important discussion today. And I feel like after this we improve. Before we lose 2 games versus now we win. So we see we improving day by day. It's really nice. About my teammates, yeah, of course they are very young. Like you said. Four players don't have team before, professional team. It's their first professional team. I always say in interview, it's very good result. But we still need to improve, because who care? It's first professional team or second. We need to win every game. So yeah, we will try to manage and fix our mistakes. First game versus BIG, what a banger match! It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to seeing more of you guys, of course. The faith that has been put in you, you know, from Zinni at the top and the boot camp that you guys are on, looking great. It's great to see more performances from you guys. So, once again, congratulations on the win. Dziękuję for the interview, and have a good one. We'll see you very soon.
Goodbye.
There you go. What a lovely man.
There you go.
I love
Brilliant
Fear.
stuff.
I got to interview him when he was on the Witchers with Smooya and that in the mix that made the last one, and he seemed really motivated. He wanted to make the RMRs. He wanted to go deep in events and wanted to show that, you know, he is capable. And as he rightly pointed out, you know, you look at these names, it's like, who the hell are these guys? And they've come out of nowhere. They're absolutely smashing up the scene. They're currently ranked 39 in the world, so top 40 in the world, and yeah, they are just continuing to deliver day in, day out on a boot camp together full time, you know, living in the same house. You can see the effects that all of that's having in today, you know, after getting smashed in map 1, they said, you know, they've got a good Inferno, but the mental capacity on these players, despite being fresh faces in professional Counter-Strike, is absurd to me.
Yeah, too, as well. Like, I think that the funny part for me is that Fear is taking this more like big brother role, I guess, in the team environment in terms of just pure chemistry. You can see there telling his teammate to quieten up as he gives the interview. But that's the thing. He's got 2 17-year-olds, 2 19-year-olds by his side, but he is the freshest face into this team, if you want to, you know, put it that way. The core's been here for 11 months, him only 5, but already taking a lot of that responsibility to keep them in check with the experience that he has. And I think it's really important. And it showed in Bounds today when you compare it to Eyeballers, which also have experienced heads, twice as many, and in terms of actual playing raw experience, accolades, you know, second to none, right?
Yeah.
You're always going to be in that situation when you've got JW and Golden on your team. But yeah, I think he's just done a brilliant job at managing the names around him and putting them in the best possible position to find that success.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I guess to add to the storyline of Fear as a whole, right? He's been in this team for 180 days, right? He joined in 2024, I think it was like February something, right? And you have a look at the team's like history. You just like watch the map go. Yeah, he joined in the. Hold on, I found it here. 19th of February is the week that he joined for HRTV rankings. They were 126, and you know, in the span of 180 days, he's turned this in from a 126th ranked team now into the top 40. Now talking about RMRs, and you'd say he's in that big brother position. Apparently, that's all they need because something's going right for them. Clearly.
certainly is. Look, a team which has broken into the top 40 now and is topping the charts in terms of our contenders. Swift teams, they move onwards with Paravision to the main stage, which will be coming fairly soon. We've still got a few more results to knock out in contenders, and we'll be bringing you those very, very soon. So make sure to leave a follow on the channel, stay tuned to all of the socials, plenty more from YaLLa Compass for the road to 2025. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We'll catch you very soon, and good night.
out of this. That being said, though, Luminar starting on the T side, and as you said, they could be expecting a bit of a punishment pick, so gotta start punishing early on, though. Incilio will clear out the entire map, so Luminar might not realize it, but Incilio know exactly what's coming.
There's so many here in defense. FPS up first. Look at that. Just before the flashbang bursts. Now his teammates can get engaged. Taking a lot of damage, though. As the Luminar swing up and onto the side. Just need to clear out Gandalf. Yes. Beautiful kill. They don't make it to Gandalf. And frags flying the way of the CT side. It looks a little bit treacherous, but they seem to have stabilized here. Might be low HP, but with this many players alive, surely they're at the back of each other. And indeed, they do. Pissed around to the defense.
I mean, it does get a little bit scrappy there towards towards the middle of it, because it felt like Incilio had the right idea. They had so many bodies towards the bomb side. They find the first kill courtesy of Fade with the GLEs, but then it gets, or FPS, sorry, it gets quickly refragged. So refrags were not looking too bad from them, and there are a couple unfortunate ones, a couple gooshes going their way that couldn't get converted to kills. And at the end of the day, they're not even going to get a bomb plan out of this. So Incilio should be on their way to a pretty decent 2-0 start. And one thing that I mentioned before the start of this that I'm going to be looking forward to observing, I guess, in this game. Incilio, I think, is one of the really underrated teams in online Counter-Strike in the last maybe a little bit over 1 year even when they were playing with Xanter back in the day. They are a team that fundamentally is playing pretty decent Counter-Strike, quite proactive, getting a lot of information, just most of the time making the right calls according to or considering the type of the amount of information that they have. So I think a map like this too, especially CT side wise, could suit them fairly nicely. You know, being proactive, pushing tunnels, going aggressive towards middle, taking a long control, toying with the rotations, playing a lot of reactive Counter-Strike, so to speak.
Certainly when they get their chance on the T side, they've got some players to make use of the opportunities afforded to you on the offense here on Dust 2. So certainly have an opportunity, and as we mentioned, it's hardly a stalwart map for their opponents, so should be chances. Check out B. Are Luminar going to go? Gets stalled out by the util. The mid push is good as well for the defense. Look at all the information as well outside of long. This is nightmare for Luminar. What do? You're so scared of going back now.
Yeah, you didn't want to feel like you're being forced into a B play that you didn't want to go to, or you didn't want to go for, right? You lose that player in towards the top of middle, you realize you've lost pretty much the entire map, and you have two choices. You either slow things down and try and spread around the map and retake that map control and work with it, because you still have plenty of time, or you just rush it into the B bomb site through the util and you probably get completely mowed down. So I think this is the right approach right now. You know, the CTs have let go of everything, so the Ts are going to be able to retake it, and as we said, they still have plenty of time to work with. But the thing is, you don't know when the CTs are going to start getting proactive once again, and in towards the B tunnels is already happening, and that timing could be awful for Furlan.
It's a disaster. And the teammates coming into tow. That is perfect. That is so perfect. Waiting for the tunnels player to take contact. And then absolutely sandwiching Star Wars trash compactor sort of stuff in mid. And Illuminar, well, they don't have plot armor and they get crushed.
Yeah, that's the thing that we discussed, right? You get that kill, you get into a 5v4, it just makes so much sense the way that Incilio were approaching things. You rotate a couple extra players in towards that B-bomb side. The B-bomb side does not get contested. You feel like they're probably, you hear a couple steps or you spot a couple bodies in towards middle. You feel like they're going to try and retake that. You realize that, you know, they had two options after you get that initial kill. They must have been grouped up in front of that B bomb site. So when the B play doesn't come through, you know they probably fell back. They're probably clearing out the map. So you felt like you could push with one of the MP9s, and it was still a bit of a bonus round that you were rocking. So you still didn't feel comfortable enough just playing from the back of the side and letting them have everything and just play the 5v4 with opes and rifles and util, right? Because you didn't have any of that. So the MP9 goes pushing in towards B on a great timing, catches a couple players off guard, flash going high, blinding everybody. It's just falling into place really nicely.
We'll add that into the pistol round, and both of those rounds are incredibly proactive. This one will just be a half buy for the T side, but I think when we get back on the rifles again for both teams, I think Insidia are going to continue in this vein. They've certainly set the tone, I think, for this half. They're not going to sit back and play passive at all.
Yeah, it depends on how confident you feel, right? Because if you, on one hand, you could say, all right, but now they're going to be ready for those aggressive plays. That was just a bonus round. That's why we send it. Pissed around as well. You can afford to because we had a bit of a stack going in towards the B-bomb side. So they could want to lean back, let's say, and play it a little bit more passively and see how Illuminar would react for the next buy round, because this is where you're probably going to see some type of an adjustment coming in from the T side. But as you pointed out, if you feel comfortable enough, if you feel like you can just run those guys over, and if you feel like you just want to get as much out of that aggressive play style as you can before they counter it, well, might as well go for it. Worked out for you the amount of times that you've tried it so far, and I just realized that with 3 rounds in, Illuminar have been able to get 2 kills in total. So money is great for the CTs as well. Everything's perfect.
Quick pause here. Hearing one of the players.
Right.
What?
Sure. All
Okay,
right,
let's
Furlan.
pay attention. I mean, this should have just been an eco. Should have been a done deal, but now there is some jeopardy. Cleanup crew, though, is here. Furlan. My hero. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't contribute too much more. They don't even get a bomb plant, but at least it gets your juices flowing, right? You get those 2 1-deeks. You're going to be feeling really good about yourself. Look at that. Bang. Both headshots. Both great shots coming in from the IGL. And yeah, as you said, PipW and FPS being able to clean it up fairly easily. So another good reaction from Mencilio. But at least we get something to be excited about when it comes down to Illuminar. And now it's where it gets serious. Now you're going to see Marcus on an AVP. You're going to see everybody else on AKs. And you're going to have the util. So this is where Illuminar need to start putting a foot right on that T side.
Zulp is very aggressive. Gets behind the Molotov. That's the good news. Mr. FPS. Showing his colours there at the start. And whilst it is an aggressive opening, we are going to have to see Insidio playing back for the first time really on this map. Play some more reactive Counter-Strike. Pulp swings in towards mid. Furlan's out in the open. Where's the backup? Where's the help? Where's the trade? It's too late. Throwing some util now, but you've already lost the man advantage and they look stifled.
Yeah, I was gonna say that looked like a really risky off angle there for Furlan, but I guess there's the backup, there's the trade. Marcus, with a little bit of luck there through the smoke, gonna be able to connect on that shot, so faded out of the equation for now. Thing is, because you got that kill, you might be thinking the B bomb side is gonna be a little bit weakened, and you might be thinking about committing to a B play here, but they still have 2 more rifles in position.
Will be a B split. Long player is coming off. HR in mid is ready to go. Can he find a nice timing? Sugar is terribly exposed to double doors if he can. Himself all the way up. Polk goes wide. Gets traded. That second kill is brutal. I'm not sure Sugar did anything wrong by getting aggressive in that position. He was always going to be dead for a mid. But it doesn't work out. Luminar on the board.
Yeah, Pip gonna be able to find out 1 kill onto PHR, but this is not gonna be anything more than just a green card for staying alive as of right now, and that is unless Belaney finds him. Actually, he could take that AVP out of the hands of the T's, which could be pretty valuable considering the low economy on the T side. Belaney should be good unless he wants to climb up, which in that situation he probably doesn't. So yeah, Luminar gonna be good. Staying alive with 2 people, not gonna do wonders for the T side economy for now, but it is a foot in the right direction. And as you pointed out, yeah, I don't think Sugar made a wrong play here. They actually played it fairly nicely, right? They decided we're leaving middle, we're gonna use the timing, aggressing towards the tunnels. Belaney's just crazy to get that kill. He was already low on HP, needed an insta headshot, got it. If Sugar gets that kill, he can push in towards the tunnels. There is no one else coming in from that position. He can turn around, and suddenly they've got much more leverage going into the round, and potentially will be able to go for retake if he does get that kill. So yeah, didn't play it wrong. Sometimes you're going to make the right decision, but your opponent is just going to get a kill like that, and this one is just on Belaney being able to fight and win both those 1v1s.
I think they might reflect that the decision was potentially too late. I think they should have died to the mid players. The player on top of the boxes. So exposed. It was a very tricky position. And that is Dust 2 really, when your man... well, it was a 4-on-4, but with 4 players alive, there's just so much map to cover. It's always going to be a sacrifice. Quick pause again, hearing the same player perhaps has some connectivity issues. Hopefully we don't need a server change, but it's being pondered at the moment. That would delay us a little bit more. Not ideal. Not ideal.
All right, I think we just got an information. Well, we got a confirmation from the production team, guys, that we're gonna have to actually send this one into a bit of a technical timeout because there's some talks going on whether the server is gonna be replaced or not. So we don't know for sure when we're coming back. Hopefully, it's going to be really quickly. So stand by. Myself and Alan are gonna be right back whenever we're ready to keep it going with that Dust 2. the crossfires towards the back of the side and felt like they just provided him with the perfect chance to isolate those 1v1s. We're going to see the replay here of Sugar's regression. Then the fact that he was blinded, Molidov still able to get away with a kill and a half. Marcus gets refragged by Pip, but the moment that pole goes down, you felt like the round was supposed to be over. Pip still able to get that kill on the car player. I guess the side one was too focused on letting his teammate get the next point of contact, but didn't realize he couldn't really swing and get the refrag in time. Either way, this is going to be one that will hurt Illuminar fairly decently. I mean, you look at the money on the T side, if they end up losing this round, they're facing a pretty harsh reset, but the opening kill at least is going to help them out massively.
Gotta convert this time. Sugar takes space. Should get the catch on third, and he does. Now all of Illuminar are bottled up. All on long. Where did you think they were, FPS? You've got the rest of the map. I'm a little bit confused. The pole does so much work. Second kill is brutal. Sugar's a long way out, but if he can flank long, bomb still isn't planted. This is such an awkward round. There's so much util down. They don't know where to look.
Yeah, look at Sugar coming in from the backstab. Ope was holding a couple seconds ago, but not ready for the timing now, and that's gonna make it so difficult for Belaney now. Bomb will get planted eventually. Knows where Pold is coming in from short side. Knows where Sugar was coming from long, but Sugar's not really making any contact. So if you're Belaney, when do you start thinking about the possibility of those two CTs approaching the situation together? When do you start thinking about the possibility of a reposition coming in? And they're just slowing things down so much. It's so uncomfortable. No one was giving him fights. No one was giving him anything. And Belaney just got a little bit lost in the sauce. Nowhere to go. No way to hide. No way to isolate those fights. And Silly will play another one to perfection. A big triple kill from Pold and another 4v5 that goes in favor of the CT side.
These are some very chaotic rounds. And guys, this was Illuminar's map pick. What was it? They've level lost what? Was it 4 on the trot at the moment? Remind myself. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Hardly been kind to them as Dust 2. For whatever reason, maybe it's practice, maybe it's the core of these players. They clearly have confidence in their Dust 2. That's why they picked this map. But based on what we're seeing, errors are causing problems, and yet again another round where it's just seemingly over, where they're at least at a massive deficit. It really just started.
You know what's the worst part about all of this? Whenever Illuminar get a man opening, the rounds are really chaotic, the rounds are really close, but Incilio is still able to turn things around, right? They're still able to win it. Whenever Incilio get the opening kills, though, Illuminar are getting completely annihilated. And those rounds are not even getting close. Now, Illuminar were able to do a little bit of damage, pick up one round, then get 2 rounds in a row where they probably should have converted. That has done a lot of economical damage to the side of the CTs, but you feel like you felt like that was the opening for Illuminar to get back into that T side. Or, well, not even get back, just get into it in the first place, right? But now it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity, and if Incilio end up converting that one with 4 players surviving, that's going to mean no money for Illuminar, going to mean potentially another cleaner one to follow up, and you can already see how this is starting to slip here for Illuminar.
They need some pauses as well, don't they? Because, as you said, there are a couple very competitive rounds, but we look at the grander scope, those are the rounds they had the advantage. Those are the rounds you need to be winning easily 70% of the time, and they didn't win them. Lack of a plan means they can't invest here. That pause does indeed come in. This is a T-sided map. It's a T-sided map.
I mean, are we counting the snap tap as a factor, like the short strafes? Because every map in the pool is a T-sided map right now, if you think about it. Did you see that graphic from Cologne?
Is every map winning
Bar
T-side?
Nuke. Bar Nuke. Everything
Nuke.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even Nuke isn't a, let's say, a 60% CT sided map, is 50 something. Is the low.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
50s.
very T-favored pool at the moment.
A very T-sided game. Makes a lot of sense to why YaLLa is losing 1-7 on the T side of the map they picked, right?
It's interesting actually that Incilio picked CT. They have started T-side themselves. But they clearly know something we don't. Their CT side has been thunderous. Been glorious. Been, of course, we start off the half with unhinged aggression. Now it's more passive play and locking down bomb sites. Just as I say that, B site crumbles, bombs getting planted, and AWP scooped as well, AK as well. Of all the rounds, I can't believe this one's the one that's getting competitive.
It's pretty doable as well. Delaney, oh, picked up. What a shot from Faded. Gets him off the angle. Still, eyes on the mid flank though, PHR. How much damage can you do with that Tech 9? Are you going to be able to catch the right timing? There's the first one. Does he get a second? Probably doesn't want to engage, but that's going to mean his teammate is in a 1v1 and, oh, Bolt's got a kit. He can rush for the bomb, goes back for the fight, and PHR with the Tech 9 is going to be able to close it out. Luminar needed a little bit of pistol magic, apparently, to get their second round on Dust.
They needed it. This map was slipping a long way out of control. 8-1 would have been so close, honestly, to victory on a map like Dust 2. T-side to come. Some inspired openers, Marcos, bit of a ripper there on the Tech 9. And they need to make good on this. The one thing they have done is kept this CT money terribly low.
Oh my
To
god.
win this, and they could force an eco round. FPS though here has other ideas. He is dynamic, he is aggressive, and he finds the opener. They did not expect an AWP to be there.
I feel for Marcus, I'm not gonna lie. In that situation, you get the B spawn, you're like, okay guys, Sugar has been aggressive so many times with the rifle, I'm just gonna get posted on the echo of Xbox. If he peeks, I get the kill. If he doesn't, you're probably gonna walk out, and then there's an AVP just peeking from the close side. And towards that A-bomb side, oh we go, and Katsu with a lovely double headshot to open things up.
They might save the CTs. There's no money in reserve. They're going to go for this. Taking their merry time. Indeed, they pull the ripcord. Wow. What an absolute reversal in this round. It's such a clean entry. There was no trade, obviously. And Katsu just comes off catwalk, domes the first, commits to the second duel. He's the only reason his team's won this round. He's just absolutely dominated.
Yeah. I mean, this round is a great example of how T-side Dust 2 should be played when it comes down to reactions, right? Dust 2 is probably the second most reactive map in the pool after a nuke. When you're on the T side, you spot the Oper in towards B. You know how difficult it is from the Oper to rotate from the B-bomb side to plat on A, right? So the moment that you lose that fight, you might be losing Marcos. It's all going to come down to the timing. Look at the time right now, minute 18, and Katsu is already making his way out of short, which in that situation, you probably left, what, 15 to 17 seconds for the Oper to try and rotate all the way from B to A, which is not possible unless he just pulls his knife out and starts sprinting, where he's going to have to cross middle. So I'd say that was a really good reaction from Illuminator. Don't get me wrong, Katsu still does a really good job of getting the kills, but all in all, really well played.
Flashbang, largely ineffective. Holt does not get clear. Second player's in the air as he finds a second scalp. Maybe this round is back on. Look at the CT side. They're all on A. But every single terrorist player is going straight into the crosshairs. Unable to exploit that gap. Now there's a bit of a window, but this has gone from a great advantage to now most unlikely. It's a shame to say, but 2 rounds that followed this one were the outliers. This is what we've seen a lot of this half. This sort of gameplay.
They realized it too late, right? You get the kill onto Faded in towards middle, then you kill Pulled in towards lower after he gets the double. Sugar is still alive though, so you're thinking the B bomb side is still guarded. You don't know where he is. He could have pushed in towards tunnels. He could be playing middle somewhere. He could be pretty much everywhere on the B bomb side. So you thought A would have been a little bit weak, and then after losing those 2 players, the CTs would rush to rotate away. in towards being probably support Sugar, so I guess you were hoping to abuse something in towards A. Unfortunately, you were the only ones getting abused there. So 8-1 would have been a disaster. 9-3 still does not necessarily scream an optimistic score for Illuminer at the end of this. This round pretty much mandatory to pick up.
It's going to be A this time. And with Incilio giving long control, they have to fight for Catwalk. There is no alternative. Even with Fader going down, I don't think they can back out of this fight. Oh, that's a nightmare. Now the side surely getting developed. FPS, 5 players to deal with. First is collected, but when does Long get engaged? There you go, Kadzu. Timely trade. This looks like 4.
Yeah, of course, safe not on the cards right now for Potent Sugar, being the final round of the half, so they are gonna give it a bit of a go, but doesn't feel like this is one of the rounds in which, unless the T's give you something and unless they just overstep a mark that they shouldn't be, you're gonna get a chance in. It should be 4 rounds at the end of it, and you can still see Potent Sugar just turning around, hoping that a T is going to overextend, but no reason for that to happen right now if you're Illuminer. No reason to give them any fights, which PHR will. So a 2v3 now. Still, time is going to be a bit of a factor. Still a little bit of Yuto to work with. P comes in, Perlin drops Sugar, and from here on out, it's all about how many kills can Paul get before the round is over. Already out of reach to get the defuse. Still going to be able to get a couple more, so it is a nice little bit of a hat trick coming in for Paul, but the round is still going to go in favor of Illuminer. They get 4 on the T side, 3 out of the last 4. Not a bad recovery towards the end. My question towards you, Alan, is, was it too late?
At least they've given themselves a chance. When they were losing 1-7, and of course they win the half by round, kickstart the mini recovery. The game practically looked done. So at least that narrative has changed. Still though, there's a bit of a tick list, isn't there? If they don't get this half off to a good start, I'm not sure it will be enough. If they lose early gun rounds again, there could be problems. Not out of the woods yet. They still need to get a lot of things right.
Well, Illuminer going for a pretty proactive pistol round themselves, as Incilio did in the first half of that, pushing towards the B tunnels and able to get that first kill onto FPS. This is still going to channel the D's in towards a really accelerated A play, and exposed Kadzu and Delaney in the middle of nowhere are both going to get taken down. Refract coming in, but the bomb's going to get planted. CT's already nearby to try and make that retake happen as quickly as possible. Lack of a defuse kit, so going to find those headshots, and Furlan drops another one. Faded. Gonna hit the ground running. Pip needs something spectacular. He's gonna find all 3 of them. Sugar didn't even need to help him out.
That's wild. Absolutely wild. Look at this man in the game he's having. 16-3. There's depth to this team. Absolute depth. And Illuminar. Oh, they needed this pistol so badly. And it looked for a moment there in the 3-on-2 like they were going to catch both Incilio players peeking before it went to, you know, sticking the bomb, and there's a player in pit, and it's so awkward for the CD side. Never reached that point. That could be it.
There's
I don't blame them for
with
buying.
That angle, by the way. That's one of the most difficult kills to get on Dust. I don't know what the reason is when you're the player from sight peeking, especially on a pistol round, and there's one guy just hugging the wall on the right hand side. This is one of the most difficult fights to win. I don't know what the reason is, but just think about the amount of highlights you've seen from a player in the middle of long, hugging the wall, getting 2 or 3 kills the exact same way, like here.
It's one of those ones where I guess you're always looking at pit as you swing. So
yeah,
you're looking at pit or you're looking at the long corner. You never really think about the off angle.
yeah.
Wow. FPS says, 4 spy? Who cares? I've got a head.
And you've got a bullet in yours. Fade it. Reaggression into towards short gonna come in. Still getting away with one kill is absolutely massive though, and he spotted another rifle. They have all the information, and now they've lost Marcus towards the back of the bomb site. This one is slowly crumbling, and if you're Pelani and PHR, I mean, this map is not really looking like one that you want to save in, considering the circumstances, but it might make a lot of sense to start considering it at this point.
Pick your poison, really. Go for this. Have a 10% chance, if that. Salvaging the round. Obviously, that's out the window now. So it will be 11 for Incilio. Illumina will actually have a really hard decision about whether they want to force in the following, because they're just so far down on rounds. If they eco, it's going to be 11 for the T's.
You know, one thing that I was actually really interested in going into this game, from Incilio's point of view, because I as I told you, I've actually started liking I've liked Incilio for a while now. I was pretty surprised at the game that they played against Ruby, the fact that they lost it in the fashion that they did, because in my perspective, seeing Incilio lose 2 maps without even picking up double digits in a series against a team that arguably they should be beating is not something that I'm expecting to see often, right? So you look at some of the you look at the ways that the halves were starting for Incilio in that Ruby game, and it felt like they were just not able to keep it up when they had things figured out, right? So the one thing that we did see, for example, in the first half, what happened against Ruby, they would win CT side especially, they would win the pistol rounds, and then as soon as, or just start their game plan on a buy round, as soon as their opponents came out with one solution, they would crumble. So far though, Illumina just haven't really been able to come out with anything. So yeah, Incilio not being able to get a lot of rounds at the starts of pretty much every single half against Ruby or any of the halves, even if they were winning the pistol rounds, something that in the first half was not the case because they were able to get quite a hefty amount before Illumina got there first. And if they're able to keep it up here, it could be all she rolled fairly quickly. Actually,
Quite telegraphed. I mean, it's not a hard call, is it, for the CDs to stack A? M4's here. The best chance they're going to get. And they don't fight. They're only... I mean, I hardly call this a really strong fighting position for the side. It is a nice kill, but bomb now gets planted for long. You're just playing not to win. You're playing... I don't know. You're not in a position where you could possibly win the round.
yeah, doesn't necessarily look like it is, does it?
I understand they're ecoing, but...
Looks like they're just playing for exits and to get gun upgrades.
One
at this
kill
point.
is worth... One kill is worth so much more than you're giving up.
Well, the play comes in, and Katsu will be able to find a refrag. Still going to be really quick considering the lack of kit, and yeah, one flash going over, going to blind a couple of those players, going to make it really easy for the T's to gobble up the kills. Still, damage-wise, it's not too bad for the CTs, but Incilio don't really give a damn about their money at this point. They only care about picking up the rounds, and as you said, even though it ends up being a fairly expensive one towards the end, they didn't really feel challenged for the round itself, so it's all good on the Incilio camp as of right now.
They're loving life. I mean, I'm not sure they expected Dust 2 to be in this series. But 11-4 now on their opponent's pick. They like Nuke, that's going to follow. Surely enjoying how this has developed so far. Are we going to get a very early B hit? There's nades lined up. Player T-Spawn is lining up another smoke. Here we go. This is very early on. Can the CDs get off any counter nades? Furlan, that flash is so damaging. He can't use his Molotov.
Oh my god.
Delaney is absolutely overwhelmed. And I don't think this player in the smoke to be alive for long. Furlan perhaps buying a little bit of time, but they know exactly where he is. And look at that immediate save call. This isn't a match at the moment. It's a SmackDown.
No, it's not a match. I mean, it is a match, but you know what this looks like. I don't know if you did that. It might be just me, but in 2016, 2017, so I was just getting into Counter-Strike. I was playing on my laptop with 60 FPS, 60 hertz, you know, the good old times, the €10 mouse. Whenever I didn't have internet for whatever reason, I would just load a server with against bots, and I would just pretend that I don't know who was I watching back then that was really good. Probably, I don't know, Luminosity. And I would just be like, oh yeah, look, I'm Code Zero. I'm just running around and destroying everybody. So this is what it feels like right now. They're just enjoying life. Everything they do works out. Everywhere they go, they get success. I mean, even in that situation, they go for the straight up B play, which I guess you could understand. It's the first buy round for Illuminer in the second half. Yuto is not going to be great, so you're not expecting for them to have 2 Molotovs and 2 HEs to just stop you in your tracks straight away. But Belaney takes first contact from Boost. He is in a great position to get that first kill. He doesn't get away with anything. That makes Furlan pretty much helpless towards the back of the side. He would have loved to peek on the contact of Belaney getting 1 kill and dropping towards the back of the car. Just nothing's working out for Illuminer right now.
Finally an opener. Something to work with. But an absolute mountain to climb. 8 in a row required. It's just not going to happen, is it? Or maybe they can save their blushes. They just need to feel like they're in this series, because some of these rounds have just been utter dominance. Been quite a few scrappy ones, but those were the ones where Illuminar had advantages. So they need to feel what it's like to be in control again.
Yeah, and it's not looking too bad, right? You have Marcus in towards that B-bomb side with the AVP covering tunnels. That means you're going to be able to put those extra bodies in towards middle and in towards the A-bomb side when it comes down to the rifles. Only play that looks really dangerous, or the prospect of which looks really dangerous right now, could be a B split or a dedicated B play. Because you don't have anybody else bar the upper on the left-hand side of the map. Thankfully, the T's are looking like they should be exploring their options in towards A, especially if they lose that player in towards the tunnels, which is not really going to happen. Both not going to turn the angle, but it will be an A play. And just realized it, but there's no one actually to stop them from making their way up short in towards the bomb side.
And of course, the AWP is on B, so there's no AWP on car. There's no AWP site. Holds, does get fragged. Boost works out. So with this many men alive, Illuminar, they don't need to force loads of fights before this site is taken. They can think about a retake. PHR goes out way ahead of his teammates. Now the cavalry is here, but that terrorist presence is established. Oh, this would be a harrowing way to lose the map for Illuminar. Try now to save their graces on the bomb site. Smoke on the bomb. And they root Pip W out of Gandalf. Teammate trying to get engaged. That's Sugar. And we're free to find that bomb's being tapped. Surely can't deny this. Finds 2 kills. It's a very good try, but the bomb just frankly wasn't in a good position for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those that is just going to... I mean, you're not really sure if you should be happy if you're Illuminer. Obviously, you're happy because you're still alive, but you lose all 5 players. And that jump, by the way, towards the end was a bit precarious. Probably just a mouse wheel up, but... in that situation, it probably should have been much cleaner for Illuminer, all things considered, right? A couple individual fights provided a couple of fights that they didn't necessarily need. And if we're talking about the man advantage situations that had to be converted by Illuminer, talk about the man disadvantage once, and alrighty, this is looking much more like it.
This is crazy. Free entry for the T side. They've obviously just worked out that Long is so heavily manned that B has to be open. They even catch a rotator. If they can catch Furlan.
Are they pushing full W?
This is on. I can't believe FPS has the read. Yes, he does. Kazu down. Marcus is so low. He's terrified of getting aggressive. He will have a shadow advantage and that knife is out. These rounds are getting crazy.
Yeah, and Fada knows where both players are, right? You know Furlan is going to be in towards that B-bomb side, and you know where Marcus is, so it's all about the timing, and Furlan is going to be able to turn the angle with just the perfect moment to get that kill. And yeah, you said it. You can say it again. This game has had some wild rounds in there. Make that one make sense.
Not possible. Not possible. I can't believe how good the long hold from the CTs were. So much work going through that corner smoke. Clearly a set kind of opener for them. One through the right hand side of the smoke, one through the left towards pit.
Yeah.
Work together on the flashes. Oh, this is just unfair. This is just unfair. Was it Milani that died as well down mid last round? It might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was because Furlan was alive.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So that's twice in a row now. And this time long might not really be your salvation, as I don't think they realize, oh, okay, they know. Yeah. They know Pip is out there, and Katsu's going to be able to execute him, but still. It's just a 1-for-1 and the B players coming in.
This is a rough angle for Furlan. If he gets caught, he's out in the open. Doesn't last long. Player in window is demolished. The flash is perfect. And this looks done. It would take huge mistakes now from the T side to give this up. Sugar does peek. The guy window really doesn't need to peek. There isn't really time to get onto the site. Stick the bomb. All that comes with it. They're going to go, though. 20 seconds remaining. Fast dwindling. Sole man remaining. And there you have it. 13-6 for Incilio.
History has not really been great on Dust 2, and you're probably thinking you're getting a bit of a punishment, as it's a map that Incilio played just twice after the player break. They've lost both of them, but again, as we said, closer games against really good teams, and when you're playing against a team like Incilio, you should always know that, you know, fundamentally good Counter-Strike is going to be played out, and especially when you have individuals that are playing on that high level, there's just so many things that you can do about it, right? You're going to get I guess a limited amount of chances, a couple rounds in which you're going to get the man advantage, you're going to be in a much better position. If you convert those, you might not end up winning the map, but at least it's going to be a lot closer, right? You're looking at a 13-6 game. If Illuminer were able to convert, let's say, 70 to 75% of the 5v4s, 5v3s, rounds in which they, percentage-wise, just were in the better position, that could have been easily a 13-10 or 13-11, or even a map that goes in favor of Illuminer, but in the end of the day, they just got bested on pretty much every single end of the map.
It's a scary series now. Of course, Nuke to follow. Even the Decider is another good map for Incilio. They're looking good form here. It's going to be really tricky for Illumina, I think, to stable for 2-0 in this series. Either way, quick break for us. And when we're back, it will be Nuke. trading, good spacing, good util, clean communication. That for me was what let them down on map number 1 here, because how many rounds was it, you know, lose one player, then get spread out across the map, then feeding in one by one, or constantly getting flanked, or it never felt like they were in control, and that's normally a telltale sign that communication is a problem. So yeah, if I was in their camp, gotta sharpen up. And yeah, this series is gonna be really tough for them from here, given the fashion as well. They lost that first map. I don't know, man. I would be surprised if we make it onto a third.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, you're looking at an Eliminator team that has only 1 win out of their last 7 best of 3s as well. It's 2 out of 11 as well, I believe the number. So even confidence-wise, you're not going to be going into that Nuke thinking that you're in a much better position. Now, I guess one thing that they have going for them, if we're talking a psychological point of view, is the fact that the most recent times they played Nuke, the last 2 times they played Nuke, it didn't actually look that bad, right? You're looking at a 14-16 loss to Perimeter, but a 14-16 is still not terrible. It's still a pretty competitive one. The 13-1 win over Navi Junior, which obviously Navi Junior is an academy team, so you should be expecting Eliminator to win. It's still a 13-1, is going to do a whole lot for your confidence. And then Incilio, actually, this is something I wanted to talk about. Recent results for Incilio and Nuke have been really odd, at least for me. You're looking at a 5-13 loss to 9 Pandas. You're looking at a 4-13 loss to Monty and a 6-13 loss to Ruby. All of those being complete blowouts. And the most recent one, and the only one that did take place in the online series 9, was the one against Ruby, where they had a 5-1 lead on the CT side. And they ended up losing the map 13-6. So we still know that every now and then consistency is the big issue for Incilio. It just feels like they start off nicely, the cookie crumbles. Do you see a world where that happens here?
Certainly based on their recent form on Nuke, it is plausible. But I think you framed it correctly, because the way this series has panned out so far, what we know about these 2 teams, I do think Incilio will have to be the team to make the mistakes. If they play the same caliber of CS they played on Dust 2, I really don't see how this won't be a 2-0. So, that's the angle here for Incilio, is they need to make... Also, they need a map pool. They can't have Nuke be violently inconsistent. Right towards the top of the map pool, and clearly picking it into teams they feel like it should be, but yeah, the losses have been absolutely brutal, haven't they?
Yeah, and you know, that's a bit of an odd thing for me as well, because as I told you, I have been following Incilio's games for quite a while. And if you want to look at the amount of times that they've played Nuke since around the start of the summer, right? You're looking at start of June or so. You're looking at 16 maps that they've played in that span, and they've never been in a situation where they've lost 3 nukes in a row without even picking up double digits on one of the maps. In fact, this is the first time this has happened in 2024, right? The only other situation like that, the only other moment like that was in April, when they lost back-to-back maps against Amco and Permita 8-13, 7-13. They haven't really ever lost 4 nukes in a row. We're not even talking about 4 nukes in a row where they don't pick up more than 6 rounds. So you gotta feel like this form is, well, eventually going to better a little bit for Incilio, and it feels like if you're looking at how things went on Dust 2, you would be favoring them for a 2-0 win here. Regardless of it, thankfully, the podcast is over. We're ready to jump into the server, watch some Counter-Strike, and Incilio are going to be starting things off on the T side here, which will mean Illuminer, CT side, Nuke, lobby push.
Oh, Vader really doesn't think any more players can be out, so they saw so much in lobby.
Lovely angle.
Oh yeah, but Arnie finds another. Holt does get the trade, but still a man advantage for Illuminar. They have information. Look at the way they're dueling Outer as a team. And that's the bomb drops as well. Top Secret does get scooped. But even getting a bomb plant out of this round is going to be very difficult. Furlan, the first man to get past. And doesn't even make it that far. Finally, I believe that's also the first pistol so far for Illuminar, so they'll be happy.
Yeah, it is. They did lose the first one, was a 1-7 deficit that they started things off on the first half of Dust 2 and then lost the second, and we all remember what happened from that point on. So winning the pistol round, making it look fairly clean as well. Some nice shots coming in from Belaney, from Furlan. I think we obviously mentioned Marcus's name before the start of the series. He's going to be really important when it comes down to Nuke for sure. Dust 2, probably an Oper's Paradise. Nuke CT side though, I would frame as even a bigger Oper's Paradise than Dust 2 in general. Nuke CT side, if you've got a capable Oper, if your communication is going nicely on in the team speak, creates a lot of possibilities for your Op to shine. Obviously not in this round. He still doesn't have it in, yeah, they just have clogs, but give it a couple more.
Well,
Counter-terrorists win.
can go in there. Very clean round. Look towards the guns. What have you got for us, Concilio? I want to see Russian logo and Dust 2.
Yeah, first buy round, you're looking at the Yuto. Actually, not a single flash being brought in, so essentially you're gonna wanna go outside and do a little bit of scouting there. Not looking like an A play with the lack of flashes, unless you want to split it through main, but still, Yuto is gonna be a little bit light. First wave of smokes. Actually, it's just the first couple of smokes. They didn't deploy the second and the third one. Want to get a quick peek before smokes bloom, and there's gonna be a no kills coming though. And Pope running down somehow, still able to get the kill. Full W, AK, best DSMG. And there's two more players rotating down the van, but it's just so uncomfortable. You're just gonna get pre-fired, and they know there's one more. FPS coming into the rescue. So many bodies of Illuminer being thrown into that B fight, but Incilio able to come out on top. And even now with the rotation of Marcos, he's soon gonna realize they will probably go up and towards that A bomb side. I mean, as of right now, I think it's Sugar on the upper extremity, just clearing everything out and confirming. This avenue is clear. It's free for the taking. And Marcus has now realized it. And Cilio probably going to be able to pick up there first. If you're Marcus right now, you're probably just thinking about a save.
Hopefully I'm less robotic. That's what I'm hoping. We're praying for.
I mean, your mind is always as sharp as an AI.
I'll take
to be a
that.
compliment.
I'll take that.
Right.
Our art is certainly not as good as the AI.
Your art.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends. Art is a pretty subjective thing.
You're right. Yes, I haven't found the right beholder.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Someone will buy it. Please.
I've got rent to pay.
Be the greatest side hustle.
Yeah. You know those people that just put a hole in the bucket with paint? And they just start spinning it around over a big canvas.
Have you seen those people that do a painting and then drive remote controlled cars over it? Seen that?
No. But that sounds fun.
These people are my spirit animals. Take something glorious
Just
and
call them
ruin it.
animals.
Exactly.
Right.
My new flat will be adorned with this art. In fact, I'm going to paint the walls like that.
I'd help.
It'll be glorious.
That's one way
Right.
to describe it.
Well, Luminar have to, of course, fully invest everything they've got into this round, and that is not a good start. Mark has had a really troublesome series so far, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's never got engaged on Dust 2, and
You know what? It could have been worse. If that was Belaney, I would have literally started crying. It's already happened to him way too many times.
one of those days.
Right. You know what's going through his mind when he dies like that, right? He can't believe he's the one pushing trophy and he gets peeked from a T. He's the CT. You can't believe you're getting peeked. It's not even someone holding. He peeked into you. And, well, another round where you get the man advantage. You get a 5v4 for Illuminer, and then you lose one through a smoke. Aggression in towards lobby does not work out. And the gunpowder has been spotted, so now they know exactly where Ferlin is. And he's dead.
The smoke almost shapes it up perfectly. The head is so visible against the backdrop. This does feel already a bit like Dust 2. I mean, Incilio, they're in such command of these rounds. Luminar are always playing to their tune. They're always reacting second. They're trying to make moves, but it's 5-10 seconds too late. They're getting manipulated. There's no doubt in my mind that Incilio, that it's kind of a stereotype, of course, to paint teams of this region as, you know, just superstar players.
Sure.
Run teams over. It's all fragging power, but they have depth. Absolutely. The way they have pushed around their opponents in this series speaks to a team that has good communication, has ideas.
Yeah.
To make moves.
Yeah. I said it at the start as well. Gonna repeat myself a little bit, but if you compare Incilio to a lot of the other teams on a similar lower or a higher level coming out of the CS region, so you have your DMSs, Rubies. If you want to go a little bit higher, you're talking teams like Nemiga, for example, even Amcal. Incilio's one of the teams, purely firepower-wise, that I don't think is up there amongst the best, but I think the Counter-Strike that they play is incredibly sound. They're kind of like an anomaly in their own region. Because they have the firepower, they have the individuals that can shoot, but it doesn't feel like they're just relying on that. It doesn't feel like you're just going into the bomb side with 15 seconds left and just hoping that someone is going to get 3 headshots somehow. Which we might have, or we might have not seen earlier today from another CES team.
I don't want to talk about that.
Talk about what?
My favorite team for delaying us an hour.
I was just offering you a way out.
Problem is, I don't care if I insult them. Nothing can be more painful from losing a series 11-3 up, second map, in overtime in the third map.
Yeah. Ask NAP about it.
Ask Liquid. Had a rough week. Okay, well the M4 finds 1 kill, but not much more. Cleanup crew is here. 3 feels nailed on.
Yep, and Delaney's just gonna get deleted straight out the pad, but yeah, as you pointed out, you're just looking at Incilio when it feels like a team that's just playing well put together Counter-Strike, right? This is the perfect way to describe it. Every now and then you're gonna get those double, triple kills from a player, but you know they've put themselves in a position where they're favored to win those rounds, and even if they get left in a 4v5, the reactions are still the best ones according to or considering the situation that they found themselves in. So first buy round for Illuminer, yet to see an AVP in the hands of Marcus actually. Money does not allow it, so that could be a bit of an issue, but as we said, he's had a tough day all in all. You're expecting something more, and those 2 kills in towards that A-bomb site are something more, and it's looking much better now. It was looking much better.
Why do you speak?
Not anymore.
Why do you do this?
Sorry.
You've ruined everything.
It really was.
Bomb is lower as well. And I think Illumina are in for a nasty surprise as this bomb gets planted. Can't see who's going to go for the rotation. Where's the other player? That's PHR coming down secret. Must win duel against the player in the vents. And FPS collects good timing. Low HP player. So nobody spotted each other yet in and around those vents. A lot of time here on this retake. Is PHR spotted FPS? He's here for so long. Finally gets felled. With this much time remaining, there's no mucking about. Doesn't matter. 2 for Fadet. Incilio will not be denied.
Yeah, this is This is just putting insult to injury at this point. And Cilio just playing a crazy game of Counter-Strike as of right now, and it feels like they just can't put a foot wrong. Even in that situation, they get shut down in towards A. Poe just sticks around and gets a double kill just like that. Good reaction from Katsu to push in towards the lobby. PHR spotting out the player of FPS, able to get that kill, but look at the confidence that Faded has going for that 1 versus 2, as well as the diligence not to hide, not to try and play for time, even though the bomb is planted in the open. He just goes for the white swing, holds on to the off angle. That's the confidence, that's the level of confidence that Incilio's players are gonna have going forward, probably. And there's no reason for them not to have that confidence.
Ooh,
Okay.
juicy. We'll take that. Second
Okay.
collected. Of all the rounds, this one is looking brilliant for the CT side. Fadet's low, Polt so far from his teammate. He now can lend a hand. This is surely
Don't
way
let him
too
win
many
it.
players to deal with.
Don't let him
Does
win it.
just about isolate the first.
Don't let him.
Can't finish his food. What is happening? Where's that bomb? I guess it's over towards lobby somewhere. All they have to do is play off each other's contact. And this will be an Illuminar round.
Yeah, just don't let him win it. 52 HP, 53, sorry. Bomb drop, 3 CTs around, everyone playing it safe, everyone waiting for their teammates to make first contact and to then swing. Smoke will actually cover the bomb. Nate comes in, a little bit of spam. Bolt still has 15 seconds. Trying to bait some peeks out, and he's gonna be able to pick that bomb up. Not gonna let him run away though. Katsu shuts him down. And again, a pretty similar story to what we saw on this. So apparently all you needed was a little bit of pistol magic. The push from Furlan, getting the first, MP9 just storming PHR down, and yeah, Polt on minute 20, minute 15 was left all alone in tours outside in a 1 versus 3 against pistols.
That play has to ignite a recovery. It will do wonders for them economically. Quite the opposite for Incilio, so it's always a huge boon winning rounds like those. Can they find more off the back of it? Sugar gets his jewel. But he's not the victor. It's a man advantage for the defense. A little bit few and far between of these in this series for Illuminar, but it's looking good this time. Make it a 5-on-3. Bide your time, lads. You got a huge advantage.
The one, Katsu needed that fight, and he's gonna be able to get the kill. Pip goes down. FPS and Polt left. It's all about how many kills they can find at this point. And this is the first time we're gonna see Illuminar actually be able to shut down the door completely for Incilio on that CT side. It's not looking too bad, especially if you're able to keep it quite clean, which this kill is not really gonna help you with. Still, 45 seconds. They could go back, pick up the bomb, try and re-clear a lobby. And one missed shot from the AVP of Marcus could really overcomplicate things if they are really considering giving this one a go. But under those circumstances, going for a bit of a save looks like the much more logical option.
But I think from the first time in this series, Illuminar getting a feeling of what it's like to be in command.
For the first time in this series, Illuminar have leveled things up when the score is not 0-0.
It's not a fun stat.
But a true one.
Yeah, we don't put on that type of show. This is the truth, and the truth hurts. That's why we sit inside and cast video games.
What you make of your life when you turn 30?
Listen, I've only got 2 years and 2 years and 2.5 months,
Alright.
and then I will be 30.
we're gonna reach the point of no return where you gotta start asking yourself those uncomfortable questions.
I do that already.
Right. How's it going for you?
Not brilliantly.
Mm.
Brilliantly. But,
As we
plow
said,
on.
yeah, that means it's beneficial, you know? As we
Well,
said,
well if
truth
I ever
hurts.
need to cheer myself up, I just watch Endpoint play and I think, could be worse.
Yeah, I was gonna make the same joke and say the same about 500, but they don't even play HOTV games, so I can't do that.
Listen, we've got Sherlock Holmes behind the team now. He'll find the solution.
Right.
Always does.
Nothing as helpful as the Serbian Sherlock Holmes, huh? Well, Furlan gonna be able to get that opening kill. And I just realized it, but they are just playing with a couple guns. They've actually
was that?
invested into much more, but they don't have a single piece of veto, and they're just getting picked apart. And yeah, that was a jumping. Oh, jiggle beat.
Well, obviously, the discussion we had before this map is there's a route back into this series. It's going to require Incilio to be their own worst enemies. And I really do question this investment. T-side Nuke, you've already got 4 rounds. If you make it 5 or 6, nobody's complaining. Perfectly doable. I don't know. Feels like a waste at the moment.
Yeah, especially if you're not able to do any damage whatsoever as well. Just get a okay here or there. So gonna come down to that 1v1, and Pip wins it. All right, there might be an avenue back into this. You still need something a little bit more though. And is he? Are they? Yeah, they are saving. Are they? Surely not, right?
I'm not sure. Whatever they do, their money's been terribly out of balance.
They are gonna try and get a plant on A. I think they realize the save is not really the best option right now when you look at the money, but you have only 8 seconds, so you're hoping PA charges goes down, and it's not gonna happen. Belaney did get dropped, but you needed both those kills. Didn't leave yourselves with enough time. A little bit indecisive there for Incilio, so Illuminar will capitalize on it, and we see another buy coming from the T side, which, considering the investment in the previous one, as you can figure, it's not really going to be the best one in the world.
No. Say that again.
It's not going to be the best one in the world.
I think I'd also like some pauses. They have lost quite a few gun rounds now. Just get on the same pace, settle down, you know. We cannot catch a break at the moment on Outer. Fragged again. Sugar gets aggressive in front of this Molotov, and surely he's going to get felled. How is he still alive for this long? Does do so much damage. 99. Oh, if he had a whisker more health, that would have been a T-side frag. Trade is there in the end, virtue of the Molotov. But still a man to the deficit, and they've also invested a lot of their util, which didn't have loads of come into this round already.
I mean, they've invested all of it. You don't have a single nade left. So you're just hoping to get a couple kills, which at this point they don't realize, but it's on offer and towards that trophy room. Marcus gonna get into a fight outside, misses a couple shots on the AVP. This is not one that you want to be giving away, and Furlan could be in a bit of a sticky situation. 1 for 1 should be good enough for now, but oh, Pip is ready. Katsu's just gonna walk forward. This is a big kill. Marcus is gonna drop FPS in the meantime, but that means there's an open avenue in towards that B-bomb site. You know where the Oper is. You know PHI, who's the outside player, is still alive. And Pip is actually going to go around the world in towards heaven and potentially in towards that A-bomb site once again. But this is exactly where the CTs are going as well. This is so awkward.
Who spots who first?
Oh my god.
Counter-terrorists win.
Looks a bit bizarre, but it was a good try. Illuminati easily could have thought it was lower and gone down with numbers, so no bueno in the end. City have lost the opening kill in a lot of rounds now. Certainly feels like it.
Yeah, I think in a lot of those rounds they were trying to get both quickly to cross down Secret, or at least towards the back of Red, and then use that as leverage later on, but the 2 or 3 times they tried to do that, he was just being completely shut down. So now you're down to the pistols. A play coming up. Flashes over. A pop. Player in towards the extremities of Mustang, though. Furlan's going to be good for a double faded with a refract. And a couple more coming in from the pistols, actually.
Not like this.
Wait a second. A couple kills going the right way, and all of them being collected by Katsu towards the end. A really important double kill. He gets sacked down to 22 HP as well, so that was just centimeters away from disaster, but Illuminer is still able to get it over the finishing line.
Oh, they'll take whatever they can get at the moment. Had a quick check. It is 8-3 in the opening kills department for the defense. Zillow needs to get something out of this round. It looks so good coming into this half, but it is slipped. It is slided. All is in their court if they want to find anything more. Sugar can get his fight. Marcos, he has actually missed a lot of shots, hasn't he? Thank God the riflers are chiming in hard. Couple big kills on outer. PHR stands his ground. He's put his team in an excellent position. Finds the frags and, crucially, the information. So they rotate. Can bolster the correct part of the map. Kadzi with this flank as well. Never, ever going to be spotted. I can't believe Bolt actually turns in time. Whoa. That would have been harrowing if he had lost that duel.
Faded. I should start piecing things together, though. You're seeing Katsu push all the way. Blaney as well. Marcus is the only one that didn't have a kill, and you spotted him in towards the lobby early on. So you could have a pretty decent idea on what's going on right now. And going in towards ramp and in towards trophy, Marcus is not ready for that whatsoever. The last thing they knew, Fade was in towards heaven, so... Oh, is he going for a knife? Might be thinking about it. Yep. Knife in the back. Marcus goes down, and now you know definitely they weren't expecting you to be going down to B-bomb site. So Molotov in towards control, but is he going to be ready for that player in towards single, that early bomb? Gonna get stuck. Now you've heard that one. Forced into a fight, and Katsu's played that one to perfection. Molotov to make him go for the left-hand side peek. Wins the fight. Another double from Katsu. 13-5 towards the end of the first half, and Illuminer for the first time so far in the series actually looking like the team in the much better position.
6 rounds in a row to close out that first half. See it at the top. And only the sole bomb plant in those 6. That was a 1-on-2, so... Yeah, not really what I expected in Cilio. After such a clean and composed and fiery first map. Looking flat here, losing so many opening duels. And when they're just not on the same page, so... Work to do. Defense now. And they need to change their fortunes immediately. Gotta get this half off to a good start.
Well, the avenue in towards the third and final map is surely open now. All that you need seems like is going to be one pistol round and a couple conversions. As we said, Cilio on Nuke have been pretty underwhelming in the last couple of games that they've played, and this one is surely going to start creeping back into their minds now as they look at the good start that they had on the CT side, and now the 6th in a row that Illuminer have been able to win. That pistol round much needed for both teams, and Illuminer looking to force the issue in towards that ramp position, and actually just committing to the B play straight away.
Finally, the fights come in. FPS. Stalwart, that first map hits home very hard. Bomb is planted. There's so many CTs alive. But I never stood a chance. So, it is pistol. Intrigued to see if Illumina feel like an investment. For now, good start.
I think you should be feeling like investing into this one at this point. You've won 6 in a row. Yeah, you get destroyed in the pistol round, but that's exactly why you go for the force buy, I think. I don't think you wanna let them start it off strongly out the bat here on the CT side of things. You want to keep them down as much as possible and let them start rolling, so to speak. And the first buy will come in. 3 Galos, a Mac-10, a Tech-9, a bunch of Util as well to work with on the T side. 4 men started towards the lobby, 1 then towards outside, and it's looking like a bit of a ramp creep as of right now. That's gonna be a big kill.
Hole just keeps going. He just keeps going.
That's massive.
Wow. Finds the kill, tells his teammates, I can't see anything for Outer, guys. Focused ramp. No need to retain players looking at mini and such. Check out FPS, going to fall all the way towards that forklift. Cover off CT. There's 3 in defense on this lower site. Or the CT side. So many players. It's very rare you're going to run into this many, and Fader's never going to get checked. No, he does not. Snake in the grass. Good rotations.
Yeah.
Good rotations. Clean round.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything falls into place, right? It's almost a blessing that the players in Towards Trophy wanted to take their time and wait out the Util and didn't go for the play initially, because that gives enough time for Paul to get that first kill, initiate the play, then as soon as you spot those players coming down ramp, the ramp player can just drop down, and when you kill that guy trying to get down secret, then you know by design that must have been a B play. So when you don't see them sprint up towards heaven and FPS was taking care of that, you just knew it was going to be a B play still. And as you said, you're never going to expect that amount of bodies. Hold though. Going to overcook it a little bit. And towards outside and gets punished by the distance. Right.
I don't like this. I'm getting nervous.
Me and you.
They also needed this round to be clean because they need some buffer for future gun rounds.
God.
Another Deagle rings home. This is treacherous waters now, and Sugar continues to sail in the storm. Pinches heads for his trouble. Bizarre team in Cilio, because sometimes they have utter discipline, and sometimes I think the individuals get a bit headstrong.
Yeah,
that's what we
sometimes
saw
Paul
here.
just becomes Paul. Right. That was one of those situations in which they just felt like they wanted to get into the fights and just get it over with pretty quickly. Still were going to be able to do so. It's courtesy of a nice triple kill from Sugar, but as you said, they needed this one to be much cleaner than it ends up being. So yeah, it's not like now they're not going to have a good purchase. They will even be able to put FPS on an AVP as well because of losing so many guns. So you get a rebuy, you're going to have full rifles, an AVP, full utility as well for everybody. But that means you don't really have too much of a reserve financially to lean back on. So yeah, you kind of need this one to work out. Otherwise, you could find yourself in a pretty difficult position financially, regardless of picking up the opening 3 rounds of the half.
Illumina are shaping up for a pretty early hit. 4 in lobby. Furland was ready to lurk in main, but he doesn't make it. His teammates still shaping up for a committal. It's just a disaster. They just lose players one by one. All 3 prongs of the attack have been blunted. This isn't even a round. It's going to be 8-all.
Yeah, this angle on top of the rafters is just so difficult to deal with. It's awful. I hate it. I mean, it's one of those angles which you know people would be playing, but they're so exposed. It works only if you have decent presence in towards outside and you know you're not going to get swamped from main. But as soon as you win those outside fights and then you have that player, it's so difficult to even flash him off. not many of the flashes are gonna catch him. It's actually only the flashes going over single door that catch that player. Not even the ones for the side coming in from the top for a standard A pop. So a pretty old one. And as we said, the CTs need a clean round, and that's gonna be another one that is going to be much cleaner this time. Polt, the only one to go down, but he was still able to find a 2-piece before that happening. We're gonna see the replay of Fada's double as well in towards the top of the palm side, as we already pointed out. And Polt being the only one to go down. 4 survive. Illuminary yet to post around on that T side. And again, as we said, this is how things started for Zilio against Ruby as well. A 5-1 lead on the CT side, now it's a 4-0. And then towards the second buy round of the T's, it all just started crumbling. Is that gonna happen again? That's the question.
These are also the rounds that have been troublesome, haven't they? These half buys from Illuminar have had a pretty high success rate. And Incilio need to start converting these. This isn't a map like Dust 2 where they're so far in the lead that they can brunt a lot of losses. It's a much more competitive affair. They need to close out rounds like these. Can't afford to make mistakes. Got one player lower for the moment. U2 dispersed. Now the rotations come in. FPS drops to join his teammate. A lobby clear at the same time. They're making the right moves. And clear out player with
Big
trophy
kill.
room. Indeed, they do. A good kill. Now they can rotate more players lower. Pip W does a lot of damage. Orpa beside him chimes in as well. And that is clean as can be. Exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, exactly what the doctor ordered. That was absolutely perfect here for Incilio. The fact that Sugar gets gooshed up by the Tech 9, I mean, it's not ideal, but he still gets that kill right. One bullet connecting to the head. He's still able to get out one. No refrag needed. The moment that you're one player, I think it was Pip who spots out the guys trying to go down secret, falls back. You just re-aggress instantly, push lobby, you clear it out. Everything works out. You keep 5 alive. This is the buy round that Illuminar need in order to stay competitive for Incilio will be getting 6 in a row on that CT side. He had to drop one. And towards outside we go though, and it's just Delaney lurking in towards A, but he's already made his way down vent through the smoke, and it's going to be a dedicated play. Thing is, the CTs might not be aware of the possibility, and that's gonna mean CTs can't really afford to rotate down through the vent. That's gonna slow things down massively, but again, they've just cleared out lobby. They know exactly what's going on, surely.
So FPS goes down ramp. Calls the teammate over. A couple guys here. But I don't like this tech, the way they're playing this. I think they're gonna get enveloped.
Yeah. It doesn't look great for the T's right now. Pip's rotated. Gets that first kill. Oh, posted. Actually, Molotov able to get one. FPS misses a shot. Pip is gonna get bested as well, and somehow that B-bomb side crumbles. What happened? Furlan just gets a triple.
Wasn't even a contest.
No. That was one of those rounds that you're just expecting so much of, right? If you're in Incilio, you get all that information, you rotate people down in the right moment, but then the execution from Illuminar was perfect. Smokes come in. That smoke in towards the ramp means that if the Oper wants to get involved, he needs to push through, and if he misses one shot, he's probably dead straight away. Even if he doesn't miss, he's probably dead and gonna get refrag straight away, but he doesn't get a kill. Flashes were good, Molotovs as well. Not sure where and how did a player burn there. Might have been in towards the vent. That was the precarious part for me, but hey man, you're looking at the Furlan 16 kill performance. We're gonna see it here on the replay. Pip finds the first, climbs on top of the bomb site. Furlan then is able to burn Polt, probably in towards the left hand side of the ramp there. Not really sure how, but Illuminar make it work. So first round on the T side, we leveled up. That's what we wanted. A much more competitive game, a much more competitive affair, regardless of Illuminator now being on the T side.
He just gets down for free again. Feels like in case here without much contest.
Yeah, Katsu gets that opening pick. Delaney with another sugar. Might need a special multi-kill here in towards Mini, but there's just so many bodies. Perfect double P coming in from the D side. Illuminator playing much more compact. Counter-Strike as of right now, and FPS and Pip, there's nothing here for them. And they seem to know it, seem to realize it. FPS will get offered a kill, but with Pip W being down the B bomb side, I don't think even with that kill you're really considering giving this one a go. FPS would have loved to, you could see it almost, but what really can you do about it? Illuminator are gonna get up to double digits here on the T side. Is Pip going for a ninja? Are they? Yeah, they're going for this. Molotov is gonna come in, drop down. This is such a big risk. Pip's gonna go down, and now FPS has realized it, but I don't think he stays alive either. He's gonna get shut down.
They needed these guns.
Oh my god. Yeah,
They needed those guns.
they lost everything. I mean, Sugar and Faded could still drop M4s on paper, but they're not gonna have an AVP. If they have an AVP, they're gonna have people on MP9s. That was a big risk. Love it and hate it.
Well, we're at the business end now. Incilio banked up so much money as they streaked ahead on the start of this second half. That money is gone. Luminar have done the hard work. They've finally broken down the bank. The CT side. How do they choose to open this round? I'm not surprised Sugar is playing there at all. They have been thwarted by players getting down the vent all too often.
Yeah.
Don't want to allow that possibility again.
No, this time it's the outside play. They're just making their way down secret. And then towards that B-bomb site, they creep their way. Polt starting things off in towards secret this time around. Oh, and you know what? Polt is actually moving around the map as if he's an oper. He's doing it on rifle. He's been extremely mobile. He's pretty much everywhere.
CTs will need information soon. They are playing very spread. At the moment, A bomb site though is very bolstered. He's gonna find a kill though. He massive doesn't connect. Skulking around does fell PHR in the end. We can't get out of dodge. And the timing is brutal. It's absolutely brutal as Pip W comes off.
They even pushed lobby. That's a 1 in 100 timing. They were just pushing lobby at the same time. That's why he wasn't looking, but bomb, you still get dropped. They're not going to be ready for Faded. Finds one. Surely not a second. Surely not Faded. Drops Marcus as well, and this one is just crumbling. This one is just going from bad to worse. Delaney gets the refrag, but he's so low on HP, and Polt shuts down Furlan. It has to be a 1 versus 2, but Delaney's even missed the ladder trying to jump up, and low on HP. Bomb plant is all you can hope for. Steps being faked, actually. He's got that first kill. Enough time for the plant. Needs an instant headshot. Really low on HP. That would be a 1 versus 1 to remember. Polt gonna get forced away. Delaney's been able to cross in towards the back of Hut now. Does Polt realize it though? This is such a ballsy move from Delaney to even think about that maneuver in the first place. And now Polt will read into it. Now he'll know. Tap on the bomb. Belaney doesn't know that his opponent does not have a kid. There's one right in front of him for the pickup. Does he clear out that close angle? Yes, he does. Picks up the kid as well on the way out, and Polt is going to save the day, but what a nice try from Belaney.
Certainly still feels like they went a lot closer than they needed to. We're being treated to one heck of a game now. Absolute brawl. Timing impeccable here on the walkthrough in towards ramp. Where does that leave us? 10 apiece. I think Illuminar have enough money to at least get a buy here. Especially with the plant.
They should.
Yeah, they do. Do indeed. It's pretty good as well.
Alright. That's a bit
That
of a
can't be intentional, that smoke.
tempo switch. Yeah, I don't think it is. But there was no one to see it. Now they've heard it. Sugar is seeing it as well. But they're just getting deleted. This round is over. Just like that. Nothing you can do about it. The B-bomb side has been lost. You have no way of fighting back. This round is done in less than 30 seconds.
There's speed running there. Holy. Where does that leave the money? Fader can drop an M4. So they will buy if they keep all these guns going. What a statement from Illuminar. So they missed... could have been intentional, but... I doubt it. One of the cross smokes was missing. This went with such pace, and the one round where Incilia didn't have anybody posted on Outer to get all that information. Luck played a role there. Certainly did.
Well, Illuminar giving this one a real go. That's for sure. One more buy round on that T side, and you're gonna put yourselves in a lovely spot. Out A they go, and again, it's so quick. Again, it's just shutting down Incilio left, right, and center. This is 2 rounds in a row where Incilio have not been able to realize what's hit them. And again, the round just starts and it's over. Incilio can't even think about mid-rounding, can't even think about going for a retake. They just spread around the map, play stationary Counter-Strike for 10 seconds, then get shut down, and everyone else that wasn't on the bomb side is just saving. That's it.
Big call from Luminar. Maybe a decent read that Utah was bad for the CTs. Why not go in a... See if they can find any of these saving players. Kind of dwindling now. And they do not. They do not. Right. Incilio need to pause again, don't they? Because they need to make the most. I mean, obviously they're against map point at this point, but they're not far from overtime. CT nuke 2 rounds. Certainly doable, but they need to find a way to play on this lesser weaponry. They haven't had an AWP for ages. Got to change something, and it seems that changes aggression, doesn't it? 3 players out, a pole on the roof. 2 further up. Hoping kill goes their way, but there is some info for the T side. They could react.
Could have. Still, Belaney's gonna get tagged down really low, and you've been able to get that opening kill and stop Belaney from going down the vent, and now even shut him down as he's trying to make his way back in towards the ramp, and surely that's gonna be a bit of a giveaway. We're starting to hear the steps now. You know B was open. Yuto gonna come in. Polt with a massive pickup, receives a little bit of damage, but still able to stay alive. This is probably the cleanest round we've seen from the CTs all half long when it comes down to 5v5 rounds, and They're not gonna even end up losing a single player. This is perfection from Incilio, exactly what they needed.
Scoop some AKs as well. Is there an AWP somewhere? Or were they?
Shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think they're 5 rifle Illuminati.
Yeah.
And they're doing their best though to look for it. It's obvious enough. Okay. Well, Hip W also could actually drop an AWP if they wanted one. It's a clean round. Cleanest for ages. Opening worked out perfectly, then just managed to bolster the numbers lower in time. 1 to go for overtime. 1 more.
Right. You ready for another overtime? I know you enjoyed the previous ones.
They were great. Fast, exciting affairs.
You sound ecstatic just thinking about it.
My favourite team. I'd say. Been a very streaky game, hasn't it? You can just see there at the top.
Yeah.
The pendulums switches between these sides. Marcos again struggling to get engaged in this series. It is the old guard, Mr. Furlan. He's the way.
He's had a massive game. Himself and PHR as well, by the way. PHR slowed things down a little bit in the second half, but first half, especially on that CT side, I wanted to highlight him. Was doing a really good job outside. This one could be the final one of Nuke though, and Furlan wants to make sure of it. Pole, still alive, still kicking. The big man in the Incilio camp able to get one in Pip. Gets to be spotted out. He's gonna get the timing on at least one of those players, and PHR's got the bomb on his back. It's so risky for him to be going for that refrag, and in the end of the day, he's gonna go down. Marcus still gets the refrag, but this is the C4 dropped, and you have Belaney down there. You could be making a guess though. You know he's alive, you know he's the one to be dropping down the vent every single time. And Marcus is the only other one you spotted towards outside. He's got the bomb on his back. He's got the APP. They're just gonna swing him. They're just gonna multi-peek him. There's no way he gets out of here alive. No way he gets away with more than one. There's the first one. Spots out a second. But now he knows he's on a bit of an island. Contained. Trapped. One missed shot will equal death. And another one might equal overtime here. Belaney needs to clutch up. And now you're going to start realizing it. Why Marcus did not receive any help whatsoever. Well, because Belaney was nowhere near and down in towards the B-bomb site. Sugar shuts him down. We're going into OT.
Had to be. Had to be. Incilio survive. 2 big scares on this map. Obviously the end of the first. New world. New world. This is what the TikTokers are
You're
doing
older.
to us.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, it's been
Oh,
a
you
beast
said
on
New
Alpha.
World, did you? I'm really sorry, I
Easy.
misheard you. Yeah, I heard you
New
say...
world.
Yeah,
Yeah,
New
like
World.
the-
Yeah, I heard you're old.
Oh, no.
Right.
Well, that'd be also, but...
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it is a New World. Sorry for
Oh
saying you're
my
older.
lord.
Delaney's crazy.
Yeah, well, they could have used that 2 or 3 rounds ago.
I mean, it happens
It's
every
always the
single time,
same.
doesn't it?
Always the same.
Yeah.
Straight into OT. Looking good. Remember the first when they really got in their groove on T-Set, they're just playing with such pace and commitment. Let's see more of that.
Yeah. I guess you didn't want to overcook it either in regulation, right? Because you get away with, what, 2 or 3... I think it was 2 key buy rounds in a row where you just go for a straight up off of spawn call and you shut them down. One of them was the rush down secret and the other one was the A-pop, right? And both times you logged them out. I think you just didn't want to try too hard with the same thing. Wanted to switch it up a little bit. You're like, okay, we did it once. All right, we're going to do it twice. Switch it up with a different play. Surely you're not going to get away with it a third time. So that's probably why you wanted to change it up. But I mean, now it's LT and you know how things work, especially when pressure comes in, and there usually is a little bit of nerves involved when you have a couple round lead and then you start seeing it slip through. The moment that you get into OT, you're a lot more relieved, right? It kind of feels like psychologically in your head, you're already past the point of no return. You're like, okay, we've lobbed the lead. It is what it is. New game, not so much pressure. If we lose one round, it's not that big of a deal. So we're gonna play a bit more freed up counter striking. That's what it most of the time leads to.
Double secret for Incilio. They've left ramp open. How do they choose to play this? There's a lot of players in the vicinity. He strikes first. And now the T's come for the trade. Little do they know. A trap is laid. Still Polt hasn't shown himself. Just feeding in one at a time. Polt can swing now, surely, and save his teammate. Polt, come on. There you go. Whoever made that call from Incilio, that was inspired.
Yeah.
What a time to have two in secret.
I mean, also, if you think about it, wait, FPS? Not gonna go down, is he? Oh no. Will go down. And
What?
Hatsu's just walked out the
What?
A-bomb side.
What?
Sugar was holding heaven.
No,
Blady's
not like
picked
this.
up another one. That's a 2
Not like
versus
this.
5, Alan. Hold my hand, please. Oh
I
my
can't
goodness, they're
believe
winning
it. How is this
They've won it.
crumbled? They don't even find... I don't even think they hit a bullet after going up 4v2. How's a player walking in main? I have no words. Incilio are their own worst enemies. This is a round you should be winning 100% of the time.
Did they think they spotted both players ramp? Did FPS think that he saw both people ramp? Because that's what it looks like. That would be the only reason why Sugar just turns around and has his sights set on heaven like that. That might have been the case. Because he gets mollied out, spots one player on the right hand side and towards trophy, and then gets killed from a player swinging towards the left hand side. I think he assumed there was two people ramp. That seems like the only logical explanation. Otherwise, Sugar probably shouldn't be standing there.
Trying to right the wrongs now with this aggression. Let's get the catch. Opener then, for the defense. Full lobby control to Boots. And they've blocked Secret. Illuminar have nowhere to go. All they can do is try and wait out this util, and all the time Incilio just ensnare them more and more with the surround. Gonna break the smoke, holds out in the open. Out in the open, he gets felled. No one else lower at the moment, minus... By the looks of it, sorry, PW on the back of the side. He gets traded. The bomb can be planted, surely. They go quickly. Util on towards ramp. Makes it all the easier. They got a chance here.
Not again, right? Not another 2vx. Not another one of those going in favor of Illuminar. Katsu playing the close angle, gonna go for the swing, needs to do it all alone, and Faded coming in from single, winning that first fight, is gonna be able to do it, and Cilio get 13 in the end of the day. One round on that CT side, should have been two 100%, but I guess they're still in the fight. in some way.
Counter-terrorists win.
They've got a lot to do, though. 2 rounds T-side nuke. It's not easy. Not easy in overtime. This round, unfortunately, was a little bit cleaner for them. Is that replay of the 2v5.
He definitely didn't see him cross left-hand side and thought there was 2 people. He might have even thought he got killed from hell, by the way. We gotta see that situation from FPS.
I still feel like the remaining players should have their wits about them enough to know that we're in a 4v2. We shouldn't be playing any angle where we can take a one-on-one. Even with a miscom, I don't think that should have been possible.
It probably shouldn't. Hey, that's why Counter-Strike is a beautiful game, isn't it?
It's brutal.
Anything can happen. No rules.
So brutal. It's also a game where it's so much easier to see the mistakes than the victories. For that reason, it's a little bit silly. This trade isn't here. This trade isn't here. It's so late. Furlan now can get engaged. Oh, that second kill is massive. Absolutely massive. And backs out. Lets his teammate now in Polk start working outer. He's wrapped all the way into garage. And Marcos might even be calling that I can't see anything outer. I'm in the top of secret. I can't see anybody. It could be false information for his teammates.
Yeah, this is big. It's all about the patience right now. All about letting Polt get into a good position, get a couple kills, but you don't want to be too silent as well. You want to keep the CTs occupied, and that smoke is going to do the job. Katsu actually holding for it, but Polt is still going to be able to win that fight. H actually falls right on top of his teammate of FPS, and Bob is going to get dropped into her single. Furlan pushes forward. 15 seconds on the clock though, so you gotta be a little bit quicker with this one. And Furlan is gonna get the kill onto FPS. Polt's still in towards heaven. This round is crumbled once again, and Cilio a little bit lost in the sauce, and Polt is just not gonna be given a fight. This one is over. Luminaire get 15 on the board. 2 map points for the Poles.
They've just given up one too many, I think. Map wasn't Cilio's to lose. We should be 14-all right now, but we're not. We're not. 2 chances now for Illuminar to push us to Anubis. Utter grit to hold themselves in this series. After a dismal display on Dust 2. Looking revitalized. Individual stepping up more. Furlan, who would have expected that? Leads the charge. Kazu actually one more on 22. And now it's Marcos to be tested. Troublesome series for him. If he can win this round, I love him for it. 4 on 4 as the AWPers both strike. And a lot of space for this T side. They're making good use of it too.
Yeah,
CTs will have to take space.
Lovely from Sugar. He was anticipating that push in towards the lobby, and as you said, you know the CTs will probably have to start fighting as well. So he gave it a bit of a wait. Let them walk right into him, and he's even opened up the space more. He's opened up the distance. Focused on staying alive and just waiting for his teammates to initiate contact now in towards that A-bomb site. Flashes go over. Furlan with the Molotov gonna try and slow them down. Molotov is not actually perfect as Sugar. Might catch an awful timing here for the CTs. Marcus, pistol in hand, still able to get the kill with a bit 250. Headshot connects, but the T's, what's going on? Are they going back B? Are they going up A? We don't know. Doesn't seem like they know either. And Pip is going to be able to get that refrag. Time is running out though. And Marcus, one more kill is going to drop the bomb. Fade it. Did he even pick it up? Yeah, he did. There's the first tap. He comes in. They line up. He gets the first one and knows exactly where the second one was as well. 39 HP on Furlan. He's had a phenomenal map performance so far, this guy. the in-game leader, all the experience in the world, but needs one more kill to take us to a third and final map. And it's a game of patience. Faded, not moving around. Flash is gonna give it away. Pete comes in, jump to spot him out. Faded, just playing with the time. Furlan gonna look for the elevated angle, but the low HP will expose him to the SG of Faded. And Incilio stay alive for one more. The dream of double overtime still present.
Something about this game refuses to end. I thought Kadzio had won the round. He comes in from radio into ramp. It's tiresome for the T side, but they recover just about. Big 1-on-2 to keep them in this. 5 frags away now for sending us into a second overtime. Sugar surely gets the opener. Wings are out. He strikes from above.
No ammo.
Faded now just gets engaged. Here's the reload. Comes through. It's all shaping up to go the distance. 2 left to find. It's going to be 15 apiece. Surely now.
And it is. Double overtime on the cards. Not a single kill going in favor of the Poles in this round. And it's another triple for Sugar. I'm not sure what the specific amount is, by the way, but the number of multi-kills we've seen from Sugar all series long is impressive. I know Pole is top of the scoreboard right now, top of the server even with 25. But Sugar, with the impact on some of those multi-kills, has done so much. And Incilio, as we said, they might have given away one too many, but somehow they still stay alive. Somehow they still are giving themselves a bit of a chance in this. And if you're a Luminar, that was 4 map points that you had. 4 chances to close it out already. And you missed out on every single one of them. Now, when does Incilio get there first? That's the question.
The way I look at this is, when does Incilio clean up their act? Because they clearly have it in them to win this map and win the series. Clearly. You just need to make a couple less errors. A little bit of a pause here, and you can't blame the teams. They're getting into the long stages here of Nuke. Must be going live for at least an hour by now. Was it Incilio that played a series earlier as well?
Yeah.
That is a long day.
Actually, both teams played earlier. Illuminar lost a 1-2 game to Gun 5 in the European Pro League Season 18. So it is a long day for both teams.
Yeah.
And both of them played 3 mappers in the first as well. So, yeah. 2 maps, double OT, potentially a third.
Slim at best. Win it. All is redeemed. Back at square 0. He's done a good chance.
Well, for only one of those 2 teams, it's going to be back to square 1. For the other, it's going to be up to square... Well, I don't really know. I had nothing ready for this, but it's going to be square
Super
negative.
tax. It's landing on super tax. It's a bad time.
Super tax.
Yeah, Monopoly style.
Right. Why would you put the word super in front of tax?
Because it's so painful that it's super.
Right. So bad is good.
I don't make the rules.
Right. You can just break them. Poe. Breaking the skull of Furlan in towards outside, but Belaney lurking in the back of Silo. Unaccounted for. Lobby aggression now. You know what was going on if you're on the T side, and Poe and Sugar with a pretty hefty task ahead of them. Still able to get 2 kills. Bomb's gonna get planted. Rotations coming in. Sugar's won another 1 versus 1. For goodness sake, they're winning this 2v4, are they?
Terrorists win.
Some senses that is redemption. Especially if they win the map from here. Wow, I mean, Sugar, he's just formidable. And he's always on top of how the CTs will react. I mean, normally it's lurking lobby, isn't it? But this time, around the vent, step ahead, and he doesn't miss. Paid by the rounder and Cilio at the moment. They can win this map. They surely feel like that now. Surely.
Yeah. They haven't really had any map points as well. So far, Nuke had a 10-12 disadvantage in regulation and then a 13-15 deficit in the first OT. But now, a 5 versus 3 made that a 5v4 now that PHR has been able to get that kill on Sepult, but surely that's going to give away some more information. You know, PHR was fighting outside. Still have that man advantage. A little bit of damage done to PHR as well, and once again, you've been able to deal with the old burst, so going for a bit of a contact play in towards the ramp, you're going to be... I mean, there is a possibility you're up against them double up setup, but it's not something that Luminar have really thrown your way so far, so...
No, but Insidio
going to
are.
be all alone.
They got 2 orbs on the T side.
Yeah, actually. You're right.
I think they need to get rid of one of these.
Surely they're
Wender's-
going to clear him out, right?
Wender's back of ramp here get cleared out. Someone's got to look. Nobody's looking.
No.
Nobody's looking. Where's the trade? Molly is in. Kadzu goes wide. I think they got away there with murder. Only losing the 1. Fade out on their secondary orb. They are rule breakers. Shouldn't be doing this on T side, but they're making it work.
Yeah, they are. Most definitely. That's going to be 17 for sure. Furlan just now is going to realize it's another A play, and he's already making his way up secret, but in a 1 versus 3 like that, can you really give him a chance? Can we take a minute to talk about the fact that they actually did bring a double up into the T side?
Well, he scooped it off the ground, I'm pretty sure, in Hut. I don't know why he picked it up, though.
Oh, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, he did, right? Because Marcus did go for that aggressive peek, and he got shut down, but... I mean, now Faded has dropped it and picked up a gun, so at least you're not going to hold on to it. I know. You know what? It's actually a smart move. I don't dislike it. You know what it enables you to do? You know you've got a 2-man advantage. What are the CTs going to do? Probably push. What do you need to do? Hold. Makes it much easier to hold with an AVP, right? Or going for
Perhaps.
dry swings. So you just get
Maybe.
an
I
up, so
mean,
you
it gets a
can
lot
post
more
it on an
exciting though
angle.
if you're in an after plant. But yeah, I mean, no harm, no foul. They make it work. 17 now for Incilio. They've won 4 on the trots now on this T side. Which we didn't see much of in regulation. Illumina can't lose another early opening duel. They can't afford to play on the defensive side, man down early on yet again.
Yeah. And they can't lose another round. That's the way to put it. And I'm not sure if Furlan realizes Sugar was already out, thankfully. The nade opens up the smoke in a way that Sugar did not really realize what was going on. Couldn't spot out Furlan. A 5v4 quickly returned. Through a smoke, actually, Faded is going to be able to find out one, and Marcus is just unable to connect. Finally able to get a kill.
How's he not dead? How is Marcus not dead? I can't believe that. We're getting some funky Counter-Strike. As this map goes on and on and on. Check out Marcos. Despite the HP, decides I'm going to push lobby.
That's a good move. It's a 4v3. You know people could have crossed down secret. You have one person down there, but you still feel unsafe after you've been pushed away from outside, and you know you have no presence lobby. This is just so open. That's why they wanted to take the initiative. That A play just felt such a big threat, but still, Pip able to catch the timing, get the kill, and now you need Marcus to activate. There's the kill. FPS goes down. Marcus still in a good position to lock them in, and Katsu's gonna drop another one. It's a good round for Marcus. A couple missed shots in the mix, but still, all in all, a triple and a really important pickup for Eliminator. They needed at least one on that CT side.
The way to look at it, that round was survival. Okay. Still, Incilio win 2 T rounds. This feels like the moment. Ball is finally in their court on Nuke in a way it hasn't been at any time during the last hour 15
So
of
you're
competition.
saying that, but if all of that happens, that means that we might be done with the games before 1 a.m. And I'm not sure that's happening. Not sure is how it's supposed to go. I'd call it wishful thinking.
I like to sleep sometimes.
Yeah.
I hold out hope.
Well, Sugar likes putting people to sleep, so I guess you have that in common, in a way. There's the first one. Steps have been heard. Verlin didn't realize he was in a bit of a sandwich, but oh, Pole gonna double up through the smoke. This is the perfect start for a CT side here for Incilio. And Bolt is on an absolute rampage. Make that a third. Quick little hat trick and make it 31 kills for the big man. That's gonna be 18 for Incilio. First map points, first map and match points for the Russian side since the start of this map. Unless Katsu wins a 1 versus 5. Are we
We've
gonna
seen
ride
some
it off?
funky stuff, but
Probably
that
we will.
would be too much. Taking his time with it. Illumina, they'll obviously be granted another pause being overtime. I think they should take it after
There's
this
the
round.
first. I believe.
At least somebody does. This should be completely impossible. Players trained. It's not like the rounds we saw earlier where there were gaps. Right. Well, what was it? 4 map points they saved?
Yep.
Now it's 2 for them.
And you know, it's the law of the jungle. Hunt or get hunted. Kill or be killed. So, Luminar had their chances to hunt, had their chances to kill, couldn't convert. And now it's Incilio with 2 map and match points and into the meat grinder they go. Out the A bomb side, but this time speed is not gonna be the answer. This time, Incilio had it under lock and key, and that's exactly records that they've been posting. This is now 15 consecutive best of threes since the last time they were able to win back-to-back games. They did lose 2 best of threes today, so we have that perspective of Incilio winning, playing a really long day of Counter-Strike and winning both, so at least they're going to be happy about it. Then you have the other perspective, which is the worst possible one of Illuminor playing the exact same amount of Counter-Strike, but then losing every single one. So yeah, I mean, clearly the pieces are there, but something's not clicking, and as we said, Illuminor sadly are going to be going down that 0-2 bracket, which means that from here on out they need 3 consecutive best of threes, otherwise they're going to be going out of the tournament. With that being said, though, we don't really have a lot of time to talk about that game anymore, because of how quick the day has been so far and how much we're ahead of schedule. We actually got to send this one into a break straight away, ladies and gents, and be right back with the other game, because we still have one more best of 3 to go. We have the Eyeballers taking on Team Space. Is going to be a bit of a banger of a game. Again, a 0-1 bracket, and again, one that you definitely want to make sure you don't miss out on. So, quick break and we're going to be right back. player. I know the stats are not showing it yet. I just think he's gonna be a really good player. I just think he needs time.
JW has the bomb. He's alone in B apartments.
Oh my goodness.
It's strat roulette. Here we go.
Oh my god. Are they really doing this? Are they gonna push jungle and try to go kitchen for the post plant? Well, they might have intended to. Unfortunately, that A bomb side is pretty much shut down. And, well, JW is gonna get a bomb plant out of this. I don't think Team Space will believe what just happened after they get that kill on Spebs, or now they've realized the bomb was planted on B. This is... Have you ever seen that happen in a professional game, by the way?
If anybody's going to do it, it probably was JW. Have I seen it before? I feel like I have once. I couldn't tell you when.
We're talking pistol round, not full eco.
Yeah. I think I have seen it once before, but it's not common. No doubt.
I mean, the worst case scenario, you get a bomb plant, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, in some senses, had they ran a standard A round, or it's just a jungle or CT take or whatever, they would have all died without a plant. So, got to look at it from that perspective. I guess the strategy in terms of planting the bomb B was successful.
You realize we're justifying madness here, right?
Yeah. I can't justify it. It was crazy.
I love it. I don't know if I can justify it. I don't know if it was crazy, but I love it. We
They
live...
forced behind it, but they haven't.
Yeah, we live in 2024. We gotta realize at this point, JW is more entertaining to watch than North American teams. At times.
Low blow.
Oh no, not in that sense. But he's just... I mean, he's just unique in some of the things that he does.
Always has been.
I mean, I'm not saying... I'm saying it like he was the one to give the call. It probably wasn't the case. We don't know, but... It's just the fact that he is the guy with the bomb in B-Apps that makes it so funny.
I think he probably was as cool. He's had that seeing JW over the years. Golden's much more of a play by the rules sort of person.
You know, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, and Golden's probably spent a lot of time with Flusha and JW recently.
I haven't
So it
heard
could be
that
that.
saying, but I believe you.
Trust me, I know. Well, Team Space, what they do know is they've got themselves a 2-0 lead on Mirage, which is a good start. Of course, now we're gonna see the eyeballers on their guns once again. Mirage, last time they played it, as we said, it was a 13-9 win. Actually, those two teams have a little bit of history between each other. They've played 3 best-of-3 so far this year, and the only one that the eyeballers have won was the most recent one. That was the one in August. The previous ones being in May and June, going in favor of Team Space. And the one that the eyeballers won was the one that the Mirage actually did go in favor of Space in. It was Anubis that does to the second and third map back then, so a bit different here with Nuke, but focusing on that Mirage. Picking a Mirage against the Russian team is always a risk. That's all I'm gonna say.
Didn't last long to Trunic. Boy, he's so aggressive. Keeps going. Flashbang is perfect, but never stood a chance. And I think Team Space need to already heavily consider the save. Maybe that play was a little bit too much, but the round should already be over. Give it up, Fozil. Keep these guns alive.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't feel like a necessary one, but in the meantime, you realize what Boy is going for. It's a 5 versus 3. You know you've got the round under lock and key. They're probably not going for this retake, so you're pushing through the smoke, hoping that you're going to catch someone trying to fall back into the safe and get a couple guns out of their hands. And losing one player is not that big of a deal in a round like this. You still get to keep 4. Money's still going to be good. First buy round works out perfectly. It's a decent start for the eyeballers. And as we said, Poi, if you want to look at the numbers, right? Because as of right now, I feel like I'm trying to sell a product to you, right? Because you said you haven't watched Boy play. I've watched him play a couple times. Not a single time has he been great, but I still like him. I still see the potential. So if you want to look at it from a purely numerical point of view, he's played 50 maps for the Eyeballers, averaging an 0.96 rating. But I don't think that's the main thing that we should be focusing on. The main thing we should be focusing on when it comes down to Poi is the fact that if you want to look at the overall form of the team, a lot of those statistics, in my eyes, have to do with the team in general was just not functioning too well. You're looking at the numbers of everyone on the team. No one's playing great. And then you want to look at, let's say, his stats in the YaLLa Compass summer contender stage, where the Eyeballers are doing fairly, or did do fairly nicely, and they were able to get through into the main stage, or, well, not yet. It's actually still going, but they're 2-1, right? It's his best event so far, and that's going right now. It's 1.14. You're looking at the CCT number 8, where the Eyeballers are still participating and still playing in the playoffs. He's doing a lot better as well. Second highest rated event of the year so far. So you can see that gradually things are starting to work out for him. And I feel like when you're the most fragile piece in a team like this, and you're the most inexperienced player, surrounded by people that have been playing the game for, well, some of them almost as long as you've been alive, you need a nice environment in order for you to grow, right? So when everything else is functioning a lot better, I think this is when we're going to start seeing the real development of Poi.
He's got a lot of experience around him, JW Gold, and even Heaps to some extent.
Yeah.
It's a lot more experience than you normally get on a team of this level, so great opportunities to learn, to grow into the roles he's been given.
And you've got the coach of Keve. You've got Flusher, who's definitely helping out in a way.
Old call from the CTs. 4 on A. And for the moment, it looks correct. A lot of people in defense here, and the early duels go their way. This is going to be a near insurmountable defense now. Eyeballers might save. I really don't see a route into this round.
Doesn't look like it. I mean, they realized there was a 4-man stack in Tours A. So as of right now, making their way B, you're hoping you're going to get a 1 versus 1. Thing is, a long time has passed, so there could be a second player. And X5's playing this one to perfection. Just playing on retake from the back of the side, waiting for the sound cue. He's got Danis, who's going to be on a quick rotation. It's going to be really difficult for the Eyeballers. They need an overextension from X5. Oh, nearly got it. Molotov. Gonna put him under some pressure. Smoke deployed, and he's just staying alive right now. There's the tap on the bomb. X5. Oh, does not get baited in. This is so smart. He's gonna go for the second one, surely. No, actually. Still staying alive. Still just playing for his life. And Danis has gotten the kill onto Bebsor. And X5 was just the cameraman inside of a smoke in this round. He just stayed alive.
They did pretty well actually to get a plant. Given the situation. It's not going to change the scoreline. 3-1. The team space. It is a full investment from Eyeballers. Had a bit of a rocky start here to their map pick. Will they choose to do less of a default and more of a set play? Doesn't look like it. Looks like a 1-3-1. Maybe 2 top mid, maybe 1 will swing in from underpass. Lend a hand, that'll be JW. And Team Space have given A to fight double connector. These guys are always on the move.
Yeah. Always seem to have an idea. You talked about set piece calls, or we're seeing such from the CT side, not as much from the T side. 4 people in towards middle though, and the CTs look like they want to contest. Golden still going to be able to put his Deagle into good use, potentially for a second kill, and it's actually a miracle Trunic is able to get away with a double. How are the CTs able to come out on top of this one? Look at the low HP Vert down to 5. X5 is well tagged down, but Heap now is going to realize it. He's lost all of his teammates, and now they've discovered a bomb as well. So they know there's no B-side shenanigans happening once again. No one lurking in towards the B apartments trying to get a cheeky bomb plan out of this. It's all down to Heap and the amount of kills that he's going to be able to find. There's one. 40 seconds to work with. Low HP on the remaining 2 players. Time is going to be a factor. Doesn't know exactly where both of them have gone off to, but let's not ride him out of this one. It's not going to be easy. Oh,
I think I'm going to ride him out.
yeah, okay,
Especially
let's
that
ride him
smoke
out.
going down.
Let's ride him out now.
I don't think he actually knew he'd lost the bomb until this very last moment when he sees the smoke. Player in behind. X5 gets the kill. Lucky not to singe there in the end. And let's go back to that early mid engagement, because Team Space, of course, they lose the first player, but they just had so many men to throw into the fray. You know, the initial line takes massive damage. They retreat, and then the cavalry comes in.
Yeah. It's almost because of how late that push in towards middle is. That's why they're not ready, right? Because initially you're going to communicate it with Heap. He's going to walk out A. He's going to be like, well, I don't see anyone on the bomb side. Be careful about mid aggression. But then they go and take mid with 4 people and nothing's going on. Heap falls back and they're like, okay, they could have pushed B. They could try and push ramp or palace. That's why Heap goes around the world in towards palace from ramp, right? Because they didn't see anything in middle. But then Space just explode with 4 people on that side of the map. Actually, all 5. So, yeah, quite difficult to play against. A 4-1 lead now. Looking good individually as well. Tronic on 7 and 2 from the connector position. X5 yet to go down, and it's not going to change in this round most likely as he picks up Pebzor through the smoke.
Been a little flat from eyeballers thus far. They might pause before the following round just to have a discussion. You don't let this half slip. Way gone. You're giving yourselves your best chance.
By the way, an interesting thing to mention, because we did mention Boblana in the previous game, right? The coach of Incilio. An ex-teammate of his is coaching Space, Waterfalls. We used to be on the same teams, right? We're talking Windstrike, we're talking QBF, the teams that made Legend Stage in the London Major in 2018, that made playoffs in the Boston Major as well. We've got a...
Did he play for Vegas Squadron, or am I remembering wrong?
Waterfalls?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
How bad is my memory?
No, I don't think so.
A long time
He played
ago.
for AVE, he played for Hard Legion, he played for Extremum, Windstrike, QBF.
Yeah.
I don't think he played
Get it
for
now.
Vega. Yeah. See, there's a lot of people that have played for Vega Squadron, and they used to be major nightmares. But there's other names there, right? You have people like Kashander, Hudgy, Mur, JR, Chopper, Pierce. List goes on.
Team Space again. Just start 5 mid. Pretty much. Catch Pepsol. There's no chance of a trade. Eyeballers haven't reacted. They had numbers B, but they didn't go. They just... This round more than any. Getting completely outplayed. Always playing second fiddle. Always playing from a deficit. So slow as well. Almost relying on a mistake from Team Space, aren't they, to win this round? They need one of these players to present.
Yeah, seems like it. You're giving some time for Poi to work with it and towards short, but you need to initiate the contact coming in from the apartments to create an opening for him. There it goes. Poi misses his chance. X5 still able to react onto it. That's a massive pickup. And now that's going to enable the player from the back of the side. It's actually X5 to get another one and finally shut down. But the rotations have arrived. There's just Heap left. In the heat of the moment. A 1v3 ace clutch needed, 25 seconds. He knows there's one player towards the back of the side that he's got trapped, but the one that's trapped is really him. Dan is on the rotation, gonna be able to find that kill. It's a lovely defense from Team Space. Really well done by X5.
Team Space got a little bit away with that because they left short so open. And I think both players were open to short without actually looking at it. So it was a good transfer, but perhaps a little fortunate to get away with it. But are they going to care? I mean, 6-1. It's going to have to be another eco, certainly. Best case is a half by here for eyeballers. Get much better than this to kick a game off. Quick pause, but we are indeed back underway.
I've got a really good question for you. $1 million question.
Tell me.
If you're Swedish, when do you start losing your hair? When do you start getting worried? Because this is their map pick.
I think they need at least 4. But equally, given Team Space's form on this map, they would have been expecting to win this map, maybe even comfortably with eyeballers. So
I mean, we say form, but again, you have the recency factor that they've actually picked up 3 out of their last 4. So, and the one that they lost was an overtime loss to Nexus. So all in all, and one of the wins was against the eyeballers.
Maybe.
All in all.
I will say, I saw that Nexus game. It wasn't.
All right.
It
Ready?
wasn't easy.
It felt like an endpoint game, or wasn't that?
That is,
bad?
in terms of stress levels, that is a hard thing to match.
Right.
Oh my god. That is a ripper. W is gone. Eyeballers need damage. They need a plan as well. Get value out of this investment. Golden's getting on the bomb. They will indeed plant. And this actually goes down as that smoke is dispatched. Poi, big kill. X5 is down. Swinging CT as a trio. And somehow, on this of all buys, eyeballers find themselves with an advantage, with a good afterplant, and the bomb planted for them. This is a huge opportunity.
Look at you, Itildo. Vert has got a Molotov, has got a smoke, he's have a kit, he can hear that player burn, and he's got a flash as well. And try and stick it. He's on it. He needs to get the kill. Spam comes in, bullet's not connecting, and he's got it. Goes down, but not before getting the defuse. Oh no.
Rip open the wound and rub in 10 kilograms of salt, why don't you? Holy mackerel.
10
I mean, it's still an
painful.
excellent force buy, half buy. Bomb down, you actually live with 2. But man, this is not Eyeballers' day so far, is it? They are nothing's working.
Yeah. Completely agree, right? That's the thing. If you gotta look at it objectively, you have a half buy that nets you 4 kills in a bomb plant. Well, 5 kills in a bomb plant, actually, and 2 guns to save. But it's just the fact that another thing does not work out for you. Well, going into another A play. Set piece probably coming out of the ramp, heaping towards Palace. Team Space, once again, just playing this one on a bit of a retake. That is with the open stairs. Focus primarily on middle, letting the eyeballers have the bomb site pretty much for free.
Seen a lot in this half already. At some point they will get punished. Nerd gets aggressive, that's an underpass. I'm sure that's only going to incentivize his teammates even more to leave the site open. Indeed it does. Bomb might get dropped though.
Oh no.
Yes it is. Are there more HEs to be thrown in? No, there's not. It might still come down to a retake. Resmoke surely enables a bomb plant. Yes, it does. The action is just endless. Maybe stability now is a good plan as well for CT. And actually, yeah. They say this is too much. 2 for eyeballers.
Yeah, this is what you need. I want to talk about the good readjustment from Pebzor, by the way. As you said, this is probably what the third, fourth, maybe even fifth time that we've seen Team Space just leave and focus so many of their bodies in towards middle. Ideally, what you wanna make happen there is you wanna make sure you cut off that lurking player in towards mid. If they're going for a dedicated A or B play, there's going to be some presence on middle. Whether it's going to be a couple players in towards top mid, which was the case for the eyeballers so far, or someone playing more aggressively in towards under, trying to go for the flank in connector. Eyes on Pebzor in that situation. He was holding a really passive angle in towards under from the stairs, waiting for that push from Team Space. The moment that he gets the kill, they're not sure completely if it's going to be an A or B play because of that angle he's holding. That's why they stay undecisive a little bit. The A play comes in, Pebzor gets the kill. From that moment on, he's just a threat, right? It's about when he wants to strike again. I know he's on 3 kills. I know he just gets 2 in this round. But the fact that he gets that first kill, holds on to middle, then goes later on, gets another one from the back, he's doing some massive impact in that situation. And another person I wanted to highlight, Poi actually jumping through the CT smoke, recognizing that Pebzor needed a little bit more time to get activated, that him and his teammates were pretty much contained on that bomb site. He actually jumped through the CT smoke and got the kill onto the player, which is a big risk. We didn't see it, we just caught a glimpse of it on the minimap, but still a good moment of the youngster just recognizing he needed to win some space for his team.
Still needs to be the start of something more. At least now they got something to work with. Danis, rare miss. Falls off catwalk. Seeds mid to his opponents. Gonna have to be a different type of round, isn't it, for the defense?
Yeah, it's falling into place nicely now for the eyeballers. Because of the last round now, you've made the CTs much more wary of the bomb site, so you can instantly see the reaction. But they've just let go of middle and they don't want to risk letting the eyeballers just walk out on a bomb site for free again. That situation though, rotating a forward player in towards that A bomb site, Team Space are running a big gamble because of having Danis push in towards the B apartments with the AVP in. It's probably going to be the correct one. 45 seconds, re-smoking towards Palace. Bozo's got another smoke as well. Tyrannic's got a Molotov. That's not going to be an easy one for the eyeballers as they go for the A play.
Have to find the first kill if you're eyeballers, and they don't. They do not. Bozo are just coming off the ladder. That is sublime. JW can't repeat the same antics. As you said, of course the frags seal the deal, but it's really an information game. It's been the story of the half for eyeballers. They're just getting outplayed. Team Space are the better team as it stands right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, objectively, looks like it. 10 rounds in. And it's all about whether the eyeballers are going to be able to pick up those 3rd and 4th rounds, as you pointed out. Whether you're going to be able to stay competitive. If not, then this is suddenly starting to look a whole lot like the Dust 2 of the previous series. Golden. He's going to walk out of ramp alongside JW with the AVP. Spot out 1, but not aware of the player in towards the sandwich, and JW running in first with an AVP and the bomb on his back. Has gone down.
Corner kill on connector. Opens up some space. There's still player mid-side, that's Trunic. He is felled in the end. The site does collapse. Cascades actually, doesn't it? They lose the player connection. It's like dominoes. All of the players falling as one avenue is prized open after another.
That's a special type of Counter-Strike. I'll just say that again. JW ran out ramp with an AVP, full W, with the bomb into her sandwich. Just think about it. Picture it in your mind.
Just JW things. Been doing it for over a decade.
Terrorists win.
That's the crazy part. How is he still doing it?
It's in the blood at this point.
I guess.
Just seeing where this buy is going to shake out for the defense. Orp M4, that's good. Elsewhere, not so much. Runic, Vert, X5, all dropping onto lesser weaponry. It's the last of the half, so of course they had to invest. Bit of a risk as they start 4 towards A. Now Vert peels back. And meanwhile, we've got some ramp aggression. Look at that, all the way through. Flash comes over the top. They push into deep ramp, clear it out. Got some space, but how do they use it? How do they rotate?
That's the question. Doesn't feel like you've got the quick rotations if the T's want to go for a B play here, but the main issue right now with the eyeballers, they don't really have any presence towards the extremities, right? You don't have anyone B apartments, you don't have anyone ramp, anyone palace. You just have 5 people in the middle, 1 connector, and 4 short. And as of right now, you don't really have the users to clear out all those angles, so inevitably you're going to be walking into some positions that the CTs are holding for, pushing through smokes as well. It's not really going to pay dividends, boy, so able to find an opening in towards that A-bomb side, but there's just so many angles to be wary about, and Vert picks up another one. Bomb's going to get planted. Not sure if they're aware of the ramp player though. Now they are. 5-7, and it gets spotted. This one still giving it a pretty good go, but Ob's gonna get spotted out, and JW is just good for the 1 refrag. It's good team space, get 9 on the CT side of their opponent's map pick.
It's looking really good for them, isn't it? Couple stumbles along the way, but all in all, a really formidable performance. Danis X5 Fossil chiming in well. And it was a bold CT side. A lot of rounds of numbers in mid, and then obviously later in the half it was leave mid, let's push the extremities. You will get caught out once or twice doing that sort of thing, but more often than not, they are the ones forcing the issue. They're not far from winning this map. Not far at all. Give me another crazy pistol eyeballs. It'll be harder on the CD side, but give me something,
4 people
juicy,
push
something
under.
unexpected.
Right. Well, doesn't look that unexpected right now. Standard 3-man stacking towards B. Golden. Oh, actually overextends a little bit. Still gets away with a kill. That's gonna drag them in, and those shots are really clean and crisp. It's exactly what they needed. Looks absolutely perfect. And it's just getting better and better. Danis would have loved to have the bomb. Would have been ironic, wouldn't it?
Counter-terrorists win.
4 alive. Looking good. Space will be kicking themselves for not felling Golden. Out in the open on Van. 2 players facing him. He should have been a dead man. 1 for 1 should have been the best case scenario. He actually gets out of there with a kill. So
And gets another.
yeah. If Golden is killed, that pistol round would have fallen very differently.
Well, we go forward, and this one is going to be as clean as it pretty much gets. 5 alive, nothing too much to say. JW with a good triple, Poi with a nice double. It was a full eco coming in from the T side, so not a lot of expectations, I guess, out of team space for a round like this. Now is where it gets really, really interesting. First buy round for the T's. This is where we need to see if the eyeballers are going to be for real. Of course, it's a bit of a bonus that they're rocking and talking about bonuses, code CCT on Hellcase. You're gonna get a 10% deposit bonus and 70 cents for free. So make sure you follow the banner in the description and head over there. See, Trunic wouldn't have gotten that kill if he didn't have a Neon Rider.
That's how it works.
Definitely.
Critical round in this map.
And if you have an anime profile picture.
Works for flames.
I actually didn't know, but I mean, makes sense. I'd guess a big percentage of tier 1 and tier 2 players have anime profile pictures.
Well, they're getting some info this CT side at the moment. And Heap says, I'm going to keep pressing the issue. We need another opening. We need more space. That's an important kill. And he can call to his teammates. I haven't seen anything else in mid. Can X5 discover that B is open for the taking? Now Pepsor peels off. There's a lot happening right now with 20 seconds remaining.
Guys on the B fight. That's the one. That's the one that could seal the fake here. And I think they're buying it. Did they realize they were golden? Gonna stick around for a little bit. Trunic is so low on HP. It's all gonna come down to that fight. This falls a red Dino looking the right way. MP9 should be good, and it will be good. Actually, it's Heap to pick up the second kill. Massive stuff from Golden, realizing it was just that one player making a little bit of noise in towards the B bomb side, didn't rotate away, and just his position, just his presence was enough to secure the round there. That's 6 on the CT side now. It's not looking bad for the eyeballers anymore.
By hook or by crook, they're trying to stay in this map. What do we got? Half buyout from Team Space. So an opportunity to stream their way up to 7 rounds. Eyeballs here on the defense. Pepsor doesn't actually meet Bert. JW plucks him first. Team Space needs to do damage. The money is looking pretty good on 3 of the 5. And that is a brutal shot from Trunic. We need a lot more though where that came from if this round is ever going to be in question, I think. JW. On the cross. Boy does the work. 4 alive for eyeballers. Looking pretty good for them. Do indeed they make their way up to 7. Some money in the bank as well. They're feeling better about life at the moment. Fast boost here. JW doesn't hit it. A little bit slow, but no harm, no foul. Nobody's around.
Hey,
Up on the angle.
I'm around again.
Welcome back.
Nice to be back. Thank you. Just had to fight off 5 ninjas that entered and stop my internet. So good. Took care of it. Boy. Taking care of Bird, and oh, actually, Fosu went towards that A bomb side. He's gonna be able to pick up both those kills. And that's the round over.
How does JW win a fight against a player that's pushed Murderhole into CT? How is that allowed?
The same way that he wins this round. Watch.
Bomb has been planted.
Vintage JW. I'm so sorry.
There goes your vintage. Scrap worthy. That's not going to auction.
Could be a meme auction.
If that's a thing, I don't want to go.
I don't know if that's a thing, but the world is crazy enough.
The only thing I'll accept in terms of that is Banksy's picture that shredded itself after being sold
Right.
at auction.
Right.
That was legendary.
Am I in culture
You know-
for
do you
not
know what I'm
knowing?
on about?
No. I've got
Look
no
it up.
clue. That was what I was gonna
So
say.
do you know who Banksy is?
Yeah.
So he sold a painting, and then it was at an auction. Trust me, it's a good story. And as the cleaver comes down to say, the person X has bought the painting, it just starts shredding itself in the picture frame.
Right.
The most baller part is by shredding it and then it going viral, the value increased dramatically.
Right.
You can just sell it for way more.
Sure. We're talking about Banksy, the street artist, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's my UK culture right there. Dennis. Teaching the eyeballers some culture as well as Fozo's picked up another one. He's an absolute menace towards that A-bomb side in the last couple of rounds. And JW and Golden is the good old Fnatic duo. That needs to make it work. Needs to roll back gears and needs to find something spectacular, but Trunic is just going for the fight, doesn't care that himself.
Guys,
and
somebody
Berger
stay
low
near the
HP.
bomb. Okay.
There's no way he's thinking about attempting that. I mean, even
I've seen
if
too
they
many
win-
ninjas in the last couple of weeks. I can't bear another.
Right. Well, JW is going to be no ninja in just a second. And Trunic shuts him down. It's a bit of a serious blow actually for the eyeballers and their chances on Mirage. Didn't look too bad at the start, but now you've lost the couple and your money's out of the window. Team Space probably get 12 and 5 map points on your own map pick.
Remind me, what is map 2? I've forgotten.
Nuke.
Is Nuke.
Yeah.
It's not gone brilliantly for eyeballs recently, has it?
No. You want some examples?
Yeah, I can see one of them stands out.
The 13-0 against Koi?
Sad times.
Yeah. Played it 4 times after the player break. Lost all of them, one of them being that 0-13 against Koi, then losing to Nexus, Sashian, and Silio in the others. Team space wise, not much better in terms of really recent results after the player break. Post or pre-player break, it was actually one of their best maps. Still one that they play a lot, and even when they lose really closely. There's a couple 11-13s, a couple 13-10s in there. But all in all, a pretty decent one for them.
It'll be scary territory, we're trying to say.
Yeah. Spooky.
Eyeballs are fully forced. I actually agree with this decision. You eco this, your buy in the next isn't great anyway, and team space have 5 chances. Roll the dice now. Maybe you'll buy yourselves a little bit of leeway. But it's quite a big if, isn't it? They need to win this.
They're putting all your eggs into that one basket. You're relying on the 2 MP9s, 2 the Eagles, and the 5-7 in the hands of Golden to pay dividends. And that's all that you're left with. Oh, they turn around, and it's the worst possible time. X5 is just going to line him up. Sees another one. It's a lovely shot from JW, but with that double, you got to feel like it should be enough for them to convert. Flanks on flanks. Dan is coming in to shut down JW. Trunic is going to deal with Heap, and it's just that 157 of Golden left, and it's no good for the occasion. Trunic with another multi-kill with 17 for him. Same for Vozo. 12 and 13 respectively for X5 and Danis. 9 for a very great kill distribution, and Team Space get 5 map points on Mirage.
Well, they did the rest of the force buy, and They need to sleep in that bed now. Look at the investment to stave off losing their own map pick. It is ugly. They decided to 4-stack A. They felt like they had to take some sort of risk. For that, you can't blame them. Oh my, look at the push from the murder hole. X5
Yep.
might have just won this map.
Yeah, he has. Gordon's got no clue. And he's alone. Nearest rotation, he's got his JW and he's in connector. This round is over. This map is over as well. There's the
What
kill.
do you do if your eyeballers? What do you do? You can't save, obviously.
Well, you just lay down, lift your hands up, and admit you've been bested. Trunic coming in from the top mid position, shuts down JW, and one after the other they will start falling like dominoes into the AK of Dennis, and into the blender they go. And it's just the young boy if boy left. 15 and 14 is one of his good individual performances that we've seen on this Mirage, but it's not going to be enough to net them anything more than just a couple respectful rounds on the board. Team Space start things off in this series in the perfect way possible. Six that they've been able to win now, and for the eyeballers, the negative streak on Nuke might be set to continue, as at least they're going to get the comfort of starting on the CT side probably, but up against the Team Space that might have had a couple bumpy rides on Nuke recently, but is usually a pretty decent team. It's not going to be an easy task whatsoever. Ladies and gents, we're sending this one into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in around 10 minutes with the second map of the series to see if the Swedes are going to be able to bounce back. figure out a way to make it work. With that being said, pistol round ready to start. Team space on the T side. A play coming up.
Quick trade. Is that A bomb site is now in the grasp of Team Spice. Golden
Spicy.
takes a bit of a fight, but he needs help. He needs help from his players in main. Team Space at the moment, though, have stalled out. That bomb is reallocating. Trunic will fall. Fozil commits to A whilst his teammates are thinking about ramp instead. I'm not sure these Team Space players were on the same page, but is it going to matter if you hit shots like that? It's still a man advantage. This is a colossal read. Because Vert just went down lower and broke control windows. And it's actually Team Space that moves back, having heard nothing.
Yeah. Just toying with it, right? Trying to fake keep out. He didn't hear the break of the windows, indicating that he was probably far away. So, yeah, now he's gonna realize it. Bomb gets planted. Keep has to open the door, has to make steps, and all of that is being heard and processed by the two players. Both of them towards the top of the rafters, I believe. No, actually, a high-low being brought in, but a double P comes in, and he does not like what he sees. Bird will shut him down. It's a double for him. A bit of a chaotic piss around, as you said. At a certain point, it felt like the T's were not really at the same page and didn't really know what they wanted to continue with or how they wanted to continue with this round, but still able to pull it off the finish line. And Eyeballers going for a forest buy straight away.
Team Space confuses me because they ended last season, before the summer player break, in pretty good form. And they've just struggled immeasurably since they've got back. They played so much Counter-Strike, but I do look at a team like this and sometimes question, are you a team that just needs to play a lot of CS to get yourself back into shape? Are you a team that needs a lot of officials under you in the last few weeks? I can't see why they'd be so much worse than before the player break.
I mean, with the mix of players that they're working with, you can't see a reason for them not to be one of the more dangerous teams on that level as well, right? You have people like X5 that has been around for a while, starting his, I guess, higher echelon career on K23 back when I think he actually played alongside Fame and Norbert as well on that K23 team, so that was quite a while ago. You have players like Danis who obviously got all that experience playing on Bedboom for a couple months. You have people like Trunic, Fozo, and Ver that have been around for seems like forever, so you have the pieces. You have immeasurable firepower, you have a good experienced coach in Waterfalls as well, so yeah, I mean, I was one of the people, because that's the first time I'm casting Team Space this season. I was immeasurably shocked when I found out that the only two teams that they've been able to take down out of the 16 best of threes they've played since the end of the player break were Havu and Project G. Which, no offense, but Havu have been struggling massively, and Project G is a team that is not, well, it's a team and it's not a team, right? Everyone is a free agent on that project. So they're, as much as they're trying their best and they're doing a good job and they have some good individuals, it's not a proper team that you should be comparing with if you want to have success in the tier 2 space.
Now would be a good time to come alive and right those wrongs. In this series in isolation, you can't really fault Team Space. They absolutely throttled Eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, looking to accelerate into an A play, and it will work out. Actually started getting a little bit more excited because I forgot the Eyeballers actually forced into the previous one, so tough. We were seeing the first buy round, but I realized this is actually just a Fuego for the Eyeballers, so nothing too much to say about this. A pretty straightforward one. Nice triple from Churnik. Make that a quad, letting him farm that cash money. On the Mag 10, is he gonna get an ace? Let him have it. Ooh, yes. Alrighty. There's the first ace of the day, I think. Might not be. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch the entirety of the first 2 games. It's the first taste of this game.
Would have been a marathon to watch all of that. Can't fault you there. Okay. Well, guns out for eyeballers. Go or this time around, all rifles. Fairly standard opening for them. Actually, Trunic slips the net. Trunic gets down in towards the vent. He's on the lower side of the map. I'm not sure they have any idea. JW surely walks to his grave, and Trunic isn't holding because he's clearing secrets.
Oh my goodness. Well, that was until
What a
he turned
sequence.
around. Until he just decided to turn around, get the kill, and he at least is going to be able to respond with 1. Actually, a lot of damage being done onto both Ozo and Trunic, so this round's still pretty much up in the air here for the Eyeballers, but they need Golden not to go down to that B player.
The timing's unbelievable. Danitz fully crosses outside with the bomb with no smokes down because everybody's so hyper-focused on other areas of the map. X5 kills 2 players pushing lobby in the meantime.
And the bomb has been dropped on B.
It's alright, they got 47 seconds. It would help a bit if Trunic and Fozzo had some more health. And they actually need X5 to speed up. Heat though out in the open, trying to force the issue. Doesn't work out. Another diresome start. If you're a Swedish fan, this doesn't feel good.
You know, at a certain point, we gotta have that conversation. When does it start being a case of the Eyeballers just getting under their skin a little bit and getting a little bit frustrated? Like, how do you save yourself from being frustrated at times? Because I don't think they've got bad pieces on the team. I really don't. And I know recent form has been much better for the Eyeballers than how they started the season, so it might sound a little bit unjust for me to say, but this is probably the 4th or 5th time I've casted the Eyeballers after the player break, and it has been underwhelming for the majority of it. Again, just difficult to come out with a good justification of why things are not clicking for the team.
It's got to be a project with higher ambitions, right? It's got to be a project with top 30 status sort of level.
I mean, even if not top 30, at least the outskirts of it, at least between 30 and 40, right? A team for close qualifiers of big events, a team that's going to be playing Challenger and try and get into EPL, a team that's trying to poke in Pro ground, qualifying for some LAN events every now and then.
Does get checked. We can't find much there. And Eyeballers are stacking lower. Make something out of these lesser weaponry. But I see no reason why Team Space won't cruise themselves up to 5. Players in heaven as well. The times I've seen Team Space lose recently, it has been a lack of discipline that's cost them the most. I do feel like this series, they have looked quite a bit more poised than I've seen them in the past.
Yeah, usually, by the way. And that's, I guess this is going back to the thing that you said a couple rounds ago, whether Team Space is just one of those teams that just need to play an obscene amount of officials in order to get their things together, right? Get their game together and start playing proper Counter-Strike. Usually, I guess, if you're taking the round of talking about lack of discipline, that is how it goes, right? Because eventually, you're gonna find out that this wild style of Counter-Strike and your individuals just being crazy left, right, and center is not going to work out. And if you're the coach, if you're the IGL, you're gonna have a lot of those conversations, and there's gonna be some frustration building in because everyone on the team knows that they're much more skilled than what the results are showing, right? So eventually, as much as you want to be a wild card, as much as you want to be ahead of yourself, and that results into lack of discipline, I feel like the just gather enough of bad results is just gonna make you a lot more calm in the server in a way, if that makes any sense.
Not to mention the actual raw data, the demos. Got a lot of footage of you making mistakes. If you use that correctly, you can become a stronger team because of it. But needless to say that, you know, emotions run pretty wild. You're losing a lot of officials.
I think when it comes down to lack of discipline specifically, it's about the players just looking at their own demos and just identifying their own mistakes, or just identifying individual mistakes in general, right? Because looking at the demos from a team point of view is always nice, but especially when you feel like you're just letting your opponents run away with rounds that they shouldn't be, and you're still having the right idea. It's most of the time just a case of a certain player just doing something small that sends the entire round astray. In that situation, you can't really say that they've done anything wrong, but they just run into the B blender and get absolutely annihilated.
It's not a contest. Finally, Eyeball is getting something going. Yes, indeed. That's more like it. 5 alive as well. And they've actually got 4 AKs off the ground, so... don't see that every day. See that ramp take yet again. Huge off angle here from Golden. Heap is nearby. Lends a hand. Question I always do have though when I watch Eyeballers is, even comparing them to a team on team space, I find it so much easier team space to point to the players and say you're the one set up to succeed.
Yeah.
You're the one that's going to succeed. Now, Eyeballers might be setting up some players, but I just don't. I find it hard at times to look at this team and understand who's going to win us some big games.
Well, as we said at the start, feels like they're trying to go down that route with Poi now and Heap in a way. Of course, the most logical answer would be you have your Oper of JW, but yeah, it has been a bit of a recurring topic, I guess, when it comes down to the Eyeballers, that you've never been able to point to one player and say that this is the big star of the show. 99% of the time, he's going to be the one to make the difference, and he is the one that everyone's trying to set up. JW, ooh, uncharacteristic miss. You still have the man advantage, and he's not going to be punished for it, but Team Space still gets to play this one out in a 4v5, and this will allow Fozo to get a little bit closer in towards main and potentially walk in and support his teammates in towards that A-bomb side.
There's still a lot of players in defense, and with 20 seconds, there's not going to be any chance to reroute after scooping that bomb. Even if they can. Danis gets aggressive.
Wait.
Second. It's actually X5 that chimes in. Is there a trade? No. It's a pretty valiant effort, all things considered, but they just left themselves in such a horrifically hard position with that bomb dropped out by Tetris.
I mean, all in all, focusing on the good things, that was a decent round from Heap. We saw a good opening from him, locking things down, shutting down that player on top of Mini. Pepzor now has had 2 multi-kill rounds as well in towards that A-bomb side. So, there definitely is some hope here. Team Space, though, looking to switch up the pace, switch of approach. X5 gets the first one, and Pepzor, once again, good for a double. Refract from main coming in. Kills going left, right, and
Where's
center.
the bomb?
Down to a 2 versus 3, and Trunix just jumped down the vent and killed JW.
They hit A without taking the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb is in front of lobby.
Thank their lucky stars Golden hasn't pushed.
Heap might find it. Golden's pushing. Trunic is running full W. Golden's missed him. What is going on?
Surely Golden still has an incredible timing to flank from Hut. We'll catch Trunic. Danist. Headshots might be the way out of this situation. Not to be as Golden silences. They're not perfect, Team Space. Just a very, very abundant and basic error not to take the bomb on a, an all-in sight hit. Couple cracks showing. Still T-side Nuke. And the scope here to obviously come away with an excellent score, but I'm seeing some gaps.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get away with it. 5 is already not looking too bad. And talking about not looking too bad, into another 8-player we go. This time, though, is JW with the multi-kill. This is looking much more like it from the defense of the CTs. He's going to be glued in onto outside and glued in to the head of Danist. A double for Heap, a double for JW. Team Space have tried to test that A-pop a couple times, and so far the defense has actually been passing the test with flying colors. This is the Eyeballers picking up another round on the CT side. Money still not absolutely perfect because of how close some of those rounds have been, but we are seeing a bit of a resurgence here.
All's in. Well, at least for 3 or 4 rounds in a row, they seem utterly convinced that the A site was vulnerable. But it didn't feel like we were getting onto the site in a situation where, eyeballers were numbers lower or stacking people elsewhere or no U-seal down early. It was never an easy take. So I do question the calling a little bit for Team Space. Especially when earlier in the half, slower rounds, getting down secret, lays down the vent, exploiting the map. That was what was working for him. Maybe they'll go back to that now. I'm not convinced Eyeballers are in a great position right now. Golden, passive on ramp. Nobody's lower. JW's just starting to push out from garage to take some information. He's going to get caught. Bomb gets planted. Granted, 3 of these guys are low, but how on earth have Space got the bomb down in a 5-on-4 without meeting any resistance along the way?
This is terrifying. This is so terrifying. And Danist is not going to burn into Molotov. You might not be ready for this angle. Not now. P comes in. Danist gets another one. He needs a massive multi-kill, and he's going to get a double, but the time is already halfway there. Bomb might be taken off, and this is nearly impossible to pull off. X5 is hearing all the steps. Gets stuck in between 2. Still able to get 1. They need to get someone on the defuse. Need to get on the bomb. But Bozo coming in from control. There's the Spurs. There's the second. Tech 9 for the headshots in Team Space with a legal steal of a round on Nuke.
I just don't understand what happened for the defense. How do they... You can play for retake. You can play for retake on B. It's not the end of the world, but at what point were we geared towards that retake? They seem absolutely blindsided by Team Space getting lower. JW gets caught out alone on outage. It's not like a player's coming out from mini to join him and they're working together to retake from secret. It's a mess. An absolute mess. And just as Eyeballers was starting to reassert themselves in this game. It should have been 5 apiece. Now their money is in a very treacherous position. And Team Space, in some ways, are favourites now to make this 8-4 with these buys coming out now.
Yeah, and now this is problematic territory, and Team Space realize it. That's why we see that tactical timeout. I actually love that. They know they got away with one that they shouldn't be, and they know what kind of a position that put them in. That was 4 consecutive rounds for the eyeballers on the CT side. But now you've lost one against the Pistols and 1 hero AK, and look at what that has done to the money. You have JW Golden and Heap on M4s, Pebzor and Poyo on MP9s. U2 is not looking too terrible, but you still have only 1 player on the defuse kit, no AVP. You might need to aggress. Team Space, on the other hand, are blooming with money. Economy's great. So if you win this one, even if it goes down to the wire, you get up to 7-4. Eyeballers have no shot at having money for the final round of the half unless they save. So there is a really, really terrifying prospect of an 8-4 here. And it might be difficult to dodge. That's without a doubt the most important round of the map so far for the eyeballers.
This is not a round they can afford to lose the opening duel. JW surely is in trouble. Does get traded. He almost did well to get one out of that, to be honest. Where's Trunic found that kill? That's towards ramp. Just pushes in solo. Rips the head of Golden. Boy, can't find the kill. There might be a trade. There's so much information now for this T side. They know where the last player is. And it's the cleanup.
And you know, this is worst case scenario right now for the eyeballers. They would have preferred for Team Space to just gather up, hit a bomb site together, get 2-3 kills, and force a couple eyeballers players to go for a save. Now you've got nothing. At least if you were able to hold on to an M4 or 2, you could have had somewhat of a purchase. Now this is going to be even worse than the one that you were working with in the previous. You're working with 2 MP9s and 3 pistols.
I'm looking at Vert. It's got to be a ramp rush. Yes, it is. P90 out, noob cannon in tow, and Golden is gone. Oh my. Many of you are thinking back to their matchmaking games saying, happens to the pros as well.
Yeah, guys, see? When I go rushed with a P90 towards ramp and I die, no one said, well, nice try. JW. We're getting a kill. This is doable. Would have loved the kit. Don't have it, sadly. Still, Heap and JW tagged down. 1 smoke, actually 2 smokes, but you're still waiting this one out in towards double. And, oh, Fozu caught with a nade in hand. X5 spotted out. Eyeballers time is still a bit of an issue. How is X5 still alive finally? Taken down there, and I believe they're gonna have plenty of time for that defuse to come in. So 5 rounds at least on that CT side. Don't ask me how, I don't know, but they still got it.
Still not sure that's enough, unfortunately, for eyeballers. Tenacious last round, but you'll be thinking back to some of the earlier ones in that half and wondering, how do we make such errors to land us in this position? 6 rounds is all that's required here for Team Space. CT side of Nuke. You take that. You take that coming into the map. And they've been good on pistol rounds in this series thus far. Eyeballers need to deal with Trunic as well, because that man is a monster.
Yeah, he's one of those players that's just gonna bully in the server until you tame him. And speaking of which, Trunic actually opens things up through smoke with Joe Berettas. Not sure where that happened. Actually in towards A. Through single. But now the players of Eyeballers crossing down secret with the bomb have been spotted out, so Precision's coming in. Trunic ahead of the play and actually all alone, exposed, will be taken down by Poi. Everyone else has arrived down B though. This is going to be nearly impossible to pull off. Danis got looking the wrong way. A couple more bodies. Fur running out of ammo. Dancing around, is ringing around to Rosie. How in God's name did Verve survive that? How in God's name did he get a triple? I don't know, but Team Space went around.
Just can't catch a break, Eyeballers. Can't catch a break.
You know, one thing we gotta say. They are bowling. Just might not be in the right way.
Yeah. Someone's stolen their candy. And they're displeased. What we need them to do is turn that sadness, that anger, into unbridled rage to recover this series. Vallejo here, ready for the T side. PT50 on Heap. Up and going. 79.
Alrighty. There's one for you. And it's just gonna be the one probably. Yeah. Jumping MP9 for the finish. It's a triple for Danis. Getting that KD in order as Team Space get 9 in order on that CT side. So feels like they've done the tough work so far. You're one map up, 9-5 up on map 2, CT side Nuke. It's your map pick. Do the Eyeballers have what it takes?
Key round. Lose this and Team Space have a great path towards 11. That would be a near insurmountable deficit. Eyeballers have got to hit the ground running here on the T side. Now the guns are out. And what is the call? Free smokes over. Out across smokes. Going to leave JW to lurk. The bulk of the forces, though, sleuthing their way towards ramp at the moment. And they do commit. Through they go. JW continues his lurk. Danis is nearby. JW ekes ever closer. Barrel spotted. Easy frag for the defense. And look at the rotations. What a call. 2 straight down in towards lower. Fozil fights from control with a teammate as well from double doors. This looks like a nightmare for Eyeballers. I don't even know how they plan at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you probably tried to, but Ver just needed to take one step into the Molotov to deny, and Heap's got nothing to do. That was a phenomenal call from Team Space, and if you're the Eyeballers, you just feel like they were one step ahead once again. Heap, the one man left. 4 people to find, and it feels like it's all about the damage now. Trunic's gonna spot him out. Long range, MP9 not favored, so AK will be picked up, and Trunic is the one to confirm the kill for Survive for Team Space. And as much as this is the perfect way that this round could have gone for Team Space, it's probably the worst possible scenario for the Outballers.
Half buy is all they can do. Even these half buy rounds are starting to verge on must-win territory, aren't they? Gotta get something going. Danis opens up the scorecard. Ver collects another. And this round looks doomed. Maybe I spoke too soon. Let's pay attention.
Yeah. Golden's alive as well. Oh, you remember that, Diego. Alright, Golden. Make me feel like it's 2018 again. Come on. He's got 2. Does he get another one? One more shot. CT's not really clinical with it. Fozo finally is gonna get the kill. And Heap is the one man left. Couple jiggles in, but yeah, with the bomb being dropped and Heap kind of having to walk into the line of fire, it's not really gonna work out. Made it interesting there. good effort from Golden and Heap. Unfortunately, not one to pick up. And again, objectively, this is a great eco. Objectively, with the amount of firepower that you had and the amount of money that you invested into this round, it's not a bad outcome for the eyeballers, but it's all about the rounds on the board. And unfortunately, you don't have enough to be competitive with Team Space. This is the buy round that's gonna make or break it.
Do or die. Got to generate something. Similar opener. Outer cross smokes down. This time, 3 towards outer. Bomb coming over 2. Heap will be left to lurk in towards lobby. Danitz. Silencing's good. It's good by the smoke. There's a lot of damage onto Poi. Golden lurks through and gets the punish. So an opener gleamed for this T side. Make it 2. This is looking good.
It's looking perfect. Might be enticed to go in towards an A hit now that you find those 2 kills. Bert, though, in a good position. Oh, runs out of ammo. Could have had that second kill, but look at the low HP. Golden and Poi, so fragile with X5 and Trunic. 5-2 in unison. The 2 versus 4. Make that a 2 versus 1 and make that a 1v1 now. Golden 7 HP and 3 kills already for the captain. Take it on Trunic. He's had a phenomenal day, and surely it's going to be enough. And look at that reposition from Trunic. Golden hasn't caught him on the cross. He's got no idea. Trunic is going around the world into our secret. This is the last thing that Golden is going to be expecting. Surely you're not reading into that play. Trunic's just played this one masterfully. You can just enjoy it. Take your time. You've just outsmarted the big brain of the eyeballers, and this should be enough to get you over the finishing line.
Trunic is phenomenal. And he has been on this map. Heads the server. And heads our hearts. He has been brilliant. Final timeout burnt for eyeballers. And what do you even discuss here? How do you rally the troops if you're Golden? In-game leader, JW, experienced figure. Coach behind the team as well. Util's not perfect. I don't know what you call in this position. You've thrown a lot of different looks at this CT side and very little shown promise. They haven't won a T round yet, have they?
You don't want to have that conversation.
Clean sweep here, aren't we?
Been a long day. Yeah, we are. It was something I didn't want to mention, but yeah, T side has been difficult to come about with, and they might not be able to come around in the end of the day. Golden and Pepsor have shown some teeth in the second half, and actually Golden will show some more. Make that a double, and alrighty, there's something more to it. Apparently, you just have to pick up the pace, and please, not a 1 versus 4. Fozo wants to go for this. You can tell.
He should. Because we can see as well, the bomb has only just been picked up, so...
He's gonna go lobby. They might not be ready for this. They could be expecting main. They could be expecting heaven. I don't think they're expecting lobby. Not straight away. One of them should turn around. Instantly.
So what have we got? Pepsor's looking kind of squeaky. Tuck himself into CT vent. Golden commits to playing backside behind the silo. Can he get a catch before the other can trade? Oh, God, one more to find. That would have been unbelievable. It's a phenomenal effort. But Golden saves Eyeballers blushes this time. Did they deserve to lose that? Because part of me thinks they did.
The eyeballers?
Yeah, I mean, the 4-on-1 that goes that close.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I wanna rate them for the fact that in a 12-5 they realized that there's nothing to lose and they just went for an all-out play with a lot of speed and just being crazy around the map, jumping around, and you know, switching up the pace in a good way, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, they offered enough chances to lose it, if that's what you're asking. The way that you're asking a question, yeah, probably. Well, still, means we're gonna get a couple more rounds of Counter-Strike. I say a couple, could be just one, especially if Foes was able to put that Emperor into good use, and getting away with that kill is massive.
Can he find more? No.
Big refrag.
Catch
Oh,
it
no.
there though. Heap is gone. That's the lurker. Dispatched.
Gotta go B.
No time to waste. Got to speed up. Got one player down above them. That's Danis. He needs some help though, doesn't he? And the cavalry is here. Util though surely isolates them out. Have an angle though. There's nothing here for ramp. And it's over. It's over. It was a force buy. It was a weaker investment, but it doesn't matter. Team space.
Break, right? We did talk about the fact that they've lost 14 out of the 16 games they've played after coming back from that month off, beating only Project G and Havu. The Eyeballers, considering that they've been playing some decent Counter-Strike in the last couple of days, is the biggest scalp that Team Space has been able to take so far. Of loss of focus, but in the end of the day, you've just dropped you've dropped 13 rounds in total onto map, so we can't really fault them. They played a great game of Counter-Strike.
Quick word on Eyeballers, obviously. They did actually have a pretty good week, as you said, kind of 10 days or so coming into this, but we look at the grander scheme, we look over the last few months, this project isn't heading the way they wanted. They actually had a good spell last year, but they've dropped off significantly since then, so I don't know. I watched this series and I say this was a beatable opponent and you won in this series. This one scares me a lot for them because that was not pretty Counter-Strike coming out from Eyeballers.
No, it definitely isn't what they would be expecting of themselves. Definitely not what they're aiming at, right? But again, it's I guess a similar conversation to the one that we were having when it comes down to Team Space. You look at the pieces on the team of Eyeballers. You look at a JW who's still somehow. I mean, you can't say he doesn't have it. He's still got it. He can still pop off. He can still be a massive asset to a team, especially on that level, especially in online Counter-Strike. You're looking at an experienced IGO like Golden, Pepsor, who's a internally, there could be different conversations, there could be different things happening, but on the other hand, another team that we thought we should probably be expecting to see more of delivered today, and this is, I guess, the thing that I want to focus on. Team Space just played really well, individuals were on point, everything worked out.
It's great for them, and obviously looking ahead now towards the future of the Swiss stage. 1-1